out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hoskins is going to go to second, and he might be out. He is out. That's how the game's going to end. Dustin Harris throws out Reese Hoskins, trying to stretch a single into a double in a 9-2 game. Game is over, 9-2 the final. That's a good win tonight, Plummer.
It's a great win. You talked about it. You got to change your luck a little bit by going out there and playing hard, and that's exactly what they did. What I like about it is, yes, the walks were there, but the Astros pitching staff pitched around it and kept them from scoring, and you had Isak and Christian doing damage.
You know what? I'm here to let that final call marinate for a little bit, get a little extra blum in there if they're going to win 9-2 every night. I don't know if they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to do it every night, Seth, but they did it last night.
Sean, they're going to do it every single night. If there's one thing I know about baseball, it's that one game is sample size enough.
That's right.
Tired of all these nerds talking about small sample sizes. I know what I saw over the course of 9 innings yesterday.
You got it.
That was some tough and gritty baseball, partly by a guy that looks like a northeastern cop all of a sudden in Christian Walker, with that mustache and with his neck covered up, you know, with a turtleneck or whatever.
Yeah.
He looks like a cop getting out of his cruiser.
He totally does.
On a winter highway in New Jersey or something.
I didn't recognize him at first. That's how usually you recognize the guy when they shave the beard and leave the mustache. I'm like, who is that? I'm like, oh, that's Christian Walker. Okay.
It was alarming.
Well, he was 0 for 15 going into that game. 0 for his last 15 going into that game.
Paredes had been 0 for 18.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty good slump buster when the two guys that are combined 0 for 33 go hit 4 runs or 4 home runs. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah. 2 right in the first couple innings when you need it. You know, Christian Walker gives them the lead early, 2-0. And then the Guardians battle back tied at 2, and then the very next inning, Paredes is hitting a solo bomb. So yeah, that was good to see last night.
We don't know what Paredes did for his slump buster because he doesn't have any hair on his face or the side of his head to really.
No, he may have done what people actually do. He may have done actually what the slump buster moniker came from, which is going and finding a heavy set woman.
Yeah,
and canoodling.
It's interesting. You think that's what the origin was, when it wasn't. That it was that it was actually. I would guess that they took it from baseball and applied it to the dating thing.
The first time I ever heard it.
Yeah,
the first time I ever heard about it was on the Jim Rome show in 1997. And Mark Grace, hell, the audio is probably out there somewhere. Mark Grace, former Cubs first baseman, came on the show and brought up the term, and Jim Rome had not heard the term. And he said, what do you mean by slump buster? And Grace was far more, this is in the late 90s when you could probably get away with a little bit more.
Yeah.
He was very graphic in describing exactly what you do when you're an 0 for 18 or an 0 for 15, particularly when you're on the road probably and there's, you're away from home.
Yeah.
So that's the first time I'd ever heard it.
No, you're right. Okay, so we'll have to dig into this. We'll spend the 9 o'clock hour
the history of
ChatGPT figure it out for us.
I like
or Perplexity or whichever. I don't know which AI the kids are using these days. Every time I mention whichever one I'm experimenting with, I get 20 people on X saying, like, you used that?
Yeah.
Dinosaur. It's been, Sean, like every 2 months you're behind on what AI is supposed to be doing for you.
I use ChatGPT and have been kind of sticking with that. People have been very impressed with the graphics that I've been generating and putting up from ChatGPT. They do good image work.
And you and I don't have to feel guilty at all about taking jobs away from graphic designers or anything because we were not going to be paying for somebody to do that for us.
I was never using one in the first place. I didn't have to have a hard conversation with any very lowly paid college kid trying to break in via graphic design.
So you're able to do all these incredible things with AI, and yet the Astros, supposedly one of the most technically advanced the teams in the sport can't figure out how to keep their players healthy.
I know.
And this is disappointing me.
Dude.
Where are my flying cars where are my healthy Astros players?
Well,
all these promises. I remember reading Popular Mechanics as a kid, and I was like, oh, everybody's going to have a flying car and a hoverboat. Hoverboats were big in Popular Mechanics back in the day. And also, every single Astros player will be healthy. Yeah. That was the dream I was promised.
None of it's true.
None of it.
We're still on the ground with wheels. The boats all still float on the water.
Yeah.
And Taylor Trammell went out with some sort of leg injury yesterday.
I had so many dreams of hoverboats. People always talk about the flying cars. I think we're forgetting that Popular Mechanics every other month would have a hoverboat that you could build at home. And with no mention of the fact that, it's louder than 3 jumbo jets, and it goes about 3 miles an hour.
You wanted that hoverboat, man.
I wanted one so bad.
Yep. Taylor Trammell, and I caught a lot of heat last night on Twitter because I tweeted this out, and I know I tweeted this out in the midst of Taylor Trammell being off to a start to the season where he's hitting in the 300s. Like, Taylor Trammell's been decent since he got a regular role in the outfield after Jake Myers got hurt. He's been decent. But when you look at the lineup, I'm like, okay, an outfield of Bryce Matthews, Taylor Trammell, and this Harris character they just picked up a couple days ago.
Poor Harris. Remember, was it Saturday or Sunday when he got caught in the nook out there? That was Sunday.
It was, it was a game I was
welcome to Dyken Park.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the lineup, and the bottom 3 in the order are those guys. I'm like, all right, this is a little depressing. And then Taylor Trammell, like 2 innings after I tweet that, Taylor Trammell goes out with an injury. He's going to be the 16th guy to go on the IL this year for the Astros. Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration.
Is there some kind of rule against that?
Do you reach a point where there's a dispensation for a team where they're like, all right, they make some sort of roster accommodation for them? I have no idea. You just got to keep bringing guys up from the minors, I guess.
If there's one team that's going to elicit the sympathy from the rest of Major League Baseball, it's the Houston Astros.
It's the poor Astros.
Yeah, at some point, all of baseball is going to rise up and say, you know what? This hard luck group of gritty go-getters, we got to give them a break at some point.
Yeah. The injuries, it's sad because it was a good win last night, and we'll talk about the win here in a second, but that is the theme of this year, is that it's no exaggeration. Every day, somebody goes out with an injury with this team.
It's so weird. The Zach Allen one, it's every 12 hours, man.
We're back.
It's never ending.
You know what we're back to, Seth, also, is if you recall, like last year in August and September, after the injuries had piled up, we would get these updates every day of like 8 different guys doing things before games, like injured guys. Like so-and-so played catch with so-and-so. This guy was doing baseball activities.
He was throwing from a half mound.
He's throwing from a half mound. Great. This guy is using the rubber bands to stretch with. Like
this guy called his grandmother.
Right? It's stuff like that. He was able to pick his phone up with his throwing arm and put it next to his head.
He worked with an occupational therapist, and he can now eat his meals with a fork.
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's so depressing, man. It's so depressing.
He holds his fork like an adult now.
Dude. Yeah. And even the ones like Nick Allen would normally elicit all right, well, he hasn't been good anyways. I hope he gets better, but they'll this will mean more innings for Bryce Matthews in the infield where he belongs or whatever. I can't even say that.
He looked awesome at
No. I mean, like second base or shortstop. I know. Yeah. No, that's a bad look for me. Hey, you're right. That was bad. Ben, can you dump that? Can you dump me talking about Bryce Matthews being good on the infield? That would be great.
I don't think so.
That would be great for my street cred. So yeah, the injuries are piling up. But Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes break their slumps. And Spencer Arrighetti. Gave us 5.
Hell yeah.
Gave us 5 innings. Gave us 5 innings with nearly a 2 whip and with more walks than strikeouts.
Yeah.
But who cares?
Hey, it was cold.
5 innings.
It was cold. And you're a guy that the guy that at times has a really nasty curveball wasn't going to be able to. You could see yesterday the Guardians were not swinging at his curve, and he gritted his way through it. And it's 5 innings. I never thought I'd see a day. This is what I was hoping for when I used to read Popular Mechanics back in the day.
5 innings.
Someday we'll have starting pitchers for the Astros. They can go 5 innings.
I know.
The genetic engineering will have engineered this perfect pitcher. 5 innings you'll get.
The bar is the bar is
scarcely more than 50% of the innings in a game. He'll pitch.
The bar is
a complete 50+% of the game.
The bar is so low right now for what qualifies as a starting appearance that gets me enthusiastic.
It's like that old Eddie Murphy bit about giving a starving man some saltine crackers.
Yeah. It's the greatest cracker I've ever had.
Is this a Ritz pitcher?
This
is delicious.
Is this an Arrighetti? Does a thing where he wipes his mouth.
Is there brie cheese on top of this cracker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll take it. 5 innings, and he may as well be Sandy Koufax. 5 innings with 9 guys on base.
5 innings, can you believe? Old Arrighetti. I'll tell you what, I used to not be so sure about these Italian fellas, but this kid's all right.
Yes.
He ain't like the other ones.
Italian, yes.
I like
EYE Italian, yes.
I wouldn't let him date my daughter, don't get me wrong. But still, you got to respect it.
Oh, man. All right, so this is it. You know what? I try to refrain from complaining about start times on things because I think more often than not, listeners don't want to hear it. They know we have good jobs, and it's just part of the gig.
I think our listeners that are up at this hour.
Up at early. That's what I was just going to say. Except for at this time of day, I think there's probably some empathy if you're listening at 6 a.m. Yeah, if we did this at 9 o'clock, people are like, yeah, whatever. Like, you guys get paid to talk about sports. And it's true. This is the life we've chosen. But I think you're right, Seth. I think people at this time of day, I hate the fact that a 5:10 Astros first pitch, which is as early as you're going to see outside of a businessman special. I can't remember an East Coast team starting their games at 6 o'clock local time on the East. I'm sure it happens or whatever. I just can't remember it. And I pay attention to this stuff obviously because of the job we're in. 5:10 first pitch gets completely blown out of the water in terms of the efficiency for you and me. Because the Rockets game starts at 9:30 tonight.
Yeah.
9:30 in L.A. tonight.
And it's a draft week, too, so you're going to be planning on staying up late Thursday night.
Yep.
Especially with the Texans having the 28th overall pick.
Yes.
So that part of it, it's a minor inconvenience.
Yeah.
I don't mind complaining about it because I have a hard time sounding cogent on 9 hours of sleep. So whenever I know that I'm going to have a lot of sleep deprivation, you're going to get a lot more verbal fillers over the course of this week, everybody.
Yep. Yes.
Durant guy.
And we're looking at the clock like, ooh, that just ate up 6 seconds. That eating up some innings. Yeah.
That felt good yesterday. It was honestly until they framed it after the game that it's their 3rd win in 15 games.
Yeah, that's depressing.
That hit me hard for some reason. And I'm sure even going into the game, I would have seen the 2 games in the last 14, whatever it is, man. I felt good about that victory yesterday. I felt really good about Arrighetti and his incredible marathon performance of 5 innings.
Yeah.
But even that, too, you have to remind yourself, oh, yeah, boy, you went 5 innings, and I'm acting like that was impressive. No, it's not.
No.
It's not by normal baseball standards.
No, but the guys who were, Christian Walker, good to see him get his swing back. Jordan's always going to hit. Correa's doing some things to make it shake up at the top of the order. Him batting leadoff has been a big topic because Altuve had been batting leadoff, but Joe Espada, I read an article that Chandler Rome had where it might have been Matt Kawahara had it after the game, where Joe Espada's talking about, I'm just trying to, really just trying to do what's best for Yordan Alvarez in terms of getting somebody in front of him that's getting on base.
Yeah.
He feels better about Altuve protecting Yordan Alvarez behind him in the order, which is an interesting decision because Altuve was killing it in the leadoff spot when Pena was out. Espada is, he's trying to push as many buttons as he can here. They've had a different lineup literally every single game this year. They've not had the same lineup
every single game.
They've had a different lineup in every single game. I read that somewhere yesterday. Through 22 games. What were they? They were when they were 8-14. So they're 9-15 now. So up through Sunday or up until Sunday's game. And maybe they've had different lineups now too these last 2 games. I just happened to read it I think on Sunday morning that in 22 games they've had 22 different lineups out there so far. So Joe Espada is trying to make anything work that he can.
Espada, we're in that spot now where you went three times in 15 games, prorated out. That's like it's like you're watching a 27 win.
That's what it feels like the last 15
That's what
games.
I mean. You win 3 out of 18 games.
Yeah.
Is it 3 of the last 15? No,
they've lost 12 of 15.
They've lost 12.
So they're
okay,
3
it's
and 12.
not as bad as that then.
Yeah,
Never mind.
They're 3 and 12 in their last 15 games.
Okay, all right. I take that back.
Yep. They're 3 and 12 in their last 15.
It's the equivalent of a 32-win baseball.
Yeah, that's an easy one because that's 20. You win
20%.
20% of your games. Yeah. That's a bad team, and that's what it feels like right now. This feels like a 32-win team over the last 15 games, but it feels like a 110-win team over the last 24 hours, I tell you.
I can't believe I framed that as a 27-win team when it was actually
why are
the
you
ethereal
chipping them out of
32-win team. Excuse me.
Yeah, you jerk. This is we're getting people weighing in on the text page. Former pro baseball player weighing in on the text page. Sean is correct. Slump Busters equals.
I know. I never knew if it started like what the actual start was if it was started as something else and then applied to the relation part or vice versa.
If I know anything, ChatGPT will have it.
I trust you on that. Yeah.
I'm just telling you where I first heard it. It was Mark Grace. I have no idea the origin of it.
No. I was overthinking it.
Yeah.
I was in a haste to correct you on something early in the show, and I swung early. I was like the old Altuve. I swung at the first pitch.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to take this bastard down. This guy thinks he's going to go 5 innings on me.
And I'm sitting here going, I'm going to ABS check Seth right now on Slump Busters.
Speaking of which, Yiner is rocketing up the leaderboard.
Good. At least
ABS
he's doing
challenges.
something well. Jeez.
Well, he's on the leaderboard, which is a rarity, or he hadn't been at all. Can you remember? Did he start off 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 on challenges?
Oh, it was at least 0 for 4 at one point, but I'm not going to say it wasn't more than that. I remember seeing 0 for 4 in the rundown.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he missed his next 1 or 2 after. It was bad.
I pasted the tracker in here somewhere, and now it's gone. But
no, it's there. It just didn't hyperlink for some reason.
He's been on a stretch. He had been six of his last 6 until the game on Sunday.
That's good.
And then he lost 1, but he's right there now. In terms of percentages, Yiner Diaz is not a hitter. He's a catcher as I scroll.
So click on
I don't know. He's 18th. He's 12 for 17. And I want to say he started off 0 for 5 or 0 for 6.
He's 12 for 17. He's 18th because isn't 60% sort of the bar for catchers?
Yeah, he's at 70.6%.
Yeah. Okay, these catchers kind of know what they're doing, I guess. If he's 18th and he's 70%, these guys are getting
they showed
good
a graphic on Space City yesterday or the day before where they showed – it was weird. It was almost like they were trying to not make the hitters look as bad as they did because they showed catchers, their success rate compared to pitchers and batters combined. And the pitchers and so anyway, the batters you don't want your batters and pitchers largely doing it. Your catchers are the ones. And for a while we were thinking, well, every catcher except Yiner, but he's actually been really
He's been good at it. And the percentage the first couple weeks for catchers was like 62%. If 70% is only good enough for 18th. These catchers they're like AI. They're learning this thing quickly, man.
No, some of them though they're the guys that are at 100%.
Yeah.
Most of them have very few challenges.
2 challenges or
so
something.
I almost put if you put it at guys that have 10 challenges or more.
Yeah.
Yiner's actually doing really well.
He's like
compared
top
to those
10
guys.
probably. Yeah.
So he and I kind of like his demeanor while he's doing it. He just looks.
He's got the same demeanor for everything. Yeah,
he's not looking like he's waiting for a verdict or something. He's like, I challenged it. I know what I'm doing.
I ain't nervous. All right, Payne and Pendergast off and running. The Astros win last night. When they win, we spend the open talking about them. When they lose, we spend the open talking about them. But nice win, 9-2 last night. If you're just waking up. All right, Will Anderson Jr. meets with the media today at 3:00. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday and talked about the Will Anderson contract extension. He recounted his version of what happened on draft night 3 years ago. DeMeco Ryans on Will Anderson is coming up next. Drove right by Beck's Prime this morning. There was the big food truck, the big 18-wheeler out there dropping off all the veggies and the meat.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. I know I'm on fire this year, Seth. I've had a pretty good 2026 when it comes to remembering what day it is.
You've been on a 0.5 per day declaration.
Yes, thank you.
That was one. I've been keeping track. You're actually, it's more like 0.75, but I rounded down.
Seth has me in his fantasy host league.
Yeah,
keeping track of that. So DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. I like when DeMeco gets asked about his rookie year because he had a teammate his rookie year that does this show. His name is Seth C. Payne.
Kinda.
Yeah,
I tore my ACL and got the hell out. I started working on getting my private pilot's license. I hated my defensive coordinator so much.
I'm getting the hell out
I
of
did
here.
not stick around. I was a bad veteran. Yeah.
But you were there. The part that DeMeco talks about in this cut, you were there for, which was training camp.
Yeah.
DeMeco was asked about his experience as a rookie and how that translates into how he handles rookies. Here's what DeMeco had to say.
My process of coming here as a rookie, eyes wide open, it was definitely a humbling experience being drafted here to Houston. Exciting time, for the Texans. The new head coach, Coach Gary Kubiak, who was awesome to me, just awesome leader. I was happy to learn under him, learn how to manage a team, learn how to take a team from start to finish. It's great working under him. And for me as a rookie, just being there under Gary, I knew that it was because you're a rookie, you got to wait your turn, right? If I was a rookie, I stepped in, I did things the right way. They saw the leader in me. They saw that I can make plays for the team. So I was out there. I was thrust as a starter from preseason. Our first preseason game, I was in there as a starter. So, it's the same thought process for me right now as a rookie. It doesn't matter when you come in. If you can help our team go win, then you'll be out there for us. And we saw last year we had a lot of rookies who played a lot of significant time for us, meaningful football. And so we'll expect the same things from this crop of rookies as well.
Yeah, and, DeMeco came in kind of when things were changing in the NFL about even back in the day, first rounders might not start right away, and rookies kind of had to bide their time. We didn't haze DeMeco. That was like hazing was falling by the wayside. Mostly because the Saints went way over the top with it.
Cam Cleland is the name of the player you're thinking of. He got hit with like a sock full of pennies or something like that.
Which was standard with the Saints. The Saints ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
And by that I mean probably made it a better and safer place. But because they were so violent, and he came in when teams were starting to. DeMeco came in as a second-round pick when a lot more teams were more willing to play rookies really early on. And I was a grumpy old vet, and I remember the first day that DeMeco got in the huddle and was calling plays, and he was taking reps with the ones, and he was struggling to the play call out, and I barked at him, and he was totally cool, like handled it really, really well, and from that point on, it was so obvious how mature he was, and then how good he was going to be, that there was no they're just putting this guy in there because he's their draft pick and that's who they want. It was just so clear from the very beginning, just how capable he was and what a good leader he was, that it was one of the more impressive things I've seen out of a rookie.
You interviewed him when we were in West Virginia at the Greenbrier last year. He remembered that, right? He remembered.
Yeah.
He remembered
and he said he didn't. He was glad that I had done it, and it made him, which made me feel good because I always felt bad about it.
You've been carrying that around for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I've got a classic abusive personality. I will tear into somebody, and then I'll feel bad about it afterwards. I'm not a full sociopath because I don't apologize.
Right.
And then do it again. I don't continue the cycle.
You carry it around for a day or a week or 19 years.
Yeah,
whatever.
No, we kind of laughed about it, but he said that, that's, rookies need that. And he said he needed that. What he said that stuck out to me was a little bit of a surprise to me was him realizing that, oh, wow, yeah, this is these guys. Like, these guys take this seriously.
Yeah, they have mortgages.
Yeah.
They have kids.
Yeah. Which I had never really thought about it that way. But even coming from a program like Alabama, and remember, that wasn't Alabama under Nick Saban.
Right.
But it was Alabama. It's a big-time program. But that you get into the NFL, and it is a shock to the system for some rookies that, man, it's a different world, and these guys take this really, really seriously up to a level way above what a bunch of college kids do. And DeMeco obviously adapted to that really quickly.
Yep. More from DeMeco Ryans. Here is DeMeco talking about what it means to have Tank Dell back in the building. There were videos surfacing on the Texans social media yesterday of just Tank just stretching out in the bubble. And even just that made me
one of the most inspirational things I've ever seen.
It was one of the most inspirational leg stretches I've witnessed in my countless years of covering this team. Here's DeMeco Ryans on what it means to have Tank back in the building.
Tank has been around, working out all throughout the offseason while no one else was here. Tank has been here working, grinding in the background. So I'm excited to see Tank. When it is his time to get back out and play football, it's everybody here. We all love Tank. We've seen the ability that he has, the big playmaking ability. And, I mean, nobody loves Tank more than me. And I'm hopeful that we can get him back to playing back to the level that he was playing. But I think it's also, we know how devastating of an injury that was for Tank. So I'm proud of the young man for him just working in the background, working in silence to be back here working out with the guys and having that opportunity to go play again.
Yeah, I should just to correct myself. When I say what it means to have Tank back in the building, he's been in the building this whole time, but having him back, like, working out with the team again.
Right, and the team's been very careful about, setting a timeline or when he's going to return or anything. I feel like, I can't remember whether it was DeMeco or Nick that originally in the offseason had said that he should be good to go for OTAs.
I think it was Nick when he was on with us at the Super Bowl.
I think, and I think he kind of, I think they may have pulled back from that consciously because it was, Nick didn't say it like it was an official statement or anything. No. And but you got to be careful with somebody that's coming back from a catastrophic injury like that. Both Nick and DeMeco know this. You got to be really careful about saying, hey, this is where we want to be by this date. Because then people start making bad decisions. It's like telling a pitcher, hey, I want you to be thrown off a mound by next Monday.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they start pushing through things they shouldn't be pushing through.
Yeah.
There's still plenty of time. All the workout videos of Tank are always it's really interesting to see how people either are bullish on them or pessimistic about them. And because it's always just him working out by himself. I haven't seen him running routes against somebody or anything.
No, but it's some it's some twitchy stuff that you're seeing.
It's right, yeah. For me, it's really impressive.
Yeah.
I'm not an exercise physiologist, and I can't tell you exactly what his shin angle is or should be or anything.
Right.
He looks way, way better than he did a year ago.
Yep.
That's all. He looks way better than when we were impressed that he was walking out on the field with a flag with the team.
Yep.
So that's where we are with him.
Yep. DeMeco was asked kind of about, do you have to harness Tank? Do you have to dial him back sometimes? Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, with Tank, he has outstanding energy, always big, bright smile. So he's always eager to go. You always have to kind of pull him back when he needs to be pulled back. But, our team has done a great job. Our sports performance team, they've done a great job of individualizing a plan for each player. And Tank's no different. Tank falls in that category where he has an individual plan that he's working on. And our team does a great job of just remaining consistent and understanding the big picture, right? Everybody's excited. Off-season program, we stars, but we don't play football today. So there is a process. There is a long-range view that we're working to get Tank back to playing football.
Okay. So Tank, I can see where they'd have to dial Tank back sometimes. We'd be a little bit eager in trying to get back on the field.
The biggest thing with him is that when he comes back, I think that I would like him to avoid contact as much as possible. And that has nothing to do with this individual injury necessarily. And, look, when he got injured, that's not contact that could have been avoided. He's going up for a ball. And sometimes Jared Wayne's going to Jared Wayne. But I think when it comes to nobody doubts his toughness. Nobody worries about whether he's tough or anything.
He held on to the ball when he got hurt.
But he needs to avoid as much physical contact as possible. He needs to go back and watch highlight reels of the old Peyton Manning Broncos teams when all of their receivers were just unabashed cowards. Remember, they would go down when there was any hint of any kind of contact coming.
Yeah.
They would just go to the turf. There's no shame in that. You can make the Hall of Fame doing that.
The Broncos, you said the Broncos and the Colts too, probably, right? Like the
Colts. Oh, I meant the Colts. Sorry.
Did you mean the Colts?
Okay,
yeah.
Especially.
Yeah. Because I just remember Reggie Wayne
and
the
Broncos.
Yes.
My God, that's bad. I was picturing Reggie Wayne in a Colts uniform, and I said the Broncos.
Well, a Bronco and a Colt are the same phylum of species or whatever. You know, they're the same. They're the same animal. They're just different sized animals. They're horses.
They're both. Yeah.
Bronco and a Colt. You know,
exact same species.
Yeah. So there you go. The Texans, their odds out on what position the Texans are going to pick first. There might be some value here because I don't know that it's the lock cinch that they're going to pick an offensive lineman first that the odds makers seem to think it is. The odds makers have it at minus 145 that they're going to draft the first Texans player pick, whenever that may be, because it could be in the second round if they trade out, is going to be an offensive lineman. Minus 145 means you got to risk 145 to win 100. Second on the board, I agree with the top two being the top two in some order because they have defensive line or edge rusher. They have those in the same category, which I think is good value because I think those are like you're getting a 2-for-1 there.
Yeah.
But plus 160, some sort of defensive lineman, whether it's an interior or an edge rusher, plus 160.
There's with the edge rushers, it's really interesting because it's a rich man's version of how the centers are in this draft too, where the centers are mostly projected to be maybe third round and later or late second round and later. The defensive linemen outside of the top edge rushers, there's a whole bunch of guys that people think are potentially good picks in the late first round and later.
Yeah.
And that's where I think there's a really good chance they end up going with edge over defensive tackle just because I know they don't draft for need, but if you've got guys graded equally, then that's where need creeps in.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be there's a good chance that like if they have an equally graded defensive tackle and an equally graded edge rusher, there's more of a need at the edge rushing position right now.
Well,
than there is for defensive tackles on the roster.
According to the anonymous scouts in the Athletic article that we've got a little bit later in the show, there's just way more edge rushers that are worth taking in that spot.
Yeah.
And there are like the defensive tackle position by the accounts of the anonymous scouts, it's Caden McDonald from Ohio State. It's Peter Woods from Clemson. There's like one other name. And then other than that, it's not a great class. Whereas with the edge rushers, there seems to be a ton of them, and a ton of them that are worth taking at 28 or 38 right now for the Texans. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on evaluating defensive linemen.
When it comes to evaluating the defensive line, some guys, when you see a guy, is he a two-down player, right? You can make those predictions based off of what you've seen on tape, but it basically comes to third down passing situations, right? Is that guy finishing at the quarterback, and have you seen evidence of that guy finishing from his college film? Some guys have it, some guys don't. Just because there's a lack of production, though, in college does not mean that there's going to be a lack of production once you get to the NFL. Right? I think Danielle Hunter was a guy who didn't have a lot of sacks coming out of college, but now you look at him, he's probably top 10 in the NFL history of getting sacked. So it's all about, it goes back to, you see a young man, you see the traits, the talents that he has. Is he coachable, right? Is he willing to learn, listen to our coaches? And if he takes coaching the right way, we always think guys can improve. And we're going to work as best as we can as coaches. That's our job, to develop, to support players, to help them grow in those areas. If you're a two-down guy, we'll try to help you as best we can to become that pass rusher, right? And If it doesn't work out, that's great. Be a great two-down player. So if whatever role you play, we roll a lot of different defensive linemen because a lot of guys have a lot of different traits and roles that they can do for us, and we're going to make it work with the guys that we play.
This is another cut yesterday I thought about you because you said you'd want to play for DeMeco Ryans in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think this is the biggest mistake I see sometimes when the amateur draftniks are evaluating defensive linemen. It's that they don't realize, like, sometimes you'll see them say, well, this guy just doesn't fire across the line of scrimmage the way this other prospect does. And you look and you see, oh, well, because he's in a scheme where he's not supposed to fire off the line. Yeah, like he's supposed to read and react. And that's just, like, that's a basic thing. But that shows up in production numbers and everything else. So with the Texans, they have a lot of experience now between Rod Wright, the defensive line coach, and then Matt Burke and DeMeco Ryans, in kind of taking guys who have been in one type of scheme, maybe been in a little bit more conservative where the defensive linemen aren't as aggressive. And, yeah, they're not going to make as many plays. But how does he have the ability to do that if they put him in an R scheme? And I think they've done a really good job of finding guys like that and then really kind of amplifying their abilities by putting them in the Texans scheme. And I think that a guy like Caden McDonald or some of these other players, there's upside there that you can see that is partly based just on how they were used in college versus how they'd be used with the Texans.
If you had to bet, if I gave you $100, Seth, and said, here you go, bet on these odds we're looking at here, and I'll lay them out for the audience. Offensive line, and again, the bet is what is the position of the first player the Texans are going to choose in this draft. Offensive line is the favorite at minus 145. Defensive line / edge, you get both of them in one bet, plus 160. Then that's where the drop-off is. Linebacker is 8.5 to 1, wide receiver 14 to 1, and then on down to corner 18 to 1, and then you got a bunch that are over 20 to 1.
I think that I was looking at that article, the article yesterday that had the multiple different ESPN draft writers on there. All three of them said that Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle, is who they think will be the first defensive tackle off the board. So I think unless the Texans take him, I think that he'll probably, unless the Texans trade up, I think there's a really good chance he's gone by 28. And then you get into a bunch of defensive linemen that I think the Texans feel like, okay, some of these guys will be here in the second round.
Yep.
So we've got some room to maneuver these guys. One of the same insiders, I think it might have been Jordan Reed, said he really feels like there's going to be a run on offensive linemen in the first round.
There's like 10 of them, he said.
Yeah, and that's where I think there might only be a couple of guys that the Texans really like that are still there at 28, and they're not going to be, and probably won't be there at 38. So I think it's more likely to take an offensive lineman.
So you'd go with the favorite then? You'd go with favorite minus. You think that's a good favorite, minus 145?
Yeah.
The interesting ones to me.
Sorry. Likewise, I'd say I think everything you just said about the edge rushers, that seems to be pretty much the consensus thought right now, is that there are 5 or 6 guys that are worth taking at 28 or early in the second round or more of edge rushers, so that I think the Texans will be looking at that too and say, okay, we've still got guys we like there.
The interesting ones to me that aren't offensive line or defensive line, because those are rightfully the two favorites for the Texans, I think. Linebacker at 8.5 to 1 is interesting because we saw a couple mocks last week that had C.J. Allen and Anthony Hill to the Texans. I think that's a position that they could be seeking out here, like their next line, the next guy who's the green dot guy in a year or two from now. Tight end at 25 to 1 is really interesting to me. Just if Kenyon Sadiq were to start to drop into the teens, into that sweet spot that Nick was trying to trade into last year, or that he's even talked about. He talked about it with us last week. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, the trade up from where the Texans are market doesn't really start to pop until about 15 or so.
Yeah.
There's going to be 10 or 15 guys that go off the board that we're going to have no shot at. If Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, starts to drift into that 16, 17, 18 range, 25 to, you're basically betting. If you bet 25 to 1 for the first player the Texans take to be a tight end, you're basically betting on a Kenyon Sadiq trade.
The interesting thing about that is that a lot of people don't see Kenyon Sadiq falling past 17 or 18 just because there's multiple teams right there at the mid-round that really like tight ends or have an aging, like their tight ends, but have an aging tight end, et cetera, et cetera. The Panthers, the Lions, there's quite a few. The Ravens. So it's hard to envision them dropping down below that unless their assessment of him just isn't as high as what the draftniks have.
Well, or they like somebody. I know when we talked about it with John Harris, he had the Texans trading up to 18 to draft Kenyon Sadiq. And he said, it's all dependent on the Vikings. If Dylan Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon, is going to be there. If he's there, then they probably won't trade. So teams can have more than one apple of their eye,
Yeah.
So
the kid, Sam Roush from Stanford, he's interesting. He's not going to go in the first round because he's basically – he's an undersized offensive tackle. He's got short arms. I've got to think. You know what? I've got to think for short-armed prospects now because everybody's always so down on them. But it shows up when they try to throw him the football anywhere outside of his range.
Oh, really?
It's like you're throwing at a fence post.
Like a 5-inch catch
You better
radius.
hit that fence post or it's going into the ditch. Yeah. But he's a really good blocker.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of a throwback to Texans legend Mark Bruner. He's a big physical dude who will do all the blocking you want for him. Maybe develops as a pass catcher. He would be in one of the, he would be a mid-round guy. But I think given that the Texans have, they signed Moreau, who's more of a blocking tight end than a receiving tight end. And they've talked about how they like having that Y tight end, an inline blocking tight end. That might be a mid-round guy they'd go for. But then, because outside of Sadiq, there's not anybody that people feel really awesome about being a first-rounder.
Hey, what do you make of this? Nick Caserio said, both on this show and in his press conference, that they could draft anything in this. They could, any position they could go with in this draft with their first few picks, except quarterback. They're not drafting a quarterback, he said, which makes sense. And yet, I'm looking at one other odds board, and they've got 8 players, and they've got the odds on the team that's most likely to draft them. For example, Caleb Downs, the safety out of Ohio State. The Giants, 2-1, most likely to draft him. Dallas, 4-1. Kansas City Chiefs, 5. They have all 32 teams. The Texans are at 33-1 to draft him. The one team that the Texans, of all these 8 players or so, and they got Jeremiah Love in here, and they've got Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from ASU. They've got Carson Beck, the Miami quarterback, who does not have a face that I get behind when it comes to placing wagers on him.
Yeah.
But the Miami quarterback who, got Miami to the national title game this year, all the other players in this exercise, the Texans are at 50-1, 80-1. They're way down the list. Carson Beck, the Texans are 6th on the odds board to draft him.
Is there some kind of a connection that we're missing? I don't know.
Did they meet with him? Did they work him out? Did they? I don't know. It's just very strange because it's the one guy who they're fairly high up the board for, and it's at a position that Nick Caserio has declared we're not going to draft. Now, Carson Beck isn't forecasted to go 28th or 38th or even 59th overall. He's probably thought to be closer to a late day 2, early day 3 pick. But they just drafted Mertz last year. But this would play into something I think we've said, hey, just draft one every year.
Well, every other year was the template in New England.
Right.
Is that throughout the entire Tom Brady era, the Patriots were still drafting a quarterback on average every other year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have zero clue how they feel about Graham Mertz. I know he was absolutely electrifying in the 3rd preseason game last year.
16 of 18, yeah.
16 of 18.
Oh, dude, yeah. He's going to get that bag, man.
It's obvious. I can't believe they didn't bench. Anyway, I'm on HoustonStressins.com where he tracks which prospects have met with the Texans.
Okay.
The only quarterback they have is Jalen Daniels.
What?
Yeah.
Jalen Daniels.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, from is it Kansas? Yeah, he's a Kansas kid. Yeah, he's Big 12 Player of the Year, I think, one year.
Yeah.
At Kansas.
They met with him at the Shrine Bowl.
Okay. Well,
Carson Beck.
No Carson Beck, but for whatever reason, the odds makers think there's a 14-1 chance that he could be a Houston Texan next year. So we'll see. Draft 2 days from now. We've got you covered all draft long here on Sports Radio 610 Thursday,
He shows
Friday,
up in a Lamborghini. I'm going to be
He's got nice rigs, man. Like
I know he does.
Got like $4 million, $5 million to play at Miami this year.
He spent way more of it on vehicles than a quarterback with his NFL future should have.
Yep. Do you not know that you lose 20% of the value when you drive that Lamborghini off the lot, Carson Beck? Come on, man. Come on. Dr. Chow, friend of the show, and a sports doctor, former doctor for the San Diego Chargers. He now has a website where he analyzes injuries for gambling purposes for people. What's it called again, Seth? Pick Performance, I think, something like that?
No, that's not even close. Sports Injury Central.
Sports Injury Central. Okay. Sick. Yes. Sick. No. Sick. I got picks with the prediction thing and Sick Sports. Sicksports.com. SIC. Sports Injury Central. Yeah. That's kind of close. Pick rhymes with sick. Here's Dr. Chow on the internet. No, Sean, you're way off. On Dr. Chow yesterday on his Twitter account, he is predicting with great vigor that Kevin Durant is going to play tonight.
KD for Houston, I believe, is playing Tuesday. KD, bet the house, will return to play before Luka does. If you're not sure about KD and if he's returning to play, and there's rumors of Luka maybe trying to play Game 3, bet the house that KD plays before Luka. I think KD has a very good chance. He just banged knees. He looked good in warm-up of playing Game 2 for the Rockets at the Lakers. I think Luka's target is round 2 because, as we talked about, one game too early aggravated, then he's out the rest of the playoffs kind of situation. I think the Lakers are going to need to try and get by Houston without Luka. Austin Reeves beats him back is our prediction.
Okay, Austin Reeves beats Luka back is his prediction. That might be the hottest take out of all the stuff we just heard there, because that had not been the forecast at the beginning of the playoffs, is that Luka might be back first. He seems very positive, and he obviously, Dr. Chow, Seth, saw the video footage of Durant practicing yesterday. Where he looked like he was moving pretty good. Had a wrap on his knee.
Yeah, because he had said before Game 2, so he had seen that.
Yep.
That makes me feel better compared to when I first heard the report that it wasn't just a bruise, it was a bruised patellar tendon. That's where things can get dicey.
Yeah.
But I guess then, all right, now it's okay if he's going to play. Let's see how he looks. That's kind of a big factor in it, too.
It is.
There's more than just stepping out on the court, Sean.
It is, yeah. And, and pain tolerance will be the big thing, because I think it's fair to say I don't think Kevin Durant, who plays – I mean, guy played 78 games this year at age 37. He was second in the league in minutes played. Like, anybody who's thinking, like, oh, Kevin Durant's jaking it or he's being soft, Kevin Durant plays. If he can tolerate the pain, he will play.
Yeah.
So from having not played in Game 1, chances are he's going to be dealing with it to some extent in Game 2.
Yeah, I don't even think you know what? I wouldn't say pain tolerance, because that's just it is what it is. Guys will play through pain. It's sometimes when you have any kind of bruising situation like that, sometimes it just shuts down and it's just not operating properly.
Oh, okay.
So there's times where it hurts like hell, but everything's functioning. But then if it starts swelling up, the nervous system starts shutting down, and you just don't have the strength, or you can't move the way he did. So I hope it is extreme. I hope it's one of those things where it's extreme pain, but with no effect at all.
Okay.
Because it keeps you focused.
Yeah.
It keeps you dialed in.
Focused.
You're fighting so hard to not let the pain affect you that you end up being even better.
Yes.
I hope you're in pain tonight, Kevin Durant.
Just the right amount of pain. Just the right amount of pain that makes you hyper.
It makes you really good. I'm not a jerk.
No, we're
or
wishing you
anything.
the best. If you're listening, we're wishing you the best.
That's what I always tell women before they go into labor, because I want them to really get the full experience.
It's a good pep talk.
I hope it's a painful one.
Right. But we want you to be focused. We want you to be focused. Deliver
and then,
that.
What you do is you tell all the horror stories of various. That's the word.
In that moment.
People have this need to tell pregnant women the horror stories of their own delivery or whatever. Don't do that to the poor women.
They don't want to hear that.
Don't. That's not what they need to hear right now.
No, that's not the pep talk they need. This is one of the 29 times that I wrote in my book about when it's acceptable to lie to women. That's right.
Okay?
In your book, yes. Fernando Mendoza explained yesterday. He was on the Rich Eisen show. and Rich Eisen asked him about his decision to stay home for the draft, which I still see people like having an issue with. Like,
really?
He's the number 1 overall pick, and he's not going to be there. Yeah.
Oh my God! I wish none of them would go.
I'm sure it's the heavy, slim sliver of the Twitter universe, but those people are out there.
Yeah.
Here's Fernando Mendoza, and I think people are forgetting one thing about Fernando Mendoza's family situation. He will outline it right here.
Well, I was hoping to run into you in Pittsburgh, but obviously, word is that you're going to be elsewhere. Can you walk me through that process and how you decided to celebrate your drafting the way that you plan to, Fernando?
Pittsburgh is a great opportunity, and it's a great venue. And I'm really excited to see all the guys, or most of the guys, walk across the stage on Thursday night. It's be a dream for a lot of guys. However, my mom really wanted to do it at home, and so do my parents. It's a lot easier for us, especially with the family situation. Mm-hmm. And I have to hop on a plane the next morning anyways. And for that travel, it'd be a lot easier to stay at home. I wanted to stay and make the memory with everybody who poured into my football journey. Mentors, coaches, family, friends. You want to share that moment with all of them is going to be the best memory that I can make. Rather than limiting it to 10 or 12 people in Pittsburgh, which is going to be great. And I still want to be the best league partner I can become and make sure that there's how many cameras.
Okay, we're good, Ben. We're good. We're good. He's on full Heisman speech mode at the end there.
His mom has multiple sclerosis and is in a wheelchair. Yeah. So, hey, listen, all you internet hardos who need Fernando Mendoza to be in Pittsburgh. You're also demanding that his mom, who has multiple sclerosis, and it's very difficult to travel and to deal with all of that stuff. I'm sure that the national championship game was taxing. That. Just back off.
Settle down, man.
Back off, jackasses.
Settle down.
Yeah. This isn't like me giving Kevin Durant the pep talk where I say I hope he's in extreme pain. This is different. Right. This is a mom with multiple sclerosis.
God, it's different.
You think I'm going to sit there and tell Fernando Mendoza, hey, listen, buddy, you got to toughen her up. Yeah. What the hell's wrong with you people?
I know. Come on, Internet. Be better. I want to role play this again. Hey, Ben, can you play the...
I can't believe there are insensitive people on the Internet. Still.
Believe it or not, they're still out there. I want to role play what I wished Fernando Mendoza's answer would have been to Rich Eisen's question here. Here, Ben, play it from the beginning again with Rich Eisen's question.
Well, I was hoping to run into you in Pittsburgh, but obviously, word is that you're going to be elsewhere. Can you walk me through that process and how you decided to celebrate your drafting the way that you plan to?
Sure, Rich.
Fernando?
Sure, Rich. Yeah, I just didn't want to run into you in Pittsburgh.
They say I'm on a pretty tight schedule.
That was my thought process.
And I didn't want to sit and just hem and haw about boring crap with you the whole time. Right. Would you want to sit next to a fireplace with your cardigan on? Will you whine about the boil on your back? You tired old man?
Yep, so that was my process. And then the next question. All right. Draft is just 2 days. Well, I can tell you, the draft is 59 hours, 24 minutes, and 1 second away because I'm looking at the countdown clock on ESPN in the lower left-hand corner of our big screen TV in the studio here. So we're just a couple of days away from the NFL draft. We've got you covered. In fact, mock draft injection time. We're going to do the mock draft injection. One of Seth's favorites, easy grader Chad Reuter.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's favorite social studies teacher.
With a little 7-round mockaroo. We'll hit the first few picks for the Houston Texans in Chad Reuter's final 7-round mock for NFL.com. We'll do that in the mock draft injection. Pettycast coming up, top of the hour. Stay there. But first, we talk about AI on this show quite a bit. And if AI is something that you as a business owner think
Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Pettycast time. We do it every Tuesday. To be honest, we're petty a lot of the time, but we're especially petty. And we highlight those who are also especially petty at 8 o'clock every Tuesday. There's already some petty on the base power text line, Mike and Cyfair. To be fair, I want the Texans to establish the run. I just don't want to watch them do it while averaging 1.3 yards per carry. I think that's a fair request.
Right. No, that's when you try to establish the run, but you can't actually run the ball, you end up being like the guy who thinks that the first day of prison you're supposed to go fight the biggest, strongest guy.
Right.
Because you saw it in a movie somewhere.
Yep.
And you end up somebody's
significant.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Like that's what the Texans have done in recent years. They try to establish the run, but then they get beat down by Debo in prison.
Yeah. No, Bill O'Brien's teams always were among the league leaders in rushing yards. Yeah. They were rarely among the league leaders in yards per carry.
Right.
So
yeah.
I think that's the point. Yeah, we hear you, Mike. We hear you. All right, Pettycast time. This was Charles Barkley. I think it's a good lead into tonight, just to remind everybody of how bad it was on Saturday. And Kevin Durant or no Kevin Durant, it's got to look better tonight offensively. Here's Charles Barkley's assessment of the Houston Rockets on Saturday night in their loss to the Lakers.
That's the way they play offense. They just play one-on-one basketball. It's better when it's Kevin Durant and Sengun, but they don't run plays. It's like everybody goes one-on-one. You look at that game, you're like, what are they doing? They just, whoever gets it, shoots it. But if you look at them through the entire regular season, we said they don't have a point guard, but they didn't have Kevin Durant to cover up all their flaws. And, I have no idea what kind of offense they're running. Whoever gets it just jacks it up anywhere, anytime. Everybody's got a green light. And Shaq and Kenny know everybody on the team don't have no damn green light. I mean, there's one, maybe two guys on the NBA team, like, you shoot it whenever you want to. The rest of the guys are like, okay, you can have some shots. But, there's no reason what they were doing out there tonight. It was awful to watch offensively.
They're just they're running a classic, RPO football offense where you've got a 7-foot-tall quarterback that just makes decisions on where he's going to go with the ball. So when you don't have your 7-foot-tall quarterback out there to play your RPO offense, things get dicey.
You're just playing Wildcat at that point, and just different guys are taking turns taking shotgun snaps and running the ball.
It's Barkley's saying pretty much what Rockets fans have been saying all year, but it's always nice when you hear Charles Barkley say it.
Yeah.
Because Barkley is the classic. Barkley with Houston especially is one of the guys that you reject whatever he's criticizing Houston for until he agrees with you, and then you say, look, Barkley's saying it.
Yep.
So obviously I've been validated.
Well,
damn it.
I love playing Barkley audio like that because it's right after the game was over, and he was bitter that he had to sit for 2 hours and watch that.
Yeah.
He just doesn't like watching bad basketball, and he makes no bones about it either. Who else doesn't like watching bad basketball? Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith is petty at the person who banged knees with Kevin Durant.
What an indictment against the Houston Rockets. What an indictment. First of all, I almost collapsed when I saw right before the game Kevin Durant gets injured. Who the hell did he bang knees with early in this week? They should be exiled from Houston. How the hell do you let that happen? How do you let Kevin Durant get hurt? He ended the regular season healthy. He was ready for the playoffs, and he gets hurt practicing against the teammate. Who the hell was that teammate? I want to know who he is. You understand what I'm saying? Let him ban him for the rest of the damn playoffs, for crying out loud. You got to do everything you can to safeguard KD Trey. He's everything to this franchise. Without him, they're nothing more than they were last year. He's the difference. He's the number one offensive option. He's the reason, okay? You had expectations this year. You can't let anything happen to him. You got to put him in a bubble, wrap him in some foam, do something, do anything you can to protect him, to make sure he's ready. Because without him, they're not winning this series.
Okay, I wanted to get to that part, the prediction at the end that with no Kevin Durant, Even though there's no Luka or Austin Reeves on the other side, they lose this series if they don't get Kevin Durant back.
However, the team refuses to name who banged knees with Kevin Durant because obviously there would be mobs of people out there like Stephen A. Smith. I feel like Stephen A. Smith at some point has tried to talk his groundskeeper into killing all the pigeons on his property or something. Like there was poop on his car one day at his mansion, and he demanded not just to kill all the pigeons, but to kill every bird on the property.
Right.
And the groundskeeper has had to very politely say, like, well, we really can't go around shooting every single bird.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. Smith will not hear of it. He's got a very heavy bird killing budget.
It's bird killing budget. It's interesting. The site that I go to for odds on series, Seth, like series, who's going to win the series, not available right now. The Lakers and the Rockets. Yeah. So they are, at least the corner of the world that I go to. I'm sure there's some that do have it out there. The one that I go to does not have it.
You know what? I wonder if David Chow earlier when he was saying that he feels very confident that Kevin Durant would play. I mean, his business model is he gives money to people for information for gambling, basically.
Yeah. Yep.
I wonder if he feels a little bit more confident saying, "Oh yeah, he's totally going to play," when he also knows that there aren't any odds on the game.
Well,
nobody's going to be blaming me for them risking their 401k.
On the series, and again, my site the site I use tends to be more conservative about allowing people to bet on things. I'm sure there's somewhere that you can bet on the series. Just that it's not on mine is at least an indicator.
What's that website where you can bet on anything in the world?
Kalshi. Yeah, they advertise on our station here. Yeah.
Okay, that's where I heard it, I guess.
You hear it probably every 30 minutes or so.
I got to check. I got to look into this.
Yeah.
I know that I will never use it myself because personally I'm not I would get into trouble. I would feel like I know exactly when it's going to snow in Timbuktu, damn it. Yeah.
For what it's worth, the site that I use does have a spread on the game tonight. They just don't have a series odds. The Rockets are 5-point favorites tonight. So, they're either really confident Kevin Durant is going to play, the odds makers are, or they feel like, okay, Houston's going to bounce back tonight. And there were some elements to that game, and I know it's a petty cast. I don't want to turn this into a full Rockets segment, but there were elements of that game that are like, okay, well, that's probably not. Like, I don't think the Rockets are going to shoot 40-something% at the rim again tonight just because that's so bad. I don't think Luke Kennard is going to go 5 for 5 from three-point range again, and that the Lakers are going to, as a team, shoot better than 50% from three-point range. If they do, I'll salute. Good for them. But it's basketball. These things tend to revert back to the mean. This was Draymond Green on his podcast saying, "Feels like the Steve Kerr era is over in Golden State."
I've never been so uncertain since early in my career on what happens next, but I'm truly at a loss now because you just don't know what direction will be what. Steph, myself, Steve shared a moment in what could be our last time playing with Steve as our coach. I'm happy we got to share that moment, and he didn't miss the moment. It was a big deal. I hope he's our coach next year. You want my opinion? I think not. Just because it just feels like that. It felt like that was it. I also hope I'm on this team next year. We also don't know that. And man, if it was, what a run it's been. So lucky to have had for 12 years Steve as my coach. We shall see. I don't know. Just got to stay ready for whatever it is and roll with the punches.
Okay, so you may be saying to yourself, Sean, this is the petty cast. That doesn't sound petty at all. He sounds like he's in love with his coach. The guy might retire, so he's probably a little upset about that. No, I am petty. Because F Golden State, good. I'm glad it's over.
Yeah.
F you, F your fans, F the owners, F the arena, F them all. That's good. Go away. You're done. Close the door. Steve Kerr. I don't need Steve Kerr's opinions on everything anymore. You're going
to be petty, though, because at some point you're going to be at some corporate conference and the keynote speaker is going to be Steve
Kerr.
Yeah. You're going to have to listen to him talk about just all of
team
his
building
and everything.
Yeah. No, you're right.
He's probably going to be a really good public speaker when he's done.
Probably, yeah. I hope
he hasn't written a book yet, so whenever he retires, there'll be a best-selling book coming out.
Yeah. I got one more.
I don't think he's written a book.
I don't know.
Can't find one on Amazon.
I haven't sought it out. Of course, I haven't sought any books out. So there you go.
You need to read more.
I read plenty. I just don't read books.
You need to read books.
Okay.
You're too intelligent to not be reading books.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation on a genre of book I should be reading? Or do you have actual book recommendations?
Yeah. You know what? No, I want to ask. I'll ask you a few things. Let me come up with some questions for you that I can ask you.
And then
if
you recommend 3 books to me, I'll read the 3 books.
Okay.
Yeah. I do need to. Huh?
That's a pretty big time commitment.
Okay. If you
can listen to them if you want.
I've never listened to an audiobook in my life.
Yeah. I was always dead set against it. Now I'm an addict.
Okay. Recommend 3. I'll pick 1, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right, one more Stephen A. Smith, as long as we're talking about Golden State. I'm petty about this because Stephen A. Smith completely erased something from Rockets history here.
This is a 4-time champion who's been to an NBA Finals in 6 years. Now, they haven't been back to the playoffs since that championship in 2022. That's 4 years.
Okay, pause right there. He's talking about Golden State. He said they haven't been to the playoffs in 4 years. Man, they beat the Rockets in the playoffs last year. I'm jealous that Stephen A. Smith has managed to block out something that I haven't been able to block out for a year now.
Yeah.
The hell, Stephen A. Smith?
It's okay for you to be jealous and petty in your career at this point too, though, Sean, because Stephen A. Smith gets away with a lot of factual blunders like that, which we all make them, we all do them. I'm the most guilty of the bunch when you're just free flowing and you say something and you don't realize you're making a mistake.
Yeah,
I feel like Stephen A. Smith, being at the pinnacle like he is, gets away with far too many egregiously wrong facts.
You
he throws out. Because he throws them out with such conviction.
Right. No, there's a bunch of people walking around thinking Golden State hadn't been to the playoffs in 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they did.
I do it, and I mess up. I screw up the knowledge base of the dozens of people when I do it. But yeah, Stephen A. Smith is on a very high pulpit.
Yes.
Can he not afford an assistant to give him the right facts?
You would think $20 million a year doesn't go as far as it used to, man. Here was Nick Caserio speaking of the NBA last week in his pre-draft press conference, and he was talking about the competitiveness of the NFL, and just as a little drive-by on the NBA.
Like, it's as competitive as a league as there is. I mean, this isn't like the NBA. So, I mean, we got a really competitive league.
And 8 seconds got so much attention for him.
Did he get that? There wasn't any blowback from that, was there?
Oh,
because if there was any blowback, it would have been from people who say the exact same thing.
Yep.
The lack of parity in the NBA is very known to the point where the commissioner talks about it.
Yeah.
And yet, when somebody outside your family criticizes your family, you don't want to hear about it.
Well, I think what Nick was nervous about, because we asked him about it the next day or 2 days later when he came on with us last Wednesday. Towards the end of the interview, I said, are people in the NBA, has the NBA come after you yet? Jokingly, I asked it because I knew they didn't. But I think he was concerned that might have been construed as shade at the Rockets specifically. So I think he was happy to get a chance to clarify. Like, no, I'm talking about the tanking. I'm not talking. Rockets are obviously a very competitive basketball team.
Yeah.
So I think that's what he was concerned about. Pettycast continuing here. This is Mike Florio trying to dial back his co-host, Chris Sims. He brings up Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel, tosses it to Sims to get Sims' opinion on it, and Sims starts to give his opinion on it, and Florio just starts jumping in and essentially like Hannibal Lecter masking Chris Sims here.
Well, it's the biggest story in the NFL. I mean, I wouldn't... I'd shoot you straight. These are things that I've been texting with about my with my friends in the coaching world. Even their wives are involved in the conversation as well.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Be careful. I'm trying to. You ever see Star Wars? You ever see Star Wars?
Yeah.
As Luke is going down the I don't know. I'm not enough of a Star Wars nerd to know all the terms, but his wingman is telling him stay on target.
Right.
I'm just giving you. I don't. Look, there's a lot there, and there's only so much that is reported and known, and that's I'm just trying to help.
All right. In Star Wars, did they tell that they have a thing called "shut up" and just let the person talk? They tell me that and read that line back.
I'm just trying to help you.
That's what Luke said to the guy as he was telling him to stay on target. Shut up! I'm trying to shoot the proton torpedoes.
Plus, it wasn't actually Luke that they were saying it to.
No, it wasn't. He butchered the Star Wars analogy. That's the part I'm most petty about.
like I said, we all make mistakes. But that part of it, you know what? Because it ends up, when he's on to stay on target and everything, he was trying to do Sims a solid while assuming that Sims would make some mistake, but also ends up suggesting that maybe there's way more to this than I feel like Florio basks in wanting people to know that he knows more than he's even letting on. Yeah. And I feel it was very self-serving in that moment as he acted and pretended to be protecting Chris Sims. Not to mention, at the same time, it almost could be construed as if Florio is trying to protect Sims from divulging something about his own personal life or something. Yeah, he was ironically enough, he was the worst wingman ever. He's using an analogy about wingmen. Yep. He was being a horrible, horrible wingman. It
was just a weird
It'd be like if Chris Sims were a single guy talking to a girl at the bar and Florio comes up to him and is like, hey, be sure you don't tell her about your venereal disease history. Okay? Don't tell her. She's pretty. Looks like she's probably clean. You haven't been. I know you think it's cleared up. Just remember, don't tell her about the syphilis from a couple years back.
And then at the end of the whole thing, he's acting like he knows he's got to get. Oh, okay. Yeah. And that's all I got to say. I got to go. I know you're talking to her. I got to go. Yeah.
Or if he's trying to set young single Chris Sims up with a girl or something. He's like, yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. You know what? He just he has really bad luck with women. He's fallen in love deeply way too quickly before. But he's a good guy. Yeah. You should totally go out with him and treat him like a doormat.
Oh, man. All right, last one here.
Worst wingman ever.
Horrible wingman on that thing. Stay on target. Get the hell out of here. Let's just play LeVar here, Ben, for sake of time. Nick Wright and Jason Whitlock both were calling LaMelo Ball, the son of LeVar Ball, a clown during his after his play-in game against the Miami Heat, where LaMelo Ball clearly intentionally tripped Bam Adebayo and knocked him out of the game. Bam Adebayo fell on his back and hurt himself. Both called LaMelo Ball. Nick called him a clown. Whitlock called him all sorts of things. Here is LeVar Ball defending his son, LaMelo Ball.
Now we're getting ready. We got these folks over here who ain't commenting on the game and talking about somebody a clown. Has Nick Wright ever looked in the mirror? I bet you if you look in the dictionary right now and you look up a clown, you're going to see two things. One, it's going to be somebody with some long hair on the sides and a big-ass nose. Yep, that's Nick Wright. A clown in itself. He's been a clown ever since I know him, and I know his tag team buddy, too. Yes, Gritlock. He looks like a clown, too. Puffy cheeks and a big round nose and a big belly to match. Yes, I'm calling them all out. They're all clowns. So don't ever curl your lips and say a ball boy's a clown, because you know you're a clown. That's why y'all keep looking at each other like two Rudy Poots. That's how this thing goes down. I'm trying to figure how somebody can lay on their back and with their left hand flip over a man 260 pounds. Try that. That ain't gonna work. And Spoelstra, don't be making all these excuses talking about you don't want to make an excuse. Then why you making one? Win the game and call it in. But if somebody falling on top of me, you best believe I'm gonna put my hands up and do all kind of stuff. So that's just how the balls are taught. We do some dangerous stuff. Get out the way, because we ain't getting stepped on. But you Rudy Poots, go look at the game and quit worrying about the shame. Triple B's, you know how I do this. But hey, like I said before, Gritlock and Nick Rome, y'all stay together, because you're a good team of nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot. I'm so glad for the Pettycast, because he reminded me Rudy Poot. Yeah. I meant to start working Rudy Poot more into it. Yeah. I'd never heard Rudy Poot before. And one of our texters said, well, that's something, he accused that of saying that was one of the words that we've appropriated from black culture. And I had to correct him and say, no, it hasn't been appropriated yet.
Not yet.
That is on my list. I feel like I failed in my duties this week. I was like, I haven't appropriated anything in a while. Rudy Poot is on the list.
Yes.
Expected to be fully appropriated by next year this time.
Write it down, Seth. Do not forget, because we're not going to play this audio every week. Rudy Poot.
It's one of the few, like the rare terms that we haven't appropriated, and then you see it on a list of the slang the kids are using.
Yes.
When in fact, black kids were saying it 20 years ago.
That's right.
It just now got around to mainstream white kids.
That's right.
Rudy Poot.
Yep.
We're behind.
Rudy Poot.
There's one thing we need, we love, it's a schedule, and we got to stick to it.
All right,
Jenkins, where are we on the Rudy Poot project?
I love that. All right, the draft is on Thursday. ESPN plans to have 3 separate TV feeds for the draft. The NFL Network is now part of ESPN.
Bunch of Rudy Poots.
ESPN, maybe. Which of these three, I've got the cast of characters for all three. Which of these three are you going to be watching the draft on based on who's going to be covering it, specifically the people that are going to be covering it? We'll go through that exercise for you coming up next.
No KD, big problem. The Rockets dropped game one of the Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so people like your book recommendations, Seth. So I need to do this because then people can live vicariously through me expanding my horizons here.
Yeah,
by reading these books. So
like I said earlier, you're too smart to not be reading books.
Right.
There is something about it, because honestly, and look, I could sell it to you a million different ways, but if for your health alone, there is still something about reading something for an extended period of time, letting it seep into your brain, thinking about it over time.
Yeah.
That just engages your brain in a different way than reading short articles. Like even long-form articles or whatever, it's just different, and there's a lot of ties to improved longevity.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. I do want to be around for a while. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's it.
So for your longevity alone.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
I don't want to have to break in a new partner, Sean.
I don't want you to have to.
The day you start being as dementia-riddled as I am, we're screwed, okay?
Yes.
So stave off the dementia as long as possible.
Okay, so there's a little bit of self-preservation in you wanting me to do this as well.
100%,
okay,
yes.
Yeah. Unabashed.
This because I care about you.
Hey, one real quick text from Chris in the ATL, who's a loyal listener in Atlanta, listens every day. I enjoy Seth's book recommendations, like The Psychology of Money.
Oh, yeah.
You recommended that one before.
That was recommended to me by Nick Casario.
Right. I read recently Surrounded by Idiots by Thomas Erickson. It focuses on behavior patterns to improve communications with peers. Note, I'm not being a smartass because of the title and content recommending it to you, Sean. LOL. I thought it was really good for understanding people better. So there's a recommendation from Chris. A book recommendation.
And then when you start, if I get you into some fiction, which men are notoriously loath to read, there is something about reading fiction that it stresses your brain in different ways, including just like the exercising empathy a little bit.
Okay.
And then also just like following different plot lines and all that. I would hazard that watching a cable series does the same thing.
Maybe.
But, the literary types that are trying to sell you books.
Right. That's okay. I'm willing to try new things, man.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin, he's trying something new. He's getting into broadcasting, Seth. He is joining the NBC Sunday night studio show, which the last few years has been Maria Taylor hosting, Jason Garrett, who I've not heard anything about his future on that show. Although, other than there's rumors that he might be on the way out, he's just not really.
Jason Garrett?
Jason Garrett, yeah.
He's not out already?
He's not that I know of.
He's just so bland.
You're right.
He seems like a perfectly likable guy.
Yeah.
But there is something about, man, I'm a simple creature still in some ways that I want somebody. I would prefer that the people on television have a certain energy level to them.
That's a good thing to hope for. Yeah, I think so.
They don't have to be over the top. I'm not saying debate show energy or anything, but just make it interesting.
Well, they got rid of Tony Dungy, and my guess is that, and I know Rodney Harrison's on that show. They've got a weird dynamic with some of the people in studio. Some of them, anyways. Collinsworth Kid is on there sometimes. I'm guessing, Seth, that Mike Tomlin is filling the role that Tony Dungy used to have, and being the longtime former coach who's giving you that coach's point of view. But he will do it with more energy, because I don't know that anybody did it with less energy than Tony Dungy.
Right, and I think with Dungy always just felt that he was trying to there's certain ways of, like, almost like sometimes people who are known as, like, really good people, there's sometimes that holds them back on television because you need to deliver an opinion at some point. And former coaches tend to be the worst at this because none of them want to sell out any of the other fraternity members of coaches, of NFL head coaches. With Tomlin, I think Tomlin can end up being really good because I would suspect, like most head coaches that enter this, he's not going to be critical of other coaches, but I always admire the guys that can pick up things while they're watching multiple games on a Sunday and really get to the relevant thing that hurt this team.
Yeah.
Or that because especially if they're watching a Texans game and I'm watching the whole game, then all of a sudden one of these guys that is just, trying to watch 5 games at once points out exactly the relevant topic. I feel like Tomlin could be that guy.
Yep. I think he'll be. I'm optimistic about Mike Tomlin joining NBC.
Somebody, one of our listeners says he thinks Jason Garrett is great, but thought that Dungy is bland. Maybe I got to go pay attention to your. I got to pay attention to Garrett more this year. I don't watch that many. Usually the Sunday night stuff, I'm preparing for KHOU.
Yep.
So I really don't get to see any of the Sunday night, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I don't. I usually
football
don't.
Night in America.
Yeah, I don't get home until it's over because I'm doing post game till like 6:30.
Yeah.
And then I got to drive home, so I don't get to see a lot of it. I am familiar with Jason Garrett's work because he's on NBC, and NBC, for whatever reason, loves to torture Notre Dame fans and just not give us the best guys that are available.
Yeah.
He's on the Notre Dame broadcast, and he's fine. He's all right.
He does the color commentary?
He's the color commentator, yeah. And so he's okay. Now, the thing Notre Dame now gets, I don't want to go too deep, they get some Big Ten games now. When they're playing a Big Ten team, NBC has the Big Ten, so sometimes we get Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge. They're really good.
Yeah.
But, Jason Garrett doesn't do it for me too much.
Who's play-by-play for Notre Dame now?
Boy, Noah Eagle on some games, and Dan Hicks, he's fine. He's a graduate of the school, so he feels like a hometown. Like the NBC kind of treats them like the home team,
like a baseball broadcast. Almost like today, they kind of
Yeah, it's not.
They can't be as homerific as a baseball broadcast.
They're not, but it's clearly a Notre Dame directed.
Well, they clearly
broadcast.
know more. One thing that always happens is you just flat out know more. About that team, obviously.
Yep, you're around that team. Let's get one of these in here before we get out and talk to the guys on In the Loop. This was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on Will Anderson Jr.'s contract extension.
Will, as you all know, is outstanding young man, outstanding player. He shows up every single day, working how we expect guys to work, doing all the things that a leader does. He's the guy, for me, that you want guys following. He embodies everything that it means to be a Texan, and he's definitely deserving of the contract, the situation that he's gotten. That's been given to him. He's earned it, and he's done an outstanding job of leading.
I still don't know what that is in the background there.
It's an old school film projector or whatever, a reel-to-reel movie projector.
Is that what it is? I thought he was maybe blending a smoothie or something.
I kind of like it. When I was listening yesterday, I got nostalgic for just sitting and watching. Remember when you would watch it in your class?
Oh,
Like, oh, it's movie day, and they'd wheel in the projector and everything.
Yes,
you had to stop and switch the reels.
Yes, that's what. Yeah, I can't. It sounds like a lawnmower. It sounds like a blender. It sounds,
Anybody want a snow cone?
Yeah, thank you, Ben. Yeah, right. It's a soft ice cream machine. It's something.
Hey, kids, indulge us for a second. Yourself included, Reginald. I know you're a full-grown adult, but the things that used to be wheeled into our classrooms, film projectors.
Yeah.
Computers. Once a month.
Yep.
We would get exposure to a computer.
The overhead projector.
Yeah, that was omnipresent, right? That was always there. That was the main.
I guess depending on the class.
Yeah. I was in the NFL looking at overhead projections. Okay. Yeah. If we go into antiquated NFL stuff, when I was in the league, we were using Beta as our. That's how we watched film.
Really?
It was Betamax. Yeah.
That's like the late 90s. Oh, is the quality of it was better?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we didn't go digital until 2000. I want to say it was 2005.
No, but Beta, everything at home was always VHS for me growing up.
But in the NFL, it was Beta.
They kept using it in the NFL, huh?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess in a lot of professional settings they did because it was. I guess it's easier to work with or so. I don't know. One of the film guys explained it to me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Betamax was the better film format, but VHS ended up winning.
Okay, yeah. All my dirty stuff from Cinemax, I taped on VHS back in the day.
And that's the standard, I think.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a little grainy, so what,
Yeah.
Who cares? What's up, fellas? John Lopez, Reggie Atatula.
Kind of in a bad way.
Why are you in a bad way?
Because the bathrooms are closed on this floor.
Oh, we're at that stage now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, of the renovation going on.
I got a prostate the size of a volleyball.
Do they?
Thanks for sharing, by the way.
But they.
Do you?
Oh yeah, I get up 2-3 times a night.
You should just get it lopped out.
Can you do that?
I don't know.
Because I'm listening.
Yeah.
Sean's been throwing shade at me all day about how I'm not a real doctor, and it's starting to piss me off.
Well, you had me for a second there.
It's great.
I was like, you can. Is it like the appendix?
Yeah.
Well, what do they say? They say that basically, for any man, if you live long enough, you're probably going to get prostate cancer because it just eventually forms. But it's like as long as you keep track of it.
Right.
So I don't know. Can you just get? Can I just get? It's kind of like the kids these days that get
Tommy John.
the the Tommy John surgery preemptively. Can I just get my prostate?
Can I get
lopped
someone
out?
else's prostate?
Oh, a prostate transplant. Yeah.
Wait, but once you don't have your prostate, does that create sexual issues? Is there certain things you can and cannot do?
That's a really good question.
I skipped that class in medical school.
Yeah. Because if it causes medical issues, I'll get up every hour to go pee. Yeah.
So we got to kind of go through a maze of wires and construction and climbing.
To go to the I thought you were still talking about your prostate. I was like, wires.
Yeah, I know. I did too. I'm like, what the hell's
going on?
And then go down
the stairs,
C-3PO,
and then back up the stairs.
Yeah. You can be able to do it?
No.
Okay. Reggie, you've been warned.
That's right. I already told him if he urinates on himself, I'm not letting him live it
But
down.
you see that cup where he keeps
Just
his,
where it depends during the show. That's what Jim Ross does during WWE telecasts.
I'm going to experiment with it during training camp this year.
It depends?
I might just wear Depends on a couple of our broadcasts. Because even though it's 6 a.m., it's as many Houstonians might realize, it's still quite warm at 6 a.m.
Indeed. Yeah. So what is the you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. What?
I'm reading about what happens post prostate removal.
I knew you were looking something up.
All right, I'm still listening. John, I'd hold off until you have to do it.
There you go. See, Dr. Payne, that's why he's such a crappy doctor. He waffled in the last minute.
They're about to do surgery. Wait.
Mr. Lopez, hold on a second.
John's driving away. Dr. Seth is chasing him down the street.
On second thought.
Chat GPT open on his
Lopez
phone.
is leaving the office, and I'm scrolling on my phone like, whoa. Hey. Hold on a second. You don't want to deal with this.
Stop. I'm a doctor.
No, waving your arms. No.
Oh, my God.
See, the other problem is, and Reggie knows this and Figgy knows this, not only do I have a large prostate,
right,
but I drink water throughout the show.
Well, you're supposed to. It's healthy, right?
I drink maybe half a gallon, if not more.
All right, how many times a day do you go to the bathroom, period?
Reggie?
During the show, I'm getting
5,
3 or 4. Oh, yeah. That might be fair.
I go twice during the show, but I can hold it if I want to. But, especially early in the show, some of our breaks are a little longer, it feels like. So I'm like, I'm going to go take care of business.
I'd say 4 or 5.
TCB.
Yeah.
I've honestly intentionally started to try to defiantly fight against the hydration propaganda. I just
big water. Big water.
I'm like, listen, you bastards. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to sell me a bunch of water I don't need.
That's right.
Right.
I like sleeping through the night. I don't care if I'm a little dry when I wake up.
Dude, and the best of the ones in the convenience store where this one with a fancier label is $2.09.
Yeah.
This one where the plastic, you could probably squish it with your pinky, is $1.09. I'm like, okay, are we going to taste test this water here? So I'll take give me the $1.09 right now.
Yes.
It's got electrolytes. Which electrolytes? I'm like, salt. Thanks.
I'm enjoying this crosstalk. I just wanted everybody to know
as
that.
we all know, most Americans don't get nearly enough salt. Yeah.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day?
First of all, I think Seth really is a doctor. He's got this nailed.
Close enough. Close enough.
At the very least, I bet his rates are a lot lower than if you had to use your insurance.
That's for sure.
Right. I think that the give and take of it is worthwhile.
He dishes out for free on here every day.
Exactly.
I've long advocated that what we need in this country is more bad doctors. You want to keep the costs down.
Right.
It's like there's some things you don't need a fancy doctor for.
Right.
Which actually our telemed, our insurance company, which I have that we use here, our insurance plan. There's certain things I'm not happy about. The telemed is awesome.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quick. It's like $15 or whatever, and you get to talk to a doctor who's minimally listening to you, but it's gonna tell you what you want to hear.
He's gonna say yes.
They give you a prescription. I've never used it. Do they give you prescriptions on there too?
For certain things, they get real dorky about the OxyContin. But other than that, when I've needed
Valium.
I go doctor shopping on telemed 4 times a day.
I need you to match me with the perfect doctor. Well, what would that be? One that'll prescribe anything.
So, question of the day.
Question of the day. Yeah.
Couple of pretty big game 2s last night. Big game 2 tonight.
Yeah.
What are sports truisms that you believe that others might argue? Because I've always said game 2. It's the most important game in basketball.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Sports
truisms.
Like, just as another example, I always have believed that there should be relegation in American sports.
Oh, okay.
Just
so
truisms, the things that you believe that others might argue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've long believed. Well, one, along your lines with the game too. I do believe in the thing like every series begins when the road team wins a game. Like that's where it gets its juice.
Yeah.
So I believe that. The one thing, this is along the lines of your relegation, because relegation is sort of like an idea as much as it is a truism, a concept, if you will.
Yeah.
I have long held the belief that in every sport, but especially the NBA, with as much kind of like not rigging, but like as much as teams seem to try to play their way into certain seeds, even at the expense of not trying in games, let the top 4 teams draft their opponents. In the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah. Draft.
I like
the only problem with that, Sean, is I like it for a lot of reasons, 'cause especially when you start getting into division winners that shouldn't even be in the playoffs and everything. It would make for less competitive early rounds.
Yeah. Maybe.
You know, it turns into a lot of 16 versus 1 types of situations potentially.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we have anyways right now. You know? Like it's so that's I think you're right. You don't know how it's going to play out year to year in terms of the competitiveness of the series. I just think the process would be, because you make it for TV, and teams now have a chip on their shoulder because they're the first pick.
You picked us for homecoming, basically.
Yeah,
homecoming,
Yeah, so I like the emotional part.
That part, so maybe it would end up really, creating more of an underdog feel that would create more upsets and everything.
Yeah. So that's sort of my answer to your relegation.
Mine is just that I don't think you should ever assume that a quarterback taken in the first round should start immediately. That it's a case-by-case basis, and that as soon as you start saying, no, you need... I don't like when people get into arguments about how you have to start a quarterback if you draft him in the first round, or does a guy need a year, or quarterbacks should sit and learn. I think it's case-by-case, but you should never draft a guy thinking, yep, he's a starter from day one.
So you hate the person that has that truism, the truism of starting a quarterback right away.
Well, I feel like hate is a strong word.
Sports hate.
Yeah.
Sports hate. I mean, you sports hate them, but if they came into your clinic or your practice, you would give them medical advice.
I mean, it's the Hippocratic Oath.
I mean, Dr. Payne would still serve them.
Jim Irsay basically named Anthony Richardson the starter during training camp, and that was clearly a situation where they probably should have waited a little bit.
Yep. And yet they smoked the Texans that game in week 2.
Right, yeah. On 2 long runs, beautiful runs by Anthony Richardson, but he still had a lot of he still has a lot he needs to learn as an actual quarterback.
Yep, no doubt. All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
Thank you.
Antibodies to you.
I'll keep
Dr.
you updated.
Payne. Yeah.
Yes, antibodies and may your prostate remain in place for as long as possible.
I think that was for you, Lopez.
That was definitely for me.
I will take that, though. That feels like a blessing that I would also like to have.
It's a room blessing. I'll be happy to take that.
Unless you're comfortable with no fluids coming out when you typically expect fluids to come out.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah.
No. Appreciate the well wishes. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Did not anticipate that my workday would start with so much prostate talk. And yet,
I'm here for you.
Here we are. Yeah. And
you knew it once them bathrooms was out of
But this is the thing. I had not planned for such things, and here we are now. I have to look. I don't worry about my prostate that much, and obviously I'm still young enough to where that is not a unreasonable thing to do. But now I got to be concerned about what you got going over there. That is very disconcerting today, man.
So what's the over-under, Sean, before you get out of here? What are there, 4 breaks an hour?
No,
three.
Thanks for knowing the
class. Counting the top. I mean, however you want to count
that.
Yes,
3 an hour. There's 12 breaks in your show.
All right, 12 breaks in the show.
What percentage do you go
over under that I'm late getting back to the segment?
Number of segments you're late getting back?
I think late getting back is 1.5. Right?
Yeah. I think 1.5 is a good number.
Okay.
Because some breaks are going to be a little longer than others. You know, some you won't have a live read or something like that. You got like an extra minute. for you to get
the
down
live
there.
reads are a little flying.
Yeah. So I think the over-under on number of times you go to the bathroom is going to be a little less because it's the inconvenience.
Probably true, yeah.
So I'll put the number at 4.5 because you said 4 to 5 times a show.
Yeah.
So 4.5 feels like a good number. And I think 1.5, Reggie's number, is a good number for number of segments.
And you would take
breaks, you'll be back late.
And you would take?
I would take the over on both.
All right, so here's the thing. If you do, I would take
I'm a
the
square
under.
better on this.
I would take the under on you being late. But if
Okay.
you do hit the over, what I'm telling you is I will buy you a medical catheter. Or not a catheter. That might be a little much. But I'll get you one of those medical urinals.
the little urinal, hospital urinal.
Yeah, I'm going to get you one of those so that you don't leave this room.
How wide? Well, that's all right.
Buddy, it is 10:07 a.m. People are not trying to hear this right now, my boy.
I didn't say anything.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Figgy, over, under?
Honestly, I'm going to say under because it's not that bad of a trip.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, I did continue to talk prostate just for you.
Look, I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I did. In fact, let's get going here on a Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program. Hopefully, we are entirely done with that previous talk. Everything else, okay, all right. Now Sean is pouring water into the trash
pouring
can.
noises into the garbage can so Lopez wets himself.
You were that kid, weren't you?
Yes.
You were that kid
Yes.
trying to put people's hands in water when they were sleeping.
Oh,
and stuff.
sleepovers?
What a jerk.
Oh, man. I had a dime for every gallon of urine I was able to procure at a sleepover. Those old wives' tales. Yes.
I mean, I get it, right?
Yeah.
This ain't no digging ditches, but sometimes my job is a little bit difficult. I want you to understand this. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line if you would like to text about draft stuff or NBA stuff or Astro stuff. That stuff is allowed. Anything else, if we're talking about prostates, please, I just hope that you keep that to yourself. Really and truly.
More than we did.
I really hope. I've already gotten plenty of this. But then also, we appreciate the Mo Cameron Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And John Lopez, we are fully in that week leading up to the draft, but also we got voluntary workouts that started yesterday, and we got to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans.
Yes, we did. We absolutely did. What stood out to you?
That was where I was going to ask you.
Okay.
I was going to ask you because
I'll go.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it would. So I just have surprised myself at how worried I'm getting about Tank Dell and his availability based on previous DeMeco comments, Nick Caserio comments, and then yesterday didn't help. Figgy, do you have 14 here?
Yes, I do.
Let's listen to this.
Tank has been around, working out all throughout the offseason while no one else was here. Tank has been here working, grinding in the background. So I'm excited to see Tank. When it is his time to get back out and play football, it's everybody here. We all love Tank. We've seen the ability that he has, the big play-making ability. And, I mean, nobody loves Tank more than me. And I'm hopeful that we can get him back to playing back to the level that he was playing. But I think it's also, we know how devastating of an injury that was for Tank. So I'm proud of the young man for him just working in the background, working in silence to be back here working out with the guys and having that opportunity to go play again.
So there's we were talking about truisms. There's two truisms in what he said there. No one can argue Tank Dell is busting his behind.
Correct.
Trying to, do things, as he said, when nobody's looking, just continue to work.
Also when there's a few cameras. You know what I'm saying? You see these breaks, you see him getting in and out of these breaks. Twitchy, baby.
Yeah, no,
Twitchy.
absolutely. So no question, he is working his behind off. And yet, the second part of that is, we'll see. It was devastating whenever that time comes. So it should make me feel better that he's working so hard, and in a way it does. But they're still at a place where they can't say, hey, they can't even say the proverbial, well, he's ahead of schedule.
I mean, don't we knock them for doing that?
We do. No, but that thought just occurred to me.
Right.
So it's like, yes, he's awesome. He's working. It's great. No one's going to beat him in terms of work, and yet they're not quite ready to.
But do they got a good track record when they do that? Because they was kind of doing that with Christian Harris at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. Heck, you can name several players, over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah, this feels like a little bit of a Rorschach test of sorts, where the way that you react to this maybe says a little bit more about you than it does about the Tank Dell situation. in actuality, in part because we haven't gotten that much from them. I think that that's somewhat intentional, is to limit the amount of expectation and pressure that there is on Tank Dell. Maybe more expectation than it is pressure, particularly. Because ultimately, the idea is let him work back, and when he is prepared, be ready. And as we could tell, with numerous sports in the Houston area, that injuries do not go with any level of planning, right? There are setbacks. There are slow developments. Sometimes there are faster developments. I wish that happened more often than the others. But I think that they're just leaving this open, right? Because the way that this wide receiver room is situated, it is very easy for you to, get your hopes up and immediately slot him in as a starter. And that's a lot. That's a lot.
And maybe it's asking too much of them to even, sort of broach the topic. At this point, just to, maybe they are confident, but they don't want to say how confident they are, just to cover their bases, so to speak.
That's still a little scary, though.
It is.
Of course, right? And when you don't have that level of confidence coming from them, again, you can have some of that doubt creep in. And again, we've had enough in Houston that makes you real skeptical about injuries and injury return timelines. That's a reasonable response. And so, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I can only be but so cautious or so scared about this, for lack of a better way of saying it. I am going to operate under the assumption that, hey, I'm not going to have any guarantees, but I'm not looking at this as, oh, this is something terrible that's happening that they're trying to hide. I'm going to operate this as whenever he gets back is when he gets back, and that's when we'll start the evaluation of him.
No, I think it's good. Like, it's encouraging that Tank Dell is doing all this, and it seems to be he's focused and certainly motivated and all that. No, I think it's actually very good. The other side of it, though, is what makes me just go, ooh, boy. This receiver thing might need to be addressed.
And 979 makes a point here on the text line. I think a lot of this stems from Joe Mixon, or you can go to Christian Harris as well, right? They have been pretty mum on certain injuries that have ultimately come back to bite you in the butt for the expectation. And I think that Joe Mixon, part of this was also some of that. They do seem to be handling this just a little bit different than Joe Mixon, though, in that, it
seemed like they really like Tank Dell.
And he's around. Joe Mixon wasn't around.
Yeah.
So they have some, some tangible.
They got some high praises on Tank Dell.
Exactly.
No, 100%. And we've seen what he can do when he plays. Plus, I think also the Tank Dell being around versus Joe Mixon not being around, like, that seems like a small thing, but I do think that is part of this. They have seen Tank Dell in a way that Joe Mixon kind of was not around, and they were not getting in touch with him to the point that it annoyed us, where they were like, "Hey, you're his employer, and you don't have no contact with him about what's happening during the midst of this injury." So yeah, I think that some of that showed up. Can we give me DeMeco Ryans 5 here? Because you asked me what I found interesting. DeMeco Ryans, obviously the head coach of the team, was talking yesterday as the team is starting up voluntary workouts, and of course as we head towards the 2026 NFL draft. And he was asked about how potential playing time and availability might impact draft process for them this year.
Yeah, the potential playing time, I always tell guys this when I meet them, it all starts like after the draft. There's a lot of hype, there's a lot of momentum going into the draft. Where you going, when are you selected? To me, I always tell guys, it really doesn't matter where you're selected, and I truly believe that. Whether you're a first rounder or where you're undrafted free agent, it's what do you do when you get here? Right? How are you taking advantage of the reps that you're given? How are you taking things and owning them in the classroom? How are you being accountable for those things and, remembering what you need to remember and going out and executing those things? You come in and you do those things very well. To me, it doesn't matter where you're selected. If you can help our team win, if you can improve our situation, you're going to play. And that's all I want, and that's all I expect for the guys. They come in, do their best, grow each day. If they can help us, they'll play right away.
I want to tie this into the takedown because this is, again, like he said a lot, didn't really give us a ton there, which is in part because they've been pretty, standard on this. This is the idea is their mantra is if you get in here, no matter what your previous circumstances are, that will dictate how we operate when it comes to that. Which you can see them some cases where it verifies that, and some cases where it doesn't quite.
Yeah, that's
which
what
I find it kind of interesting.
Yeah.
However, this felt like, again, they could do anything in the draft. Like, this did not narrow it down. And the reason why I play this is I can't shake that. This feeling of every time I feel like, oh, well, do we feel like we have an idea of what they would do? Something else comes up that pops up and makes me go, maybe not. And I am so very intrigued for this draft to see what happens because it feels like the possibilities are pretty much endless.
I think they're wide open, but I also feel, to what he said there, and he said, as you said, somewhat vague. I do think they tell themselves and they believe, that hey, it doesn't matter, everybody's going to, and ultimately that proves to be the case. I mean, they have players that have become hugely important to this team that weren't drafted real high. At the same time, I do believe, not just with Houston, with every team, drafted in the top 3-4 rounds, you have a distinct advantage. You get every benefit of the doubt, and until that undrafted guy, proves otherwise.
Right, for sure. And again, I just look at this and I go, I don't know exactly how to play this. You found this also interesting, just the level of input that DeMeco Ryans has in the draft, because there's a feeling that obviously what the coaches want is taken into account. But DeMeco Ryans, this cut 23 here, Fig, if you don't mind. Do you have equal input when it comes to both offensive and defensive prospects going into the draft?
Yeah, with the draft, myself and Nick, we come together. So every decision that's made, we make that decision together.
That's it. Short and sweet.
There's a lot there.
You know what that reminded me of, Figgy? I hired Nick Caley. I hired him. I hired the coach. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
I think, look, they could call me a big dummy and stupid and everything else. Nick Caserio has a better, more significant impact on offensive picks, in my view. On the offensive style, on the offensive philosophy, on the offensive coaches. I mean, just look at the track record of those guys and where they come from. And I really believe DeMeco Ryans, yes, they come together and make the pick, but in terms of impact, DeMeco Ryans has more impact on the defensive guys and Nick Caserio on the offensive guys. And it was just a nice short answer like, oh, yeah, we do it together. Okay. I mean, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, there's times, even in this press conference, and we can get to that during the course of the show, where you hear him break down the process of a defensive player in detail. He was asked about evaluating defensive linemen, particularly when it comes to first and second down guys that are two down guys that maybe don't have the full range, and he's breaking that down. He's giving you detail. When it comes down to offensive things, it's pretty sparse. And I think we were talking about this basketball-wise yesterday. I don't think a head coach has to be everything all the way around. But I do think it's interesting when you look at this team, there aren't, especially on the offensive side of the football, super strong personalities, and maybe personalities in the right way, but super strong figures where you go identifying those offensive guys. Maybe on the offensive line, now you have Cole Popovich that you feel comfortable identifying on the line. But other than that, it does feel like that is very much Nick Caserio, their scouting team, having large impacts or input versus what feels like maybe the coaching staff actually having a lot of input.
And there's nothing wrong with it. I think they're just trying to, push forward that united front. We do it together, et cetera.
Yeah, it does make me interested in seeing how this offensive draft goes. I mean, literally the offensive side of the football, any offensive players that they might take, how that shows up. And what we can surmise from that, because at the very least, offensive line is one of those things that you question when it comes to this team and their drafting to some degree. But we'll have an opportunity to dig into that. But we'll dig into some more DeMeco Ryans as we go through the program, seeing as he talked yesterday. You'll hear from Will Anderson Jr. after signing his extension later today on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next here in the Loop, the Rockets have Game 2 tonight, and David Chow, who is a former team doctor, physician, obviously he talks about sports injuries. He has a little bit of a thought on how this series goes injury-wise. Is this more encouraging to you or not? I'll let you hear it, and we could talk about that next.
No KD, big problem. The Rockets. at West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
By the way, I don't want you folks on the base power text line to think that I missed the multiple references to the truism that you hold dearest, being that the most important thing in football is the football.
It sure is.
We will never forget that that life altering information that we once received.
I mean, that was one of his.
David Culley. I mean, it is true.
It's on record.
It is true.
The most important thing about football is the football.
You can't deny that it's not. You can't deny that it's true.
When you win a Super Bowl, you got to win your division.
That actually.
That was one of my favorite ones too.
No, you don't.
That one we've fallen off on the true.
Yeah. You got to play winning football for 4 quarters.
That one you do got it.
Yeah, I think yeah. He's
or maybe you could play winning football for 1 quarter,
as long as it's a really good quarter.
Yeah, if they're not playing winning football, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay. Yeah, 1 for 3, I think, is what we went with there.
I think the Atlanta Falcons play winning football, for 3 quarters?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Sports funny like that, man. It's not always absolute, but it is important.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
I 1 for 4. It's really getting bad. His percentage here is not. Let me stop.
We'll have a chance to win football games. How many? I don't know.
Technically correct.
That was a real press conference, guys.
That was the real one.
Yeah.
Hey, we're in so much of a better place than we once were.
I took this job simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
Mm-hmm. I was standing in the back of the room, and to see the faces of Texan staffers as this was going on.
We're going to be an offense that's going to be an offense.
Again.
How can you deny that?
Yeah.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We're obviously gearing up for the NFL draft, as a lot of GMs are, and not just because of the normal things, because of something new, right? As we know, the new NFL rule takes what had previously been 10 minutes between first-round picks, trims it down a whole 20% to 8 minutes between first-round picks. And that seems pretty insignificant to us. Honestly, it would be significant in, can we get this thing over with sooner? Because I will say, the excitement for the first round really does wane when you get into, when you're like at pick 20 and it's bedtime.
Yeah.
Like, damn, man, let's go.
Let's keep it moving, boys.
Let's go.
Let's keep it moving.
Hopefully the 8 minutes between first-round picks helps tighten that up. But GMs aren't happy about it. There's been a number of GMs that have talked about, the limitation and how they're not exactly excited about it. Steelers GM Omar Khan said that he preferred the old rule, saying, I'd love to have 10 minutes, but it's the same for everybody else. 8 minutes is what it is, but those 2 minutes, it feels like an eternity sometimes, close quote. I appreciate that he hit you with your favorite line in there, but no, it's one of those things where it's easy for us to go, well, why does it take you so long to make a selection? I think Mike McCarthy of the Steelers even joked, I only have 40 seconds to make a play call, so it would be fine. But it's different, right? They're also doing the movings and shakings of calling different people and maybe seeing what, not just what the selection that they would want is, but what the possibility of moving up, down, or elsewhere would be in that time period. And so losing 20% of that time has to be pretty big here now, doesn't it?
Oh, I think it's big in just that one particular way. The picks, they have their board. Trust your board. Let's go if you're not making a deal. But it makes a big difference in trades. I'm curious. This is going to be really fun to watch, kind of at another level here, other than the pick and any deals that are made. Like, after the fact, I'm going to be curious how many bad deals are made.
That was my thought.
How many bad deals are made?
That they didn't get a chance to go through their entire process.
Yeah.
Going to start getting a little uncomfortable. We're like, okay, do it. All right, fine.
Right. And I think it's going to be a real test for the general managers. Maybe we're going to see a trend of a lot of early deals, a deal is consummated for pick 8, let's say, right as the draft is starting. They're already kind of working on those, even though they don't know the first 7 picks per se.
Yeah, and that's the uncomfortable thing, because especially in a draft like this
one. If this happens, the deal's in.
Oh, so like contingent draft, deals. Maybe so. But it feels like so many of these deals, kind of come together because the board is falling a certain way, and you're malleable. In this way, I do wonder if Nick Caserio isn't better situated for this than other other GMs because he is very used to being on the phone and doing all these things. And remember, we were talking about what Nick Caserio had said in his press availability that they cut straight to the chase when it comes to trade circumstances. I wonder if that doesn't help him a whole bunch when it comes to these.
I think he and others. I mean, he's not uniquely qualified to do that. But I think there's definitely some general managers that are going to trip all over themselves in this. That's going to be the fun part for me.
Fair enough. Some other things around the NFL. Today we learned that Mike Tomlin has a new job, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's not as a head coach in football, but it is still in football media. He's going to join NBC's Football Night in America. Obviously, that leads into the Sunday Night Football broadcast that they have weekly. This feels like this is going to go well, doesn't it?
I think it's going to be a smash hit. He's candid, even when he was coaching, when he was in the league, and kind of had to, most coaches kind of watch themselves. He's candid in that respect. I think, with no team, and I think he's going to be really, really good. And just the delivery, that voice, the way he talks.
Yeah.
You think he'll be better than Dungy?
Oh, yeah.
Early on, I think that at least it'll feel better, because that's the thing. And I give a lot of credit to Maria Taylor and some of the things that they've done. Football Night in America feels like the most stuffy of some of these NFL-related broadcasts, does it not? Like, maybe you could possibly go to CBS at times, but it felt very like – and I know NBC tries to build itself, with a great stature kind of in the way that they do their presentation. It feels a little stuffy. And so I feel like Mike Tomlin ain't the most devil may care. It still makes me laugh. You remember when he was interviewing for the Steelers? Or no, it wasn't the Steelers job. The year before, he had interviewed for the Miami Dolphins job. And apparently they didn't hire him because they thought he was too hip-hop. Yeah. That was their quote. Quote, they thought that Mike Tomlin, Mike Tomlin that you know, they thought he was too hip-hop.
That guy?
Buddy.
I don't even know if he listened to hip-hop.
I don't either.
I would be surprised if he said he don't listen to hip-hop.
Right? Like, if you had said that about Black Mike, I would have taken that before I took that about Mike Tomlin. Right? That he is too hip-hop. But again, he does feel like he has more. Like, one thing you could tell me, if you told me he was too soul, right? Maybe
that's a big difference.
Too R&B, maybe even too blues.
Because my dad is not a hip hop guy,
right? Maybe a little funk. I feel like Mike Tomlin listens to some funk.
100%,
for sure. But my larger point being, like, he does have he has a little bit of style to the way that even if he's not giving you a ton, he does it with a little style. Which
I think the style is going to be big.
I think that will show up. But I also think that he can be pretty cut and dry in the way he goes about things, very kind of curt, I guess, for lack of a way of saying it. And that feels like that in and of itself would be useful in some of these broadcasts, because I really do hate it when we get coaches here that are unwilling to talk about it.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I think it's going to be a smash hit. Not just the content, I think, is going to be pretty candid, but I think his delivery is going to just make you have to listen. The way he talks, the way he says it.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see what it looks like. I will hold on to the right to change my mind if we get out here and Mike Tomlin is, he is entirely engulfed by the beast of, doing media where he doesn't give us anything and he's too corporate. That would be very frustrating. I think that he will buck that trend, so I'm looking forward to what it looks like. Yes, Mike McDaniel's more hip-hop. That's right. Black Mike, 100%. Some other things around the NFL. I actually just saw this very recently here on what do they call it? X is what they're calling it. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN reporting that in talking to teams today, he said he wouldn't be surprised to see 4 offensive tackles go in the first 15 to 17 picks. Clearly, Francis Mauigoa is one of those guys that is being looked at as maybe the easiest one to forecast early, whether it's even 3 at the Arizona Cardinals. Spencer Fano, our consensus. Monroe Freeling, the Georgia tackle, and Caden Proctor, the Alabama tackle, are ones that feel like they are very easy to mock in this space.
In the first 15?
First 15 is what he goes. I mean, we've seen, even recently, Caden Proctor being one of those guys that people talk about maybe going 28 to the Texans.
That's what I'm saying. That a lot of these guys, you see different things with them dropping.
How do you think that impacts? Because that was a conversation. I don't remember who it was that you were mentioning. Was it last week or earlier this week, talking about the possibility of a number, maybe even up to like 10 offensive linemen in the first round. How do you think that this first round plays out if you do see a run on offensive linemen in the way that Jeremy Fowler is seemingly describing?
Well, I think obviously it's going to be it's just going to continue. These things snowball. Everybody could use an offensive lineman, even if it's not necessarily a need. But those who have the need, they're gonna they're going to really start to make a run on it. And I guess that kind of hurts the Texans, but not as much as others.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes it more or less likely that they draft a offensive lineman in the first round?
Less.
Right? If there's a run happening, do you think that they go, hey, we're going to try and push, or do you think they maybe push to a lower stack of guys in the second round or so third round or something to that effect?
I think there's going to be more questions at the quote-unquote bottom of the board in the first round among offensive linemen that the Texans have than they would at other positions. They might go to another position, is what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I found that to be interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is also lying season, so only God knows if that's actually the case. But I think what makes that more viable is this: we look at this first round, and there's not a lot of clarity as to what teams are definitively going to be looking towards, even though you have some ideas here and there. Some other things around the NFL. Again, let's do the is this lying season or is this a thing? Chiefs general manager Brett Veach talked about defensive line and said, quote, we're a few short there when talking about that position in particular. He talked about some other things, obviously offensive tackles, so on and so forth. But defensive line is a position that also the Texans possibly look at in the first couple of rounds. Do you believe that maybe the Chiefs, especially seeing as they have that early pick at 9 and another one, do you think that this is a team that could maybe take in defensive linemen and then create maybe a little bit of a run for you?
No.
You don't think so?
Short answer.
You
no.
think that
that is classic Lion season?
Okay.
We're a little short at defensive tackle, man. I'm telling you, defensive line. I don't know what we're gonna do. No,
I've seen some circumstances where if Reuben Bain makes it close to them or even to them at 9, that Reuben Bain is actually a pick that they would like a good amount to add edge rusher wise.
Yeah, but again, that's almost like a no brainer. Whether you just have minimal need at the defensive line. That's a guy that I think a lot of people at 9 would value. But no, I'm not buying this a bit. I could see them trading up, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham Jr., you remember that name?
Mm-hmm.
Played wide receiver in the NFL. Looks like he's trying to do that again. He's worked out for the New York Giants and taken a physical. Does this move you at all?
How?
I don't know. This happened on Monday. I was just fascinated that honestly, we know that John Harbaugh, their new head coach for the New York Giants, has a good amount of sway in that building. Do you feel like he has a good handle on what he's doing early? Because there's been certain things like a addition of Odell Beckham Jr., potentially.
Yeah.
The 33-year-old, mind you, Odell Beckham Jr., makes me scratch my head and go, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here?
I don't know if there's like a little John Gruden factor here.
It sure feels like that.
In terms of I remember him. Let's get him back in here. Well, what you remember isn't him anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I can't remember his time in Baltimore.
No.
It wasn't notable.
Yeah. Don't you feel like this is that's the risk you play? That's the risk you take. When you get a coach that just remembers, these familiar names, these older players, wants to stack the team with guys that just aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, I found that to be fascinating.
When the coaches, I could bring him in. I can do something with him.
Yeah. Well, be careful.
Yeah. Be careful is definitely right. All right. Again, we're headed towards the draft. There's a lot of draft intel coming in. We'll start with draft intel because there's another thing that I just saw that I was reminded of and made me laugh a little bit. But one of those things being that Garrett Nussmeier, who is one of the other quarterbacks, apparently he underwent tests at the combine that revealed a cyst on his spine, which apparently was the cause of oblique pain for him last year, according to Tom Pelissero. So the cyst was pressing on a nerve, causing discomfort. He's been asymptomatic, which probably is good, and changes. He apparently could undergo a minimally invasive procedure that would only allow him to miss 2 or 3 weeks. So maybe that gives teams more comfort. Do you think all this pulls Nussmeier somewhat closer to Ty Simpson? Because this is one of those things that you're looking at a quarterback draft in which the number 1 overall pick is Fernando Mendoza, and nobody's moving him. But outside of that, there's not a lot of feel on that second quarterback, and Ty Simpson would be the only one that maybe teams might move into the first round of draft. Is it possible that this clarifying on his injuries designation could move him back up close to Ty Simpson to where maybe he's a guy that some teams consider for quarterback?
I think, first of all, good work by his agent, because this does make you think. It really does. This clearly came from the agent, although the fact that it was tests at the combine matters a lot too. That means everybody got the results.
So you think that maybe
there might be something to it.
Already knew about this?
Yeah, I think there's something to it. And to answer your question, yes, I think there are some front offices, general managers that believe that are going to believe that this is something that could affect his draft status in a positive way. I really do. Happens every year. Okay, well, he's over this, and 2-3 weeks we can take that. We can take that risk.
Yeah, one of the.
Keep in mind, he was the guy 2 years ago. Like, he was going to be the best quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, he has some of the same issues as Ty Simpson. Obviously, not the lack of playing time. He's played a little bit more, but kind of a smaller guy in some of these respects. Some of those same things show up with Nussmeier. But again, as you mentioned, he was the guy and kind of had some of the discomfort and some of the things that didn't look as great in the latter years here at LSU. So maybe this is one of those reasons that if you like him already and you were looking for an explanation as to some of the ways to wipe away some of the bad things, maybe this serves to make it easy for somebody to pick him. So
I think it will for some teams.
I'm stretching on the idea that maybe this makes it a little bit more appealing for a team to trade up with you at 28 and take him. I don't know. But I saw that. I found that interesting. One more injury thing as it relates to the draft. Jermon McCoy, cornerback out of Tennessee. He is a really good cornerback. Some people look at him as possibly the best cornerback in this draft. However, it feels like his range is really, really big in the first round. He could go pretty early on, maybe in the high teens, maybe even into the top 10. Who knows? But he also could slide all the way out of the first round because he has some injuries. And apparently there was a report that he could even require another surgery. Tom Pelissero also reporting this. McCoy rated as top cornerback. Ran a 4.37. Like, all of these things point to a really good cornerback, but injuries are scaring people off. And this is another thing where I go, is that a cornerback that pushes somebody down because he's drafted higher, or is that a guy that falls below where the Texans selected 28?
I think he could absolutely fall, because this is more rumor and report than actual, as in the Nussmeier case. There were actual tests on the cyst. Every team can see it. And they know what to believe in terms of rehab and treatment and such. This is mystery,
right? But there was already scuttlebutt about the idea that he could be one of those almost redshirt type guys because he could miss, quote, extensive time in his rookie season due to missing all of last year with an ACL. And we're talking about, I think the procedure they're talking about is a bone plug used to repair a cartilage defect. Right? This is significant things. This is substantial, right? We're talking about bone portions of this, not even just the ACL that he missed time with. So
this is a red flag.
It does feel like that's the case. I feel like the fall is quite probable in this, and that would be a little uncomfortable when it comes to maybe having certain things fall to the Texans, depending. Again, everything feels like
I'm not sure I'd want the Texans to take him if he does fall.
Oh no, even then, I think that it's less about the Texans selecting him, but more about what the landscape looks like in that first round before you get to the Houston Texans selecting. And I really hope that, or at least I was hoping that it would get more clear. It just feels like it's more and more murky as we get closer and closer towards the draft. That's around the NFL here in the loop. Somebody said Mike Tomlin will probably be the Charles Barkley of the NFL. That would be great. I doubt it. Charles Barkley is pretty unique in his affability and his charisma, but
I don't think he's bringing up Ice Spice at any point.
No.
Not Mike Tomlin.
But he has hung out with Glorilla before, so it's a possibility. Speaking of the NFL draft, mind you, coming up next, we continue our countdown to the draft. There's 2 days till we get to the first round in the NFL draft, and the question that we ask ourselves today: if the Texans make only one impact pick, what should it be? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Ready? Signed, sealed. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and we are continuing to get ourselves ready for the NFL draft for your Houston Texans 2026.
54 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds.
15, 14. Right?
Time going by fast, ain't it?
It's moving.
It was just 80 hours yesterday, right?
Yeah, just that's how time works, I think. But yeah, we're moving towards the draft, and in doing our draft prep and everything, one of the things that we've seen people talk about a little bit more is how edge might be more of a play, especially because it's a little bit shallower of an edge pull, right? You'll hit a little bit of a cliff sooner rather than defensive tackle, which we had kind of thought about a lot earlier in the process. It seems like there are different defensive tackles. Choose your flavors as you go throughout the draft process. So maybe it might just be a little bit of an earlier pick for edge rather than defensive tackle, maybe in those first few rounds. And so I wanted to play a little bit more scouting profile pick'em. Here with some draft prospects. I'm going to throw up a number of edge rushers.
Okay.
But we're going to look
at
profile blind, and I'm going to want you to kind of rank them as we go. Okay?
I'm in.
So we begin here with this profile here. This edge rusher does not have the pass rush quickness or diversity that will scare offensive tackles, but sets a firm edge in the run game. Uses NFL caliber measurables, heavy hands to open pathways to open the pocket. He has the floor of a quality backup and the ceiling of a starting base end for physical NFL front. That is just the profile. So I'm going to give you the profile. If you want me to give you some strengths and weaknesses, I can. But if you feel like you're ready to go ahead and rank him in, or at least think about where you have him.
How many
ranked,
altogether are we going to have?
I'm going to give you 5.
He is the early leader for 4.
Really? You're not feeling that strong on him?
I think we know what they like. Guys that can just wreak havoc on the edges.
Throw this out. What's some of the weaknesses?
All right, so let's get with some of the weaknesses here on this edge rusher. Inconsistent leveraging to the point, can be moved by double teams is one of those. Another one also, inconsistent rush plan, not overly skilled with sequencing. But remember, DeMeco Ryans recently, in talking about this, mentioned how, hey, man, we can get you in here. We can coach you up as long as you're, willing to be coached. As long as you listen to our guys. And I believe him when you talk about Matt Burke, who will be on the drive at 3:40 p.m. today, mind you.
Okay.
Rod Wright, the defensive line coach. And then you talk about Sheldon Rankins being in the room. You talk about Daniil Hunter being in the room. I feel like not having a well-sequenced rush plan, that'll get fixed real quick in this system if that's a guy that you want.
I still believe the DeMeco Ryans philosophy is kind of like Major League Baseball. We want to be really, really strong up the middle. Defensive tackles, linebackers, your tackling safety, just really, really strong and solid there. I think on the edges, that's where he likes the pizzazz. That's where he likes the now, there's a lot to be said. I'm not downplaying setting the edge. We all know how important that is. But I think he likes the guys that can really wreak havoc and get to the quarterback.
Okay.
I'm going to put him at 4. Maybe lower ultimately.
And you reserve the right to move things around, but that's the first edge rusher out the gate. How about this guy? He is described as a linear mover, lacks ideal bend, but he offers skill as a pass rusher, stack shed toughness versus the run, and demeanor that will help him carve out a starting role at the next level. Despite being an older player, he still has upside. So there you go. That's the general profile. I can get you some pros and cons if you so choose.
I think demeanor and the speed,
or strengths and weaknesses.
I think the demeanor and the speed is going to be a big. They can teach him the rest. In terms of how he fits in as an edge rusher. I'm going to say I'll leave a little room there. I'm going to say 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got rusher number one at 4. The second rusher that I threw up there, you've blind ranked him at 2.
Yeah.
Again, opportunity to move these around as we continue this scouting profile pick'em here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, I bring you yet another edge rusher, and this one needs to expand the consistency of his impact beyond winning as a high side rusher, but his athletic twitch, play speed, and violent demeanor make for the type of package that you bet on at the position. At worst, he should be a designated pass rusher with the ceiling of a versatile NFL starter. Hassan Riddick is name dropped.
What do you think,
Figgy? He could be moved around on the front.
I got him lower than the last guy.
I think I'll have him at 3.
Yeah, I think
I'll have him at 3.
Yeah.
Potential.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I bring you another guy here as we continue this edge rusher roulette of sorts. This rusher has more almost plays than impact ones on his tape, but you bet on a developing 21-year-old player with his exciting traits. He's similar in ways to Michael Williams as a prospect. So it's not Michael Williams. The character and upside are promising, but how early a team drafts him is dependent on its appetite for risk.
I'm going to switch him to 4 and the other one to 5.
Okay.
I think he's at lower end, but I think he's probably got more potential than the first one.
So you're going to switch him to 4?
Yeah.
And then the first prospect to 5.
Yeah.
And I leave you with the final prospect here, and we'll dig into this a little bit more.
I'm curious. This is the curiosity killing me.
All right, here's the profile as we see it. He won't consistently outrace NFL tackles, but his powerful, proficient technique and aggressive play demeanor should translate well to the next level. He projects as a rotational edge defender.
I got to make another move here, don't I?
Okay.
Yeah, I think I got where you got number 2 Lopez. I probably got him 1.
Move 2 and 3 up.
Okay.
To 1 and 2.
Yep.
And I'll put him at 3.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So the lowest rated pass rusher, at least of that evaluation,
of those 5,
and is technically edge rusher number 8 in Dane Brugler's rankings. First to second round grade, Missouri edge Zion Young.
Okay.
Some of these strengths and weaknesses that you didn't ask for: quality bull rusher who can barrel through gaps and develop the love for the weight room at a young age. Still has that fire. The weaknesses: inconsistent leveraging at the point. I mentioned that, and inconsistent rush plan, as we talked about. Zion Young.
I'm feeling good about it.
Who they have had in 4 visits. Zion Young is one of those guys that they have visited with.
Which one is this? Number 5?
This is the guy that you guys had the least interest in.
Okay.
Just looking at the very bare bones assessment of him.
I'm feeling okay with our assessment here.
Okay. Rusher number 4, that at least the one as you ranked him.
Yeah.
That is Auburn edge number 4 in this class, mind you, the highest of the guys that I brought you, Keldrick Falk.
Okay.
How does that make you feel? Because Keldrick Falk is one of those guys that people have had large conversations about, and some people are interested in here.
Rangy guy, long guy. I feel okay about it. We'll see what the top 3 hold for me here.
Yeah, versatile pass rush, SWAT, scheme, diverse defender, right?
Yeah,
Versatile, multiple position on the defensive line. We talked about some of the weaknesses that pop up here. He'd be a little upright and aimless in his rush plan. But again, that does not strike me in the same way, because if we're talking about rush plan, I feel like this is a place where the rush plan will come together for you.
Yeah, you can get it.
For sure. More strong than explosive when punching off.
Yeah, that's why I put him at 4. I think that is significant. I think they want the explosive here. That's what it's all about on the edges.
I found it interesting that you ranked this guy as the 3rd most interesting of the profiles, because he is the lowest ranked right now of the edges that we discussed. He's edge number 11, according to Dane Brugler. This is Illinois edge rusher Gabe Akis. This is a dude that the Texans have talked to and that some people are really interested in, especially if you're talking about, because he has a 2nd to 3rd round grade. Maybe this ends up being one of those guys that if you have a couple of other priorities when you talk about 28, 38, we start talking about 59. Is this a guy that you go, okay, we're in some of these ranges, or maybe even the 4th round where you go, all right, we can pick up Anakis and have an edge rusher that filters in that rotation.
I think that's probably more traits than anything that he showed. Especially year before last, he had a really good year. So we'll see. That one, all of a sudden, maybe we should have flipped, but go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. And that's the thing is, I like the idea of maybe taking away some of the preconceived notions and getting to maybe and of course, I'm giving you the very essence of the scouting profile. There's more depth to this, and we know with the Texans, there's a whole different element of who they are as people. But even with that, I take you to your 2nd ranked profile here, and this is one that I think is actually getting a little love. He's technically ranked as edge number 7 for Dane Brugler, but again, 1st or 2nd round grade here. UCF edge rusher Malachi Lawrence, and
I read some stuff about him.
We haven't talked about him much, but this is a guy that's gaining a little. At least there's scuttlebutt that he might be gaining a little bit of love in that building, as much as we could say who they like. He's aggressive on the field, easy going off of it though, and that was one of the things that really jumped out to me. Like the personnel, a scout described him as he keeps himself not a leader type, but very good toughness, solid football character, and I found that to be interesting because I go, how do you think a guy who's maybe a little to himself plays in that locker room?
I think he plays great in this locker room.
Like Sting is the one that you look at, right?
Yeah, Sting is one. And I feel like they have the leaders But he has, and I just happened to come across something with him yesterday or the day before. Apparently, like his moves, his skills, his actual pass rushing, techniques are what's turning a lot of heads.
Darting lateral cuts to cross blocker space and creative entry points. Like this dude's a creative player at that, and plays with urgency in lateral pursuits as well. And that very much comes to mind because one of the things you vividly recall seeing is guys finishing plays, whether it's Danielle Hunter coming on the backside and going and getting guys, Will Anderson Jr. doing the same. You could see this guy doing similar type things. Broad shoulders, decent build, but with that physicality and that ability to move laterally, you go, ooh, that's real interesting, especially if we're talking about this player not just as a rotation piece right now, but as let's get him here and see if maybe, just maybe, he could be the bookend of the future once you get down the road. Malachi Lawrence is a dude that I haven't personally talked enough about, but I was like, oh, this is interesting.
We haven't. Again, I just kind of happened on that, and I was like, well, there's his characteristics, his traits, seem to be, exactly what this team likes.
Yeah, and then finally, your highest. Oh no, that was your highest race.
No, we had
Malachi
one more.
Lawrence, right?
No, we had one more.
So that was the highest rated. I got that backwards. You rated him the highest after you moved him up. The second highest you rated was Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M. We've talked about him a little bit, but that's you very much know what he looks like. But quick initial burst, acceleration. And he drops a little bit, but I don't know that that's something that's necessary in this team.
Yeah, I don't think
this team doesn't worry about that, so that'd be one of those things that you don't necessarily worry that much about. But he competes with a chip on his shoulder, right? And that's one of those things that you really get interested in. But that, which one of these?
I feel pretty good about our
picks. You feel good about the way that you lined this up?
Yeah, maybe could have had Cassius Howell above, but just on those traits alone, and he's a guy that really kind of burst onto the scene this year. Cassius Howell.
Yeah, and that's when you start getting into the depths of some of this, where you go, all right, some of these guys, how consistent has the production been, and so on and so forth. But again, DeMeco Ryans, when he was talking to the media yesterday, made mention of one of the easiest names to cut at, production at the college level, Danielle Hunter. Not a lot of production at the college level, but he has been an incredible player. And you start asking, is Danielle Hunter like a dude that you talk about as Hall of Fame or anything like that, right? And that's the level of player we're talking about. So I think that, especially in that building, the production would not scare them away. But they've, like I mentioned, they've talked to Zion Young, they've talked to Malachi Lawrence. Those are the edge. Oh, and Akis. They've talked to Akis as well, in addition to some other guys that are a little bit lower down. But these are guys that are all going to be in that range of first, second, round, maybe third round type guys that is possible, especially if the Texans maybe do go with a edge as a little bit more of a priority, knowing that they can get to defensive tackle possibly a little later.
Just out of curiosity, did you have the profile of T.J. Parker, the kid from Clemson?
I can give you that profile very quickly.
Because he's another one that may or may not, but more than likely could be in that range too.
So T.J. Parker would fit right in the space of this. I think he's not as highly rated as someone like a Keldrick Falk, but first and second round grade, so he's right in the same place. I'll give you the basic takeaway grade. He's still learning how to block counter maneuvers, but he offers a reliable foundation built on leverage power and a consistent motor that helps him make plays as a rusher and a run defender. He projects as a solid NFL starter, similar to Jamal Shedd, or Sherd, rather, is what they went with there. So that's an interesting player there. And honestly, let me ask this as a question as opposed to a complete assertion. How many of the five that we put there, if they did end up with them and put them in this system, would you be upset about?
Well, I don't know if I'd be upset really with any of them because I think they can work with all of them. The things I would like the most, the ones I would like the most are probably Falk.
Who you had fourth?
Cassius Howell.
Who you had third? Second. You had second.
Second, and then maybe Zion Young.
And Zion Young, who you had fifth, interestingly enough. So it's kind of funny how sometimes that switches around on you when you just look at some of the profile of what the players are. But yeah, this is something that I wanted to look at the players that you could possibly be thinking of if the Texans do go with what has started to pop up in some of the mock drafts. And when we talk about the mock drafts, they're not the end-all be-all, but at this time it feels like you're starting to get little tidbits of some insight possibly. And I don't know. I fell in love with the Matthew Lawrence as I was putting this together, to be completely honest.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And as you mentioned, it's getting a lot more run, for lack of a better way to put it. That could be one of their picks.
So there you go. A little scouting profile pick 'em here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to do our In the Loop lunchtime confessions, but stick around here because in this hour we will be giving away a pack of tickets to see Argentina play at Kyle Field versus Honduras as they lead up to the big international slate of games. But before we do that, again, we'll get to our lunchtime confessions next.
Is there a realistic way the Astros can get... 2022. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I usually am one of the guys, and I think you fall in this category too, that defends Joe Buck. You know, a lot of people in this city, a lot of people around the country, pompous, elitist, homer, whatever.
Hate the Astros.
Hates the Astros. Hates my team. Even if you're not the Astros, they hate your team. I usually defend Joe Buck. He's really good, versatile, can do a lot. I think he's a quality broadcaster. My confession, I could do without this. This is a bit much. You see what his next project's going to be?
I did not.
Figure, did you see?
I saw some. I wasn't sure if it was real or not.
It is real. Well, now you got me wondering. But
okay.
But a couple.
All right, we might have gotten. Lopez might have gotten.
It might be real. I think it's real though.
Front office sports.
I think I seen it. Why is this real? Kind of like tongue in cheek.
Yeah, Front Office Sports is reputable, and they that's where I got it from.
All right.
Joe Buck, the next host of ESPN Jeopardy.
They literally call it ESPN Jeopardy?
ESPN Jeopardy. That's too much.
So do you got a problem with him doing it or just the concept?
If you're going to try to lighten your reputation a little bit, don't be a Jeopardy host. Be a, no whammies. Something. What's that?
Press your luck?
Press your luck or something. Have some fun. If you're trying to change your reputation.
Who says he's trying to change his reputation?
Do ESPN Press Your Luck.
Who says he's trying to change his reputation?
Maybe he's not.
He's trying to be the sports Ryan Seacrest.
But he's known as this real, like I said, pompous, elitist, daddy's, kid and all this other stuff.
Nepo baby's what you're going for.
Nepo baby, all that stuff. I'm like, man, we don't need Joe Buck on ESPN. Jeopardy? ESPN Jeopardy? We don't need that.
I kind of feel like Sports Jeopardy or ESPN Jeopardy, as they're terming it. Doesn't it kind of defeat the purpose a little bit?
How so?
I guess there's a lot of places that you can go in sports. But I think that the idea of Jeopardy is like, hey, you got to be somewhat well-rounded.
On everything.
In that we're going to pull some stuff up. And I guess that could be the case, right? Because ESPN Jeopardy could be like, we're going with basketball from the 1980s, or you could go to like all sorts of different places, right? So I guess that's the case. It feels like when they do, just various different like really pared down versions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't like the idea of that because I feel like Jeopardy, it can hit you all over the place.
I do kind of like the idea of it because some of us like winning, right? And look, I fancy myself as kind of smart guy. We get to Jeopardy, I'm like, hey, don't know all this.
No. The only Jeopardy I'm good at is Celebrity Jeopardy because the questions are a little easier.
Yeah.
I can nail that. But I think ESPN Jeopardy I'd be pretty, I think we'd all be pretty good at.
Yes.
But
sports
still,
nerds.
the host, Joe Buck hosting it, just like, oh boy, that's the worst.
Who would you want to see host this? Something like this?
Well, I think I'd like to see him host another type of game show.
I don't know if I would.
If he did, it would be another type. Jeopardy, I think you need to have a little more fun. It's not.
I disagree. I think Jeopardy goes the other way.
No, it's very serious.
Jeopardy's serious, and I think it works for him.
But I think for sports
but
purposes,
for him,
it
he's not
be
trying to be serious. You don't want him to be.
Are we sure that
serious,
that's the case?
Right. We're not sure.
I do wonder if this was ESPN in true Charles Barkley fashion going, hey, we need you to do something.
We're paying
else.
him.
Yeah.
We need you to do something else.
You're not just doing Monday Night Football, buddy.
So he was looking around like, ooh, Jeopardy.
ESPN Deportes.
I'll do
Let me do that right there.
Yeah, I was just like, we don't need this. We don't need this in our lives.
These are my confessions.
I lost a lot of time this weekend. A lot of time this weekend.
Looking at stats?
Yes. That's given. But with a very particular hypothetical, actually. And I really do think it is perfectly balanced because I have not been able to make heads or tails of it. And the hypothetical is, or it's really just a question. What is more difficult in sports? A 5-steal game or a 5-sack game?
5-steal as in NBA?
No, 5-steal as in baseball, stolen bags.
Oh, that's more difficult. That's a slam dunk.
You think so?
5 steals?
Correct.
You can
more difficult than 5 sacks.
Multiple guys. I bet you a dozen
now,
players.
If you play the Astros,
I bet you a dozen players over the last 30 years have had 5 sacks.
In the history of baseball recorded, there have been 20 5-sack games
of the NFL.
There have been 19 plus, right? 5 plus steal games in baseball.
Well, but you also have to realize then versus now. Now it's very difficult to get 5 steals in a game. I'm curious when the last one would be.
Ooh, let me see if I
can. Yeah, because 5 steals these days, and maybe I'm just looking at it wrong because you spent a lot of time trying to contemplate this with your friends.
I did.
But I think, for me, I think 5 steals is a lot more difficult than 5 sacks.
You would think so, but I also feel like if you are in a place where you are a bag stealer and you're getting on the base pass, the difficulty is clearly you have to get on base first.
Yeah.
You likely have to get just on first base. It needs to be a single so you give yourself an opportunity, one, to have the easier of the steals to second. Then there's a difficult steal to third. But you can get multiple steals in one time on the base pass possibly, and then also it factors in, right, who are you playing up against. I think the most recent that I am seeing is 2015 Billy Hamilton.
Billy Hamilton. Shout out to Billy.
All right, but like there's instances and there's capabilities, and just if you go off of 20 and actually it's 20 apiece. Now that I look at it on either side of this in either sport, it goes okay. It's happened the same amount. Sack games also you have to consider that teams are going to now go and double team you and make sure to get the ball out and those types of things. I can't make heads or tails of it. Which one is actually easier?
What do you think, Figgy?
I think probably just the way Reggie explained the stealing the bases. I think that's probably a little more difficult because you got to, one, get on base. You got to, I mean, there's no telling if you could get on base 5 times or even have 5 plate appearances. So I think with that, I think that might be a little more difficult to do that. I think a sack game, that could be a little, I don't want to say it's easy. I don't think none of this is easy, but you at least see potential where you could get 5 sacks.
Where did you ultimately land?
I think I was actually going stolen bases.
Would be easier?
Yeah.
Wow. I'd go the other way. Oh, well, I mean, it ends up being a pretty darn good discussion.
It's funny because you would, in your mind, you go, well, there's more plays available for a player to get all these sacks. But you got, I mean, look, we're talking about 23 sacks from being over the entirety of a season being a record.
True.
And so how often do you have a playmaker that can constantly get, I mean, when we saw the Will Anderson Jr. 3-sack game and we damn near fell out. He needs to damn near double that just to get to what we're talking about here.
And then I think you see how teams prepare for a guy like Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
How he won't even get close to a quarterback because they got 3 people over there.
They were triple teaming him.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. It took a lot of my time, and I took a little bit.
How much time?
Who came up with this?
I don't even remember. This is the thing. I saw this in passing, and I was thinking about it a little bit, and then before I realized it, it was stuck in my brain, and I could not let it go.
These are my confessions.
So have you guys ever been to a point in life where you stopped doing something you used to do way back in the day, and then you tried to do it in recent time?
Oh boy,
and you lost? That happened to me kind of recently when I went to the laundromat.
Okay.
So it's been a long time since I've been to a laundromat. So I went there to go wash this big old rug because I couldn't wash the rug in my washer.
Yeah.
And so I walked in. I'm like, man, I have no idea what to do.
What am I doing?
And I tried to ask the young lady, and she was like, oh yeah, all you gotta do is just download this app. You can load the money.
App.
That's what I said. I'm like, app. So I'm trying to download this app. I'm trying to put money on the doggone
Wait,
app.
no, boo.
No quarters?
If there's an app, I should just be able to charge this straight from my account.
Sure.
Ain't no way I should have to load money because the whole idea.
There was no Apple Pay on the doggone washer and dryer, man. So I'm sitting there trying to load. It wouldn't work. And so I could tell she was getting a little irritated because she like, hey, nobody talks to me in here. Like usually people come in here to wash their stuff. Like she ain't say that, but
you can
read it. I can tell. Yeah, because she was minding her business, doing whatever. Everybody coming in, they know what to do.
Yeah.
And this idiot over here is sitting here like, hey, how do you do the app? And you can tell she don't she don't care.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, all right, because usually I don't carry cash on me. So I went to the little cash little thing.
Sure.
And so all I had was a 20. And I was not thinking.
I was all those quarters.
I put that 20 in there. Quarters falling all over the floor. I'm just like, man, I don't know what I'm doing. And then I didn't even think about this part. I'm like, I ain't bring no washing detergent.
Oh no!
Well, you got a quarters to buy some.
Yeah, so now I'm at the little vending machine spending $5 on a little pill of washing detergent.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, this is the worst experience ever. And I used to go to the laundromat back in the day.
Of course.
But for some reason, this one hit me bad where I'm like, man, I'm out here losing money.
That's a great
just
point.
being in here.
Because going to the laundromat really does require rhythm.
Well,
you gotta have your game plan down.
Yeah, I ain't had
You have to know how it works.
All I did was bring the rug. That's all I had. I'm like, man, I could have brought some laundry detergent.
You should have just gone to the dry cleaning at that point. It would have been easy.
Man, I think I probably spent like $25 alone just being in there.
They said Figgy is old. Again, although you could have gone to that one laundromat because apparently there was one in Houston, I don't even remember where they got a bar in there.
Hey, I saw that one.
Yeah.
I saw that. I might go just because.
Yeah.
I'm like, I bring a little basket of laundry and kick it.
Like that is entrepreneurship to a T. Recognizing that when people go to the laundromat, they just gonna sit there and wash their clothes,
Yeah.
or they're gonna go home and come back.
Yeah.
No, how about you sit here and have a drink?
I took a drink. Yeah.
Perfect.
I sat there probably for like an hour and a half.
Car washes do that sometimes too. Like the car wash / whatever bar.
It's got to be the hand car wash though, because the new car wash, you be out there in like 6 minutes. That's enough time for you to get.
But if you get detailed and all that stuff,
there's a long line. Some of those have a long
It was a couple times. I went to get my car detailed. They're like, it'd be about 2 hours.
Yeah.
You got a ride?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I ain't got no ride, man. And I'm stay a little too far to catch an Uber and then come right back.
Yeah.
So I had to sit there for about 2 hours.
That's when I go and find a restaurant nearby.
Do something. Just walk.
Man, I was on Old Spanish Trail. I ain't walking anywhere. Nope. I'm sitting right here.
I'm good right here.
Yep.
There you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, Reggie, 162 games in baseball per year, only 17 in football. So statistically, football is easier if it's the same number of times. Well, but also then, you only have 17 opportunities to do this in a football season, whereas you have more opportunities to do it in a baseball season. Again, there's probably not going to be a good way to find a complete answer to it. And if you find a good one that appeases your spirit, God bless you, because this one is going to be a pestilence that I carry with me for the rest of my life, because there's never going to be a good way for me to answer it. But there you go. You're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, would you like to talk about the Astros a little bit?
Let's talk about the Astros a little bit.
All right, the Astros actually got a little bit one of these things that it seems like they always do, where they just kind of break through, have a big time tear. How much of this should we expect this year? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
All right, let's talk about
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Tuesday is going well. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, rock with you. Big time, Game 2, which John Lopez, what's the importance of Game 2 in a basketball series again?
I feel it's the most important.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not a must-win, though, right?
No, nothing's a must-win until your season has to end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. He's holding steady on this, Fig. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But, Game 2, Rockets-Lakers happening tonight. Kevin Durant, questionable to play in this game, which was the same designation that he held before Game 1. And again, furthermore, I guess I should say, he is a game-time decision per Ime Udoka after practice. What was that, Monday? And so Monday was literally yesterday. Buddy, I don't know what day it is anymore. I'm just being honest. For a couple of times today, I have thought it was Wednesday. It's not, which puts us one day further away from the NFL draft like we're hoping to get to. But no, you're sitting in this place. And is that the biggest question heading into Game 2, or are there other ones that come to mind for you as we head into Game 2, Rockets-Lakers at 9:30 tonight?
Oh, I think there's other ones, and I think they're very, very important. But the biggest is clearly Kevin Durant. I mean, just anything you can get from him, and I think that's part of a part of the preview here. What do you get from him? How well does he play early? More significantly, how well does he play late? The wear and tear. Well, I shouldn't say wear and tear, but the amount of pressure that he's going to put on that bruise. It's tendonitis. It can flare up. It can limit your movement, et cetera. I think that's the biggest story, but that's by no means the only story here. I think Ime Udoka is a story. Anything that they do offensively with or without Kevin Durant. I think Alperen Şengün, where have you been in terms of being able to carry the load? The facilitator that we've always talked about ever since he's been here, it seems. I think there's a lot right there. And defensively, this is a relatively good defensive team that just I thought, was going to be able to limit the shooting of the other guys, on the Lakers team. But they just didn't.
No, they didn't. I mean, they shot in the 60% range, but they only scored 107 points. You didn't allow them to get up that many shots. When they did, they were going down.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different questions that you threw out there. Let's pick one and start. Let's start with the KD of it all. First and foremost, how many minutes do you anticipate that he plays? Because he's coming in. He's played 36 minutes on average this season. Coming off an injury, I feel good that he starts. If you didn't hear it early, Dr. David Chow, who is kind of a sports medicine analyst, he used to be a team doctor in the NFL, and so he has a lot of years in and a lot of equity in doing this. He feels all but assured that Kevin Durant plays in Game 2 tonight, and so I'm also going to coast off of that and feel all but assured that Kevin Durant plays.
I think he will.
But I do wonder if that then makes him pare back some of his time on the floor in this game. And if he's playing, let's say, 30 minutes as opposed to 36 or 38 or whatever, then what also does it look like in the non-KD minutes? Because the non-KD minutes was the entirety of last game, and that was ugly.
Yeah, I think 30 to 32 is probably what we're going to be looking at. If nothing else is good, even in the first half, they might regulate it, see how he's feeling, see how he responds, getting back into the game, et cetera. So I think that's probably what we're going to end up looking at. And not only his minutes, but I really want to see how the Lakers are going to play him. It seems like a no-brainer. You're going to double him. You're going to let the other guys, try to beat you, do what they do, not so well. But I could see where they might take their chances with KD because the Rockets' offense is so disjointed otherwise.
No, that's a fair point. I think that I would love if they come out here and they're just like, hey, we're going to play you straight up, and we're going to have one of these guys just kind of work with you individually and make you go up and score over top, because I believe Kevin Durant has the capability of knocking down shots in that way. And this defense, having seen a little bit of what J.J. Redick threw at them, I think that they hopefully will have a better response. Hell, they kind of started getting some answers to some of the defensive things in the second half of last game, right? I think that they will start with some of those in tow. Now, and this is ultimately the bigger conversation underneath it, how does the coaching chess match move on from games 1 and 2? Game 1 is really just flat out a feel-it-out game. And even within that, I know that the Rockets did not win that. And I'm not just talking about on the floor. I'm talking about the actual chess match, the coaching battle. It is very strong advantage J.J. Redick. In the second iteration of this, I do want to see how much Ime closes the gap and what his answers are now that he had a couple of days to sit and think about it. And if J.J. Redick has any moves that he makes in counter ahead of that, or if he just tries to come out with the same types of stuff where LeBron James is more facilitated early. They're running dudes off of pin down so that they can have pull-up shots. How do they come back and say, let's try that again and see until they stop it, or do they try and move and zig while the Ime Udoka zags towards that first way of playing?
Yeah, especially on the offensive side. I don't have very much confidence at all in Ime Udoka making the right adjustments there. I don't think J.J. Redick is going to – I think he might put a couple more twists on things too. And then I think defensively, just back to the first point we made, I could see where they double Kevin Durant early and then like in the second or third quarter do some trips with LeBron James on him. Because you talk about a guy covering him, that's not just a guy. You know, that's a guy that can actually run with him and have the size.
Even at this point,
I think he has the size to make life difficult for him, even on as unstoppable as his jump shot can be. But also, you're not asking as much. I mean, you're asking a lot, but not as much from LeBron offensively. More facilitator than anything, as we saw in Game 1. I can see where that happens. But anyway, back to the point on Ime Udoka offensively. What is he capable of doing? What is he capable of doing?
This is the thing that has frustrated me all season long with this offense, is it feels like there's not multiple ways of playing. Now, to some degrees, I guess you can go to Alperen Sengun post-ups, which I think with Kevin Durant, you have a better opportunity. Hopefully there's a lot less Alperen Sengun on the wing and more with him at the elbow or maybe even down on the post, where you can get entries to him and he can be more effective in the heart of the play as opposed to trying to work his way in from the perimeter. I think that can be a counter to your Kevin Durant. Hopefully now you even get into some of the Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun two-man game with pick and roll or pick and pop. And then I think also that this takes some of the pressure off Reed Sheppard to have maybe he can continue in the minutes without Kevin Durant with him, running pick and roll or even running some kind of off-ball type stuff that gets him going. Actually, that's the biggest thing I'm looking for from Ime Udoka. How about we just have things that are happening outside of the on-ball circumstance? Because it just felt like one of the worst parts of this season is when we sit down and we watch a defense just be able to watch the action, the man with the ball, and not even have to worry about their other guys. Reed Sheppard coming off of a screen feels like it needs to happen a decent amount.
I'm glad you brought this series up. I'm so glad you brought this up because this was going to be one of my big takeaways. And we talked a lot after yesterday about the game and how bad the offense was, et cetera. This is something that just really grinds my gears about Ime Udoka and their offensive philosophy. He says their offensive philosophy is read and react. That is not where you start an offense.
It needs to be R-E-E-D read.
No. That is not where you start an offense. That is what your offense is when your play or your action breaks down.
Agreed.
It's not the first thing you do in offense is read and react. It's the last thing you do. You have your action, you have your play, you have whatever it is that you're calling, whether baseline, or spread or whatever you want to do. Whatever it is you like to do. That's your first option. Then you have a play action, an action off of that. And then if that all breaks down, it goes to read and react. Read and react should not be your offense. That's the last resort. And that's what he's telling us. And that's why I'm like, I have no idea if he knows, how they're going to even make an adjustment here. If that's your go-to, that's a problem.
Yeah, no, and hopefully Kevin Durant and the idea of when he gets into pick and roll and the ways that teams have to focus on that action can help open up some other things. Yeah. But it does feel like there's secondary actions that needs to be happening away from the basketball to force, those Lakers defenders to have to think about more things than just what's happening up top. I think seeing a man actually pare back some of his on-ball will help because it feels like he's a dude who can still attack and penetrate to the middle. It's just not going to happen when it has to be the everything that's happening here when he's on ball.
It's not the primary.
Right.
And so that to me is the other part of this. Kevin Durant, how is he going to play? How is he going to look? How is he going to react? Offense, do something, man. Do something. And I don't even know if they're capable of doing that. And then the chess match, I think J.J. Redick, he's not going to just say, well, that worked, let's do it again. I think he's going to have some other options that he's going to try. Maybe LeBron, is on ball a little more toward the basket. I don't know, depending on who's defending him, et cetera. But it's a big ask. I think the Rockets should win tonight, especially with Kevin Durant on the ball. I mean, in the game. But it's a big ask right now, given what they can do offensively.
All right, so Kevin Durant plays here tonight. That's a speculation. He's still a game time decision. I'm telling you that Kevin Durant plays. Whose podium game is it, right? The idea of who had the game that made this a win for the Rockets.
I think it's got to be Reed Sheppard. I think Reed Sheppard, one of those guys, we talked about this with the Lakers, who's capable of having that podium game for the Lakers. And we gave a couple of options here. It ended up being Kennard. I think
it's not him again, right? Like that was him stealing the game. You think it's him again?
I can't imagine that it's him again.
I can't either.
Yeah.
In a weird way. Now, I could easily see them
man's taking it personal defensively.
Well, hopefully that helps him get through screens. That's the big thing for me about taking it personal.
For the Rockets, it's got to be Reed Sheppard. I would hope it, Şengün, obviously, has a big game, but I think it's got to be Reed Sheppard, especially with Durant on the floor.
I think it might need to be someone like a Alperen Şengün, obviously, or maybe even we talked about Jabari Smith Jr. He did not feel like he was in the rhythm of the game at all, but he feels like he plays so much off of what other folks are doing. I feel like it might need to be one of those guys.
Just give me somebody.
Yeah.
Because that was ugly, man. I don't even think we went in as hard as we should have. How bad that was offensively. It was a mess.
No, without question. Do you feel like the Rockets actually win this game? Because it's funny, in talking about it feels like there's a lot of negativity in the ways that we pick it apart. And oddly enough, I'm still in a place where Kevin Durant plays, and they should be able to get to the things that they want to do, in no small part because this was it wasn't close, but it was a relatively close game, and you had nothing offensively. Kevin Durant brings so much, whether it's him scoring for himself or finding other people.
I think what you can do here and build off of game one, even though it was a loss, is you completely dominated the glass. Especially on the defensive side.
Didn't they get up like 90-some shots in this game?
They got 20. The Rockets had 27 more shots than the Lakers did. That's rebounding. That's limiting shots. Rebound. Now, as you pointed out yesterday, that means they were making a lot of shots. But you shot 27 more times than they did, and you forced 20 turnovers. That alone should have been enough to win that game. It wasn't because, Kennard and a number of other reasons, especially your offense. But with any Kevin Durant and dominating the glass like that, you should be able to win this game. Even if you do have, struggles offensively, you should still be able to win this game.
Is it a must-win?
No. You can't catch me on that. I ain't going to trip up.
Going down 0-2?
I ain't going to trip up.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. They're going 4 straight.
That was close. You felt it, right?
Yeah.
It was almost there.
So you feel if they lose this game, it's not a wrap?
Well, that's different than must win. Must win means if you lose, your season's over. I can say that's a wrap because I think they're going to lose the series if they go down 0-2, but that's not must win.
It looks like there's a lot of people who don't have quite the same confidence, right? Rockets are going to get smoked tonight from the 7-0-3. Lost to the Lakers without Luka. Okay, fair enough. And then some people just talking about, what you were talking about when it comes to the read and react being something that needs to be later.
That drives me nuts.
Yeah, they look clueless, man.
That drives me nuts. No, just him saying that. Yeah. What's your offense? Read and react.
That's clueless.
That's not an offense.
Yeah.
That's not an offense.
Or if you do, you need to have more. You have to have more guys that are capable of being on-ball guys. Someone made mention of the fact that the Celtics rather have maybe more of a read and react. But
I don't know if they do.
They also are blessed with having two
people who could take over
superstars that are on-ball type guys, plus some additional guys like a Peyton Pritchard. And others that are more traditional point guard types that create for others. The Rockets haven't had that, and so it feels like they're playing in a weird way away from what their team is built for in this moment. And man, they just need to be better in the post. I think some of this as well.
Şengün has got a lot on his plate right now.
I think that him having to try and do some things on ball, it felt like they never were able to post him up and get him the ball. If they did, they got him the ball really late to the point where he couldn't do anything. I imagine that we see, not that I'm clamoring for a whole bunch of paint touches, but it does feel like Alperen Şengün is better when he can get the ball in that paint and then go quickly and do that. And I think that happens a little bit better with Kevin Durant on the outside, maybe entering the ball, maybe some Reed Sheppard doing the same, Amen Thompson doing some of that. And I think that should be organized a little bit more if they're not trying specifically to have Alperen Şengün start the action as they had to do.
What was Reed Sheppard? 5 of 16 in game one? I believe.
That sounds about right. I'll double check for you here.
If he just goes 7 of 10, they win this game. If you just knock down a few more, I know that's 70%, but what I'm saying, just knock down 7. Forget the 10. Just knock down 6 or 7 threes.
Do you feel like if KD played in this game, do you feel like you feel confident that they would have won this game? No doubt.
Game 1?
Yeah, game 1.
Oh, I think they would have won. I think he would have given them enough offensively and sort of, been the what do I call it, masking agent for all their other shortcomings. He was definitely a masking agent, but he wasn't. He went on the floor.
We'll see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Game time decision for Kevin Durant, and that will dictate so much of what we're talking about once we see the Rockets and Lakers take the floor. 9:30 tonight, NBC is what we're looking for. I feel good that they win this game if he plays. Even then, I'm very intrigued to see what the coaching adjustments are, because that also will say a lot about how the series continues on. But they have to play the games, right? One game at a time is ultimately what it looks like. And so I think we feel a lot different if this ends up as a 1-1 series, even though Kevin Durant missed a game, because that's about what you ask for in any of these series, right? Go ahead and give me a split before we take it back home. So we'll see.
Call your shot on minutes and points.
For Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Give me 34 minutes. I don't think that they pair him back all the way. I think once they get him on the floor, they let him do it. Points, I think he's just, especially if they're going to allow him to pull up, I think he ends up in a place where he scores, let's say, 22 points.
I was going to say 22 points, 30 minutes. I think he's going to have to carry the load a lot.
From the 214, stop carrying the Rockets flag. They cannot win without Durant. I don't think anybody said they could win without Durant.
Nobody did.
But we're operating under the premise in which Durant plays, because it feels like that's highly likely.
I'm getting to a point, I don't know if they could win with Durant, man. Just off the strength of the Lakers and just their head coach and all that stuff. And I don't have a lot of faith in this offense at all.
No,
man.
you shouldn't.
Yeah, so I'm skeptical of that.
Yeah,
I just know playoff basketball is funny, where you'll see one game and you'll think that that's the entirety of the series, and the next game will look entirely different sometimes. I'm banking on that being some of what we see tonight. Ultimately, again, what's played on the basketball floor will dictate to us what it looks like. 9:30 p.m. NBC. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Man, I got a crazy story about a teen hacker, and I was impressed by this, but also terrified by this. And Tito's Vodka got a store. And I want to know if you guys will be down for going to this store.
A little bit of alcohol talk. All right, we do that next. But right now, I got to let you know about something I'm super, super excited
Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday here in the Loop. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, having a good one. Gearing up for the NFL draft. Very excited to see what the Texans ultimately do. We'll hand you off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. But just seeing this, Todd McShay apparently has said that the Texans, quote, rather teams are interested in the tackle group that are selecting behind Detroit, including Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco, Houston, Kansas City, New England, Cleveland, and Miami. He said he can't confirm that they're all specifically making calls, but don't be surprised if one of those teams makes an aggressive move up the board Thursday night.
So the Lions are where? They're 17?
I believe
I see
so,
it now.
yes.
17. And so that's
up into that mid-round
about
space
10
is
spots.
what we were talking about.
That's about 10 spots. 18 is 10 right behind him. So, yeah, figures. I mean, makes sense.
Does this feel like Lions season, or does this feel like an actual
it's absolutely
inside of your
Lions season.
mind?
Look, how many teams did you mention? 5?
That was the thing. It was more
yeah.
than 5. Let's see.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco, Houston, Kansas City, New England, Cleveland, Miami. That's damn near
9
10
teams.
Yeah, damn near 10 teams.
Yeah.
It feels,
that's Lion season personified.
The idea of who is willing to trade up or not, or who has interest in it, is just, it is going up and down in a way that I do not believe. I'm hearing that there's a possibility there could be a lot of trades. There's situations where you go, it might not be that many trades. There might not be a lot of people who want to trade up. Now we're hearing that there's a whole bunch of teams that are maybe interested in the possibility of trading up. I don't know exactly what to believe here when it comes down to it. But the idea that the Texans would be interested in the tackle group, how does that hit you? Because it feels, the way we've talked about this, even since dating back to free agency, was interior offensive line, right? Trying to make sure that they get better there. And I know that tackles are a more valuable position. It is a position that it gets paid better, so on and so forth. That would be something that you could probably see them being interested in, right? But it feels like interior is probably the place where, if you have to talk about immediacy, there would be more immediate interest in my mind, right?
I would suspect so, but I think you can make the case for tackle relatively easily with the Texans. Obviously, the first thing is, what do you think of Blake Fisher? Sorry to bring his name up again, but that's
no, you've taken a little time off. I'm proud of you.
That's legit.
It's been a while since he's trying to get Blake Fisher fired.
Secondly, Trent Brown is not getting any younger.
The way that he's talked about it, he seems to feel like he's ready to still play and has a
one-year
little
deal.
Yeah, but it feels like he has more juice in
sure, and I would say the same thing. You don't know where some of these other guys are going to play. At tackle, guard. I mean, Arianza Ersary was brought in as maybe a guard. So yeah, I think you can make the case, but I would still lean interior more than anything.
Yeah. If they did trade up and they were doing it for a tackle, how would that make you feel?
Again, not horrible. Because I think I could see them working based on what we just talked about.
Yeah, and again, you pair this with earlier on, we're hearing that we're seeing kind of thoughts that there might be a run on some of these offensive linemen early, right up into that 15, 17 spot that we were talking about. That there was a feeling that there could be 4 of them that go in that space, right? That if you pair that with some of this reporting that maybe teams might want to go up and get their guy of those tackles, that would kind of track. It feels interesting that would be the way that they play this, especially at a position where it's kind of a block of sorts, right? It's a little bit of a blockade to starting in a way,
right?
But that ultimately it does not have to be the way that they take things. In fact, that's the way DeMeco Ryans has talked about it, right? They'll bring guys in. They'll put them in, and they'll allow them to compete in this space. And yes, 713, they need to draft a center. You're not drafting a center in the first round.
No.
Generally you're not, but I think specifically this year, there's not a center that is available there for the first round for you to take. It feels like the way this is talked about, at least when it comes to grades, the center grades are really like 3rd, 4th round grades, unless we're talking about something that Tony Pauline apparently threw out there with the Texans, is that they're interested in a guard who could play center. And when you start talking about those, maybe you get to like a Chase Basantis at 28,
right?
Or like Keelan Rutledge, who I'm very excited about or interested in one of these mid rounds. It feels like that would be the way that you go to maybe try and address that, at least if you're going through the Tony Pauline reporting here.
Yeah, no, and there's that option that it could also be a guard, and you still have the option to go to center. So, yeah, I think that would make more sense.
Yeah, so maybe that's the way that this goes. Any insight that you take from DeMeco Ryans yesterday? It felt like it was pretty general in a lot of the ways he was talking about. Everything seemed to point back to the idea of, we're going to come in, we're going to compete, play good football, so on and so forth, right? But one of the things that he was asked about was what goes into the evaluation of a defensive lineman. And defensive line has been of a great interest, especially seeing as a lot of these places the Texans immediately had need have kind of been filled.
Right.
What goes into that, DeMeco?
When it comes to evaluating the defensive line, you have some guys, when you see a guy, is he a two-down player, right? You can make those predictions based off of what you've seen on tape, but it basically comes to third down passing situations, right? Is that guy finishing at the quarterback, and have you seen evidence of that guy finishing from his college film? Some guys have it, some guys don't. Just because there's a lack of production, though, in college does not mean that there's going to be a lack of production once you get to the NFL. Right? I think Danielle Hunter was a guy who didn't have a lot of sacks coming out of college, but now you look at him, he's probably top 10 in the NFL history of getting sacks. So it's all about, it goes back to, you see a young man, you see the traits, the talents that he has. Is he coachable, right? Is he willing to learn, listen to our coaches? And if he takes coaching the right way, we always think guys can improve, and we're going to work as best as we can as coaches. That's our job, to develop, to support players, to help them grow in those areas. If you're a two-down guy, we'll try to help you as best we can to become that pass rusher, right? And if it doesn't work out, that's great. Be a great two-down player. So if whatever role you play, we roll a lot of different defensive linemen because a lot of guys have a lot of different traits and roles that they can do for us, and we're going to make it work with the guys that we play.
And that generator is kind of loud in the background.
I'm like, the food truck park or something?
No, you know what that was? That was Will Anderson Jr.'s motor going in the background. It's just
they were
that
trying
loud
to figure it out this morning, and they had all kinds of theories. The more I listened to that, and by the way, yeah, what he said, I agree, but I also think that they're going to they're not going to care too much about three-down interior linemen because they rotate so many. Anywho, this had to be a generator, right?
Yeah, it sounded like they was at a food truck park, man.
That's a great question. I'm trying to remember. I was like, did I actually watch this, or did I just
move
listen
the
to
microphone, move the generator, move it back a little bit.
How
Get an electric one.
You ain't moving no generator.
Yeah, that thing's gonna stay right there.
No, they're on wheels.
This again feels like supreme confidence in what they have as a staff defensively, and they've earned it, right? They've earned that possibility. You don't have to go as far as, or you only have to go as far as Tommy Togiai, right? They take a guy who, and Tommy Togiai deserves his credit. I'm not trying to make it seem like he is entirely a man who's been made by this Texas team, but they've absolutely helped him become a much higher version of himself than I think that most of us would have imagined possible when you bring in.
He's
Tommy
one of
Togiai.
He's one of the poster children of when they say doesn't matter where you drafted, doesn't matter this or that, just win the job. No, he's at the top of the list.
And so with that being the case, talking about that evaluation, man, it almost makes me wonder, because I know we've talked a lot about the possibility of going and getting him that defensive tackle in the middle, especially if they're a run stopper. Did that sound at all to you like a dude who's like, hey man, whatever y'all give me, I'm gonna make it into something? Or does it sound like that's just kind of a general ethos that's not particular to I don't need a high-level talent player. We're going to make him into a good player.
I think all I heard was we're looking for a guy if we draft there on the interior, or when we get a player on the interior that does one or two very particular things
and we'll add the rest.
And we can worry about the rest later. He said it. Is he a two-down back? Cool. We can deal with that. And if we get lucky or we coach him up the right way, then maybe it can be more.
I feel like this time of year gets me in a bad way because I'm trying to read everything and read into all these little things, and it's lion season to some degree, and then also we're trying to peer into the minds of folks who do not want to have their minds peered into. Nick Caserio has been very good about sending us this way and that, and then ultimately coming into the draft and doing things that we would not have anticipated. So this year in particular, it's made it really difficult to narrow down exactly what they're going to do. As of right now, how are you feeling about this?
In terms of where they go?
Yeah. Do you feel like you have any insight into it?
Well, that's going to be our question on Thursday is call your shot. So I'm not going to call my shot.
No, I'm not asking you to call your shot here.
Right now. But I still, I mean, I'm just playing the odds here. Maybe as a gambler, as a part-time gambler, the odds are still going to be offensive line. Still going to be there.
Tried and true.
I think that's where the odds are, yeah.
Sure. All right. You're in the loop here on
Not necessarily
Sports
what
Radio.
I want, even though I could certainly get it, and I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I think the odds are offensive line.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to everybody rocking with us. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And appreciation, more importantly, to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. We're on the show, Hughley in front of me right now. What's that, man?
Not much, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go, getting closer to it.
Getting closer to it, man.
Got the Rockets tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What does that see? I knew there was gonna be. What's that chuckle? What that mean?
Well, tomorrow could be a whole lot.
Oh boy. You can go in any number of directions. If it's bad, it's going to be real bad.
Like he's playing, right?
He's playing.
I think
I don't know how good he's going to be.
You put it at what, 90%?
90.
I put it at 80% just because he's
playing,
same
right?
designation.
Yeah,
I feel
he's
like he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant, that is.
But how effective and how long is he that effective? That tendonitis thing kind of put a whole different spin on it for me. It's one thing if it's a bruise, but if it's a bruised patella tendon, that changes things a little bit. Yeah.
Not a lot to get to here, man. It's a fun time right here. Especially in your city where all the sports are involved, and you got the draft, you got the Joe Espadas.
The fighting Joe Espadas is what you're doing here.
What a way to get off the mat, Joe.
they were fighting. Shout out to Spencer Arrighetti with a good 5 innings of work. Like it didn't even feel like it was like crazy good, but at the same time, it was so damn necessary to have a game in which your offense comes out and scores, and you're like, they're not having to continually pour it on just to stay ahead in this game. They did pour it on, but that was just to close the game down as opposed to having to go and regain a lead as it feels like the Astros have had to do at times.
Oh, he wasn't going to be caught dead in Cleveland.
Oh.
You think that was part of – oh, yeah, but if Seattle didn't feel like the right temperature, Cleveland definitely wouldn't have.
We looked over there. Joe had a skull cap on. Joe was shaking, trying to get his sunflower seeds to his mouth. I said, boy, man, he might would have been in here fight. He'd have quit.
Oh, yeah.
He'd have been done.
He'd have been with all the people that actually showed up to the game. By the time it was like, the 6th inning, you could tell them even the Clevelanders were like, we're not sitting out here in the cold for this.
Cold, man.
At 39.
They took that inside. And then also, what do we make of our guy Christian Walker out here getting the law enforcement mustache going in order to get to even better baseball out here?
Well, I was very disappointed. I felt if anybody on the team, he didn't need to go to changing
having
it up.
a great start.
You just keep that look the way you got it going. Maybe them pitchers need to go shave their heads or all wear black socks like Fab Five did.
Yeah.
Maybe go hockey beards or something. But Christian, you was good.
Yeah, that's been quite the surprise to me, to be honest. I didn't know what to expect.
Well, that's the part is Jordan is out of his mind. And then Christian Walker is swinging the bat the way he did.
Altuve.
And now you got people in the media talking about should they sign Cam Smith, early right now because he's swinging the bat well. And then there's the pitching.
Yeah.
Then there is indeed the pitching. Thankfully,
you couldn't draw it up any better at the plate.
No,
Astros fan before the season started. Cam Smith keeps coming.
Yep.
Paredes picks up where he left off, and all of a sudden, Christian Walker gets out of the headlines for being the next disappointment at first base. If that happens, this team's going to be tearing it up.
Well,
it's happened, and the pitching's so bad we're not tearing it up.
The 3 things I wasn't sure about going into the season is Jordan going to stay healthy. He's been healthy and tearing the cover off the ball. What's Altuve going to be? Every year we have to ask that question because he's aging. He's tearing the cover off the ball. And is Christian Walker has he just regressed to the point of no return? And he's tearing the cover off the ball. So you got 3 guys that you didn't know about playing their asses off, but the pitching.
Yep. Pena's been in and out, so he hasn't really had a chance to get started. You feel like you got to get something extra when he comes back?
Yeah, you possibly have 6 tent poles in this lineup. Like you have 6 dudes that you go, man, they could hold it up at any given time if some of these other guys.
Now, clearly, Yiner tricked us, but
he didn't trick me.
No, he's been a Yiner hater.
He didn't get you the first 2 years.
He didn't get me. I was criticizing him last year and this time of year.
But I'm talking about them first 2 years. That first year where Dusty was getting crushed because Dusty didn't play him enough.
Yeah,
and then
we didn't have a sample size.
and then even the next year, he was like 3rd in the Silver Slugger Award for catchers.
Yeah.
Well,
he hadn't gotten himself going. Man, my man is fight, man. I look at him, man. Like Clint said, boy, he's got that same look Jake Myers had a few years ago.
Goodness gracious.
All right,
Phil.
that time Jake got struck out by that second baseman for the Chicago Cubs that came into the game to pitch because they didn't want to use any more pitchers, and he struck
him out.
Struck Jake out swinging.
I screwed up.
We laughed
I
to keep
just
from crying.
remember thinking. Hey man, Chad's got to be over there thinking, you guys.
What is
kidding me?
going on?
Are you guys kidding me? For this guy, this Chad seems like for this freaking guy. I'm sitting over here.
Yeah.
Chad's over there, sitting over there in the corner. Get his ass again. Bring his ass up again.
Y'all got a lot coming on the show today. Matt Burke going to be talking.
That's right.
To you fellas. Obviously, Will Anderson Jr. will be talking to the media. You guys will have that. I'm missing somebody else.
Ryan Jones.
There we go.
Jones, who covers college football for CBS. You see him every Saturday on CBS. He Big Ten, SEC. Obviously, a former John and Tyler Longhorn.
No need.
And we'll get his thoughts on the upcoming draft for the Texans and overall and what to look for. So yeah. Packed show.
Packed, and you want to stick around for it. John Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow.
You sure will.
As we continue to move towards the draft. But right now, I want to thank again D&M Auto-Lisa for the crosstalk with the fellas. But I should let you know that right now, the drive is live.
That's right, baby. And listen, as we sit there, we've got a lot to get to today, a lot happening on the show. And not only will you hear from Will Anderson on the drive, not only will you hear from his defensive coordinator, Matt Burke, with us, and not only will you hear from Brian Jones on the draft, you also will have a chance to win. We have on two separate occasions, in the 3 o'clock hour and in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Houston Gamblers. All right, and they're taking on Ted Ginn Jr.'s squad, aren't they?
He out of jail yet? He get out of jail yet? Usually DUI, you're out the next day, but is he all right?
They're going to take on Ted Ginn and the Fighting Columbus.
Hey, while you boys are still in the building.
Avatars.
Headed to the Slammer. Their names?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's where you settled, Avatars. While you guys are in the building, we got a Cinco de Mayo baby over here. I know y'all know that. I know y'all are aware of that, but I want to go ahead and put that out there 2 weeks in advance so that we can all kind of figure out how to gather somewhere for a Cinco de Mayo birthday.
Cinco de Mayo birthday.
I mean, I feel like the fact that we've
falls
got
on a Taco Tuesday this year.
Oh, see that's why you got to have softball-sized prostate John Lopez in the conversation.
Sir, you mean volleyball size? Apparently.
Is it volleyball?
It was volleyball. Is what
them stairs whooping your
John,
ass, ain't they?
Thank God I thank God for the email from the boss lady. I did not know that 20 and Tyler, that floor 20 was that quick of access.
Yeah.
I thought it was just all for naught. I thought, well, I'm just not going to get to 15 on time and get back up.
I threatened to stay home.
Do it from the crib.
Hey, get you a Comrex. I'll split one with you. Hey, you want to split a Comrex?
Nah, he's going to have to come up here. I told him I'd get him one of the medical urinals that they use at the I told him that's what he's going to have to use.
Hey, Cinco de Mayo. Wrap your head around it. We're gathering for Ron's birthday. We can't have a Cinco de Mayo baby on the team and not celebrate that damn. We did it one time in 6 years.
All right.
And you put us on Teletepian or something like that?
It did.
Teotihuacan.
That's it.
Well, I screwed that up, didn't I?
Yeah.
I'm not giving it a shot.
Now that y'all know, now that we've made the announcement, you're in the know. There's no skimming out on the deal.
I'll be there.
All right.
Well, we appreciate you. Last year you brought us margaritas and queso.
Yeah, that ain't gonna fly this year. We appreciate the hell out of it. That ain't gonna fly this year.
Wow.
that ain't it. Taco Tuesday for my boy Ron.
He's aggressive with that.
Y'all get ready.
Again, 3 and 5 o'clock hours, Houston Gambler tickets. April 26th, Shell Energy Stadium. So stay tuned for that. So a lot for you coming up here on the drive. All right, I want to get you all involved. Those of you on the base power text line, 713-572-4610. I see you, Brandon. I see you, Phoenix. I see you, Timothy. I see you, Rob, in the building. Happy Biscuit in the building. Donna, I see you, all of you on YouTube.
Happy Biscuit?
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
Yeah, Happy Biscuit in the building. Happy Biscuits 7901.
If that would have came through on MySpace back in the day, I'd have definitely clicked.
Oh, absolutely.
Happy Biscuit? Yeah, I'll take a peek.
God, MySpace, wow.
I'll take a peek. Maybe
is that
not a top 8, but
that's too old for you, isn't it? MySpace.
No.
Did you?
That was the first social media. Yeah.
Yeah, I think MySpace is where you were probably on there without permission from your mom, and you were hiding it.
I got permission. But Yeah, MySpace.
In an upset on MySpace. Is that still active? My nickname.
I think technically.
My nickname on MySpace is your nickname.
Dirty Red?
Yep.
Is it really?
If
that
MySpace is still active.
Man, friendships were broken by that top 8.
If I could still.
Boy, if we could pop up MySpace accounts. Oof.
That top 8 was so important.
Oh, man.
Feelings got hurt.
When you got the music on there, too?
Oh, the profile song was key.
Well, absolutely.
Well, it was. Here's the deal, boys. It was a dead giveaway. When you met a lady, and all of a sudden you made an appearance in that top 8, you knew you had a shot.
Mm-hmm. Or when you got rid of one.
Yeah.
When you knocked one down, man.
Oh, yeah.
You got rid of one. That was where it was at right
Why
there.
am I only number 3 on your top 8?
I don't want to see.
Nah, you're just lucky to be in that thing, baby. You know how this thing works.
Why do you have your friends
The
in
homies
front of me?
The homies got that top row.
You damn right. You damn right. That's right.
The homies got that top row, and here's the other deal. You know when you touch me, I might change my song. You might when you touch me, you may be able to hear a little something in that song that says, "Oh, I'm there." I either pissed him off, or I made his day, or he really likes me. Yeah, you can get it on MySpace.
Got a chance.
Oh yeah, you got a shot.
I'm gonna see if I can still pull up my old MySpace page. God, oh, that was it.
I found mine recently, but
Did you?
I had no way of logging into it.
You know how everything, all those things that kind of make, like bell bottoms made their way back around, and like kind of fashion wise things make their way. You think MySpace, a rebirth of MySpace, would be a good deal? No chance.
I don't think so.
I think it's got a chance. I think
all the other ones have
There's
passed
a lot
it.
of folks. There's a lot of folks like. Well, I mean, it got to have some tweaks now.
Yeah, some tweaks to it.
Would I greatly appreciate something that I could have a theme song on when you looked it up? Like you could get a little vibe of what I was feeling that day. Absolutely.
I'm telling you, boy, Tyler. When I was in college, I was working at MySpace and Black Planet, baby.
Hell yeah. Coding our own backgrounds for our profile.
I was working with both of them, man.
Hell yeah.
God, man.
Good old days, boys.
Telling you,
Posting surveys as bulletins.
How about that? All right. I do want to start here because tonight there's a lot going on. We got the Astros still rolling into the draft, but this is the biggest game of the season for the Houston Rockets, Clint and Tyler. This is it. And I want to know from you all how big you view this game. Do you feel like the Rockets are playing for their season right now? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe the Rockets are playing for their season tonight? If they lose this game, the season's over. By the way, the latest possible update we have, Tyler and Cheryl will check and see if there's anything more recent. But the latest I have is still a game-time decision with that bruise near in the knee. And according to Udoka yesterday, he said it's more of an issue of mobility and not pain. Mobility probably is most important, Udoka said on Monday. The pain tolerance is one thing, but actually moving and feeling comfortable doing all the movements is going to be the biggest thing. And so that's why they're running this right up into a game-time decision. So we talked about this a bit yesterday. We just talked about the crosstalk before you got in there. I would be really shocked and then concerned if Kevin didn't play tonight. I feel like the way we've seen him move a bit, he will at least give it a go. Hell, he gave it a go knowing that he was probably about to have his damn Achilles tear during the finals a couple years ago. I would assume that he plays tonight, even with especially what we've been hearing of late coming in, that they feel optimistic about it. But with that being said, Clint, do you feel like their season's on the line tonight?
Absolutely, 100%, no doubt about it.
Really?
Absolutely. Look, here's the deal. If he doesn't play, the injury is a lot worse than just, he'd need a knee in practice and he's going to miss game one. It's clearly significantly worse than I thought. And even if he was to play in game 3, you're still looking at something that's probably going to slow him down, and this Rockets team can't survive a slowed down Kevin Durant. So if he doesn't play, I think it's worse. Not only are you in an 0-2 hole, but I think it's worse. Again, we saw what this team looks like versus a playoff caliber team. Even be it that playoff caliber team was missing players, it's still a playoff caliber team that has championship expectations, that's made runs, that knows how to turn it on, and they're smart. You know, they've got one of the smartest players, ever to see the game on the floor, for an extended period of time. So, yeah, look, I think if you – whether he plays tonight or not, if you lose, your season's over.
You think it's over? You think if
yes.
they drop down 0-2 going back here
done
to Toyotas?
Oh, this team, done. Over.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put an S on that. That's the other way you looked at me.
2 Toyotas.
Done. You feel that way, Tyler? You feel like they're playing for the season right now?
Damn near it. Yeah.
So not quite.
Not quite,
Yeah.
but pretty close.
Like I'm with you. I don't. All right, I would have to see how the game went. Right, like, if you look over there and see it, you're like, like they're just getting their asses kicked, or you could just see like there's just a way where you watch and you're like they ain't gonna figure this out. They ain't got it. Then maybe that's it. But like when I think about it, and I think, all right, if they go down 0-2. And Kevin Durant is able to play the rest of the series, I don't necessarily rule them out. Although, I'll be honest, Clinton, Tyler, the numbers are not on their side. 92.7% of the time, teams that start 2-0 have won the series in the NBA playoffs. I know that's not a good sign that about little over 7% of teams have been able to come back down 0-2 in the NBA playoffs. But I do think this is a different scenario because, again, I would have to see how it goes. But on paper, when you look at it, the Rockets have without Luka and Reeves, the superior talent. Now, we'll see about the coaching. Actually, we've seen about the coaching a little bit, but they have the superior talent.
Coaching and IQ. And
they would be coming home. So I wouldn't necessarily rule them out. They'd be in trouble. I would rule them out. I don't care what happens in the OKC Phoenix series. That series over. Right? They're done. I wouldn't put them in that boat. I don't necessarily. I think it's a huge game, and their chances obviously shift in a major way if they're able to pick up a win. But I wouldn't end it right there. 713-572-4610 base power text line. Do you believe the Rockets are playing for their season? Text line coming in. Yes. The longer this series takes, the more you give Austin and Luka more time to return. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe Austin's returning. I don't know what kind of funny business Luka had done in Spain, but I don't think Austin's gonna be able to flip this oblique thing. Like I think they said 4 to 6 weeks. I think if they get Austin Reeves back, it would be in a different series. I don't think he's going to come back. The Luka thing, we'll see. That there may be something to that. Yes, we are playing for the season. I don't trust this team. If I had to bet, it was Tari Eason who banged knees with KD. He plays reckless. Truth be told, JJ might be a better coach maybe better at coaching than Ime is. Well, in game one, he definitely was.
Well, look, here's the deal with that. Coupling with LeBron, he damn sure is. Now, I don't know who. I'm not going to come to this mic and tell you how great JJ is of a coach from a scheme standpoint and a feel and a management and adjustment standpoint. The combination of him and LeBron, I mean, they are significantly better than anything that the Rockets bring to the table. When you look at this series right here, I agree with you, Ron. It's going to be a crying ass shame if the Rockets lose this series in any way, shape, or form, but lose it in 4 or 5 games. It's going to be a crying ass shame because you are exactly right. They are a more talented basketball team. But it is literally coaching and IQ on the floor. And when you're missing that to a degree, that a Luka-less and Reeves-less Laker team can beat you by double digits, yeah, that's maybe even embarrass you in a series. Yeah, that's a sad day in Houston right there, man.
Yeah, we'll see tonight. If Kevin is able to play, like I just think it's just, and he's able to play close to himself, then it's an overwhelming advantage. Again, it would be a shot if they lost with Kevin out there.
I mean, that's worst case scenario is Kevin plays. There's no sign of the bad knee, and you lose with Kevin. So he just doubles down on what we watched last week. That's the worst case scenario.
I told Tyler, because you brought up LeBron, I told Tyler before before the show, I am intrigued to see like LeBron's approach in this game, because clearly his approach in the last game was, I'm gonna chill, I'm not going to exert as much energy, I'm gonna try to get everybody else involved, and it worked to the tune of Ayton outplayed Şengün and Hachimura, and then obviously Luke Kennard went crazy. Is this a game, though, in which he goes, all right, nope, I'm going to go the opposite of this. I'm going to go out there and look for my shot. I'm going to try to lead by scoring. I'm really intrigued what version of LeBron, not only with KD, but how does LeBron approach this game? Because, as you said, I think he's probably got as much going on game playing wise as JJ.
Well, when he's on the floor, he's just not going to let it. I mean, he's just not going to let it get out of hand. And you know, the good thing is that LeBron's looking at this thing. He's got to be like, well, game one was like a walkthrough. I'm good. I got all my juice. And so if he goes out there and the Rockets don't do anything different, and it's the same approach offensively, hell, and defensively for that matter, then I would imagine LeBron's going to stay right there in his comfort zone. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah. They got to dominate those non-LeBron minutes. When he's out, they have got to
They should dominate when his ass is on the floor.
Well, I'm with you, but damn sure when he is off. When he is off. All right, coming up, there has been a player that has been on Clint's wish list from word go with this draft. And I want to get a real clear understanding of why this player would be a great fit, because I question if the Texans would use him to the best of his ability to be worth the value he is. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, Clint, you know what season it is.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mocaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head out to NRG and hear from the newest extension case for the Houston Texans, Will Anderson Jr.
Move the podium, make sure there's a photo opportunity, and Will's going to give a brief opening statement, and then we'll go right to it.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus, I owe all I am to you. Thank you for blessing me and keeping me and holding me together all these years. Without you, I am nothing. You have truly been gracious and loving to me. I love you, and I will always glorify your name. Now all the glory to God, who is able through his mighty power at work within us to accomplish infinitely more than we might ask or think. To my support system, my parents, thank you for putting football in my hands. Who would have thought? The endless driving up and down the road, long talks, prayers, and love, I keep them closely to my heart. You guys are the best parents in the world. The young man you see here today is because of you. Thank you for the discipline and the structure you instilled in me and reminded me to just be me. I love y'all with everything in me. To my sisters, my father, their moms, thank you guys for always loving me, supporting me, believing in me, and cheering me on, and reminding me of who I am and who I will always be, and the endless criticism. The best siblings a little brother could ask for. To see y'all continue to grow into the strong, beautiful women y'all are makes me happy. I couldn't be more proud of you guys. I love y'all so much. To my village, my extended family, my grandparents, best friends, brothers, thank you for holding me down and being honest and truthful with me, and real. And thank you for the support and love that never goes unnoticed. And thank you for understanding and still being there for me through it all. To my spiritual family, thank you for the prayers and keeping me grounded in the word, and never forgetting and never letting me forget how powerful God is, and that he always has my back and is always standing on the front line with me. Thank you. My clutch fam, huge thanks to Nicole, who's been everything and more, and working hard to be a blessing. Also to the rest of my team, Jenna, Shakima, Joe, and Riley, thank you guys. To the Texans, the McNairs, Nick, Coach Ryans, thank you for taking a chance on me and believing in me. I will forever be grateful for this opportunity. I don't take it for granted at all. I don't take it for granted at all. To all my teammates, coaches, staff of the Texans, this wouldn't be possible without you guys pushing me, loving me to be the best version of myself every single day. I'm glad I get to call y'all brothers, coaches, and, of course, co-workers. And I'm so glad that we get to play our brand of ball for more years to come. To the city and fans of Houston, H-Town, thanks for welcoming me and my family, for all the love. To every little kid, teenager, boy or girl, young adult, don't be scared to be different. Rise above the expectations of what society wants you to be. With God, everything is possible. You are not what this world wants you to be, but everything God has called you to be. Walk in your purpose and your light, however that may look, and let nothing stop you. You are called, you are chosen, you are ordained, you are godly and holy, and most of all, you are loved. Whatever God has planned for you shall come to pass. Held high always, be bold. Be strong and courageous, and do not be afraid or discouraged, for your Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're just 24 years old to be now you're the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. What does that mean to you to have that designation?
Most definitely. I've been so overwhelmed with joy these last couple of days, nonstop tears, and it's been a blessing. And I think for me, I look back at it, I love what I do. And I tell people all the time, they know, it's like, oh, the money, this. It's really never, ever been about the money for me. It's all just been about walking in my purpose and doing what God has called me to do. And to be able to be here right now and be in this moment and enjoy this moment, it means everything to me. And I just think about my family, everything that we endured growing up, all the hard times, everything, to get to retire my parents early, to get to see my sisters thrive, my nieces and nephews, the rest of my family. I think that's the biggest blessing for me.
Well, congratulations. We were talking to DeMeco yesterday, and he, recalled the 2023 top 30 visit. He said it was the best he had ever seen. What do you remember about it? What do you feel like made it special for you?
Yeah, I remember just walking in the building, and I felt it in my spirit. I was like, I got to be here. Even on draft, like leading up into the draft, I told Nicole, me and Nick had like a really long conversation. But I was like, Nicole, I don't care what you got to tell the Texans. I got to be in that building. But just walking in, the staff, the coaches, the culture that I knew that DeMeco was trying to build here, it felt great. It felt right. Like I said, I always tell people, his mentality of what he wants his players to be, what he wants his staff to be, what he wants this building to be, it was easy for me to come in and play for him. And I appreciate him so much. And that was like my favorite visit of all time. And every time I tell anybody, I was like, bro, the Texans, yeah, that's the place you want to be at.
Well, congratulations. And when they make an investment like this, they're investing what you've done, but also what you'll do in the future.
Yeah.
What do you plan to do now to just go ahead and take this forward and, if anything, just keep growing as a player? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just staying to the process, not changing. I think it's about growth and obviously maturity, but I think it's about you just keep going in your same process. And, you know, a lot of times, you know, I'm young at this, but a lot of times, you know, guys, I think will like want to change or do more. And I think the biggest thing that I'm going to keep with me is what DeMeco told me when I first got here. Like, you don't got to be Superman. Just go be the same person you've been when we drafted you, when you was at Alabama, the leader, the player that you were. And that's what's been helping me succeed so far. So just continue to be myself, continue to grow my game, grow up my teammates, have fun with them, and just go play for them.
DeMeco talked about team goals. You think about, you know, this in the context, you're going to be here for a long time. Your goals as far as trying to get to the Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, all those sorts of things. Thank you. Aaron, can you say the question one more time? Oh, I'm sorry. As far as DeMeco was talking about team goals, and as far as for you, now that this is you're secured here long term, how much is that sort of like you think about trying to win a championships, things like that?
Oh, well, definitely. That question or that, like, it doesn't pass my mind. You know, after the last game, that's something that just going into workouts, going into training, like, that's literally all I've been thinking about. Like, ask me about contract. Yeah, the contract is cool, but ask me about winning. That's more important. And how we get over this hump, how we can get past the second round is really what's been on my mind. And I think we did a really good job with free agency, going to get a lot of great guys. I'm excited about this year. Like I said, I know where this team can go. We have the pieces to do it. We have the coaching staff to do it. And I'm excited to get rolling and see what we do this year.
Well, you always talk about getting better each year. What's your approach? What are you working on, looking forward to as you approach this off season to get better and get to that next level you mentioned?
Yeah, most definitely. First, I always think it starts mental. How's your mental? How's your headspace? You know, getting back in the right mind, making sure that your mind is right so you can go perform the best you can. Obviously, for me, I still feel like in my game, like I haven't even reached to the period of where I want to be at in my game. And I think this offseason, continue to build my body up to be able to bend or to be able to finish on the quarterback. Like I think that's the next step, is just be able to finish on the quarterback. I've been joking with Miles, and we've been going at it, and he's like, pressures ain't going to cut it, big dog. And, you know, we've been going back and forth, but it's been fun, man. But obviously knowing myself and knowing my game is like, that's the next step for me.
Hey, well, congratulations, first off. When you got here, it seems like you and DeMeco had quite the bond, and you guys have built a little culture together. What kind of, I guess, conversations have you guys had to create that in recent years, and are you proud of the culture that has been created here?
Yeah, I'm super proud of the culture that's been built here. And, again, big shout-out to DeMeco, because DeMeco did a really good job. You know, you talk to other players around the league when you go to Pro Bowl, and, you know, like, there's like, bro, we don't have a foundation of who we are. We don't have anything to lean back on of, you know, when things go wrong. And I think DeMeco always preaches swarm, and it's been, like, brainwashed in everybody in this building from every point of the building. Like, we swarm. And, you know, just talking about our relationship, man, he has an open door policy, and it's not never a time that I can't go to him and talk to him. You know, he's in his word as well. So, you know, we connect on a spiritual level as well.
Well, congratulations, and I know your parents got to be proud. You and I have talked in the locker room. Which one of those sisters has been the roughest on you as far as getting you to this point now? Could you just point them out? Because let's find the real engine behind this.
Yeah, let me put this out here too, because my sister's been getting crazy comments and everything. My sisters are the best. I wouldn't be here without them, so y'all can chill on them. But all of them, I would say. I don't think it's just one. I think they all played a big part in helping me get to where I'm at. Like I said, driving me up and down the road, taking me to practice, you know, trying to get out in the yard and do different things with me, buying me clothes, cleats when they had the money when my parents didn't. I think all of them played a really big part. But who get on my nerves the most probably will be Riri. She's here right now. But that's my best friend, though, so she good.
Well, going back to the day you became a Texan, we asked DeMeco and Nick about the process.
Yeah.
When did you know that you were going to be a Texan in relation to when the CJ pick was made and all that? Do you remember?
I don't, because in the green room, Arizona was still on the clock, and that's a whole nother conversation for another thing. But Arizona's still on the clock. It was like a minute 30 left, And I tell this story all the time. I promise you I'm not lying. DeMeco had called me, and I'm thinking, like, because at the time me and DeMeco, you know, we had a pretty good relationship. I'm thinking he's calling me like, yeah, man, I'm sorry we couldn't get you, like, you know, obviously. And then he told me he was drafting me, and I just went crazy because, like I said, I really wanted to be here. I really wanted to be a part of something very special. And as you can see, man, we've been on the up and up, and I think we're trending in the right way to get it done.
Well, you've always kind of, I think, been like a leader element of this team. Does something like this, the investment the team makes in you, does that kind of take it up another notch for you from a leadership standpoint?
Yeah, most definitely. I think it does, but at the end of the day, I think how you come into the building every day. Every day you got to come into the building and be your authentic self. And no matter what you're going through, you got to leave it at the door, and you got to come in here. And whether you're a leader, wherever it may be, you have to lead. And I think that's something I've just been taught either at Alabama or throughout my years of life, is just coming here, being my authentic self, and leading in the right way that I can. So, contract, no contract, man, they handed me a responsibility, so I have to come in here and do that for the organization, for myself, for my teammates, and just the betterment of everybody else.
Well, you said there were a lot of tears, man. Can you walk us through the timeline on when you found out that this was actually official? Who were you with?
Yeah.
And then maybe who were you at the first phone call, or who'd you talk to first?
Yeah, I was training down in Dallas. And, I had checked my phone for it quick because I knew Nicole was, on me about it. And I was training, and we had took a little break, and she called me, and she was like, whenever you get done, I need you to call me ASAP. So my heart kind of dropped, because I'm like, man, I'm in here training. What's going on? And I get home, and she calls me, and she tells me everything, and I literally just dropped to my knees, and total thanks, tears. And then I had to get on the flight the same day, and I felt bad for the lady sitting beside me, because she was probably so concerned about me, because I was crying the whole flight. But and then we FaceTimed my parents. My mom, she wasn't able to be on the FaceTime call because she was flying back to Georgia. And my whole family just went crazy. Yeah, it's just a big moment for us. And like I said, it's bigger than me. I think about my family. I think about everything that we've been through. And to be able to, bless them just as much as they blessed me.
Okay, well, I wondered, at what age did you decide that you wanted to be a football player? That's what you wanted to do in life? And a follow-up to that, if you could tell that little boy that decided that you would be in this position right now, what do you think that little boy would say?
Yeah, I think that's what makes the story so great, because I never wanted to be a football player. They put me in football, and I just remember going through it and rolling around in grass. And, he probably going to hate that I put him on the spot, but Coach Rod, man, big shout out to him. He's everything that you want to ask for in a coach, whether it's just coaching you, just being a man of God, great husband, great father. He's been like a father figure to me, man, and he knows me and him had this conversation plenty of times. The story is just funny because it's like God has just been working unbelievably in my life. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to be a football player. It's like the journey's just been step by step. Like, I found out I was good in high school my sophomore year. Then God was like, okay, we can go to college. And I'm not even thinking about college. I get to Alabama. Then it's like, oh, you're great. You can go to the league. Then I get to the league. And I'm just like, well, I know I'm good, but am I good enough to do this? And God has just been, man, just how he works is just unbelievable. But if I had to go back and tell my high school self, that's when I really was like, okay, you got a chance, how this would be. I don't even know what I would tell him. I was just outside having fun, playing with my friends, but I would tell him, man, just stay true to your authentic self, man, and let God lead you, walk in your light, and have fun doing that.
Well, obviously this would be a big moment for anybody, but can you explain in your words why it was so emotional for you?
Yeah, kind of just piggybacking off what I said a couple of minutes ago, is just this was never I didn't have pictures of football in my room. I didn't have the Falcons were our favorite team, but I didn't grow up watching football. I didn't any of that. Life has just been its journey itself. It's just been one at a time. And so when this happened, like I said, I was just thinking about nobody but my family, man. And I didn't think about what I was going to get, what I was going to buy, no nothing. I'm like, bro, my family is set. That's it. And I think that's why I got so emotional, because these two right here, I mean, being in a 3-bedroom house with 6 kids wasn't easy, working long nights. My mom got to work overtime. My dad working overtime. He don't get to see us like that. It meant the world for me to do what I do. You know what I'm saying? It means everything for me to wake up every morning, to put these shoulder pads on, to put the helmet on and strap up, knowing what I do it for, knowing my purpose. And my family is one of my biggest purposes that I do this for.
I know your grandmother was a big part of your life. What
Yeah.
do you think she would say
Look at little Willie go. That's what she would have said. Look at little Will go. She would be so proud, man. She learned how to use YouTube because of me playing football. She'll probably be posting all over Facebook right now. But she was a big influence in my life as well. Walking me out the door every morning before going to school. She couldn't walk down to the stadium, so she'd stay up on the hill and watch the games. And I remember one time, I don't even know how she seen this, but I had got pancakes so bad. This is when I first started. And she said, I seen that big old boy laying on you down there. I was like, dang. But nah, she would just be really proud. And man, everything that I am is because of her as well. And I still hold her closely to my heart. And what I do, a lot of tears that they see before the games, a lot of that is for her too.
Well, first of all, congratulations, brother. 2 questions. The first one, you said you never really were trying to be a football player. Yeah. When did you embrace, hey, maybe I'll be a football player? When did you make that decision?
Really, when I got to high school. And actually, I thought I was going to be a running back. I wore 28 because I wanted to be a running back like Adrian Peterson and Coach Rod, my high school coach, Coach Rogers. Shout out to him. I never forget. He was like, I'm moving your position to defensive end. And I cried. I called my mom. I was like, Mom, they trying to move me to defensive end. And it worked out. But after my sophomore year, it worked out. After my sophomore year, because I didn't play my freshman year. My sophomore year, one of my big bros, he took me to a trainer. I started training. And I took off my sophomore year. I had a really great sophomore year in high school. And ever since then, I didn't look back. My dad put me in training. We'll have a game Friday, Saturday morning. I'll be in training the next day hurting. And ever since then, it just, the process, the grind never stopped.
Football, DeMeco talked about this yesterday, that he wants guys in this building that are willing to buy in again.
Yeah.
Can you talk about just how hard it is to go through the offseason, go through the season, and then take an L to end the season and be like, I got to do that again? How you get the building to buy in to let all that work again?
Yeah. I think it's just the process. You got to have fun with your process, and I think we do a really good job of our process here and having fun with our process. And I think the people here make it really great, too, and make it really special. And I think the locker room is what makes it really special. You have a bunch of guys that is hardworking guys that love football, that has embraced the culture. So I don't really think it's redoing anything. I think it's just getting better and coming back and working just as hard as you did last year. We have a bunch of guys, man, that love ball. There is no question about that. So when you say having to do it again, this is what we look forward to. We get paid to do this. It's our jobs. So I think everybody comes in with the right mindset, the right mentality, and I think everybody in that locker room knows, man, we have the guys to get it done. So I don't think it's ever a question of man, I got to do this again. It's man, we get to do this again. I get to go out with the same group of guys again that we had so much success last year. I know we're going to have even more success this year.
Congratulations on your deal. I know you've spoken a lot about DeMeco Ryans and your relationship with him, not just because of your ties to Alabama, but how has he helped you grow into the player that you are today, the person you are today, and now knowing that your story's far from over with him and that you guys got another 5 years together to be able to build this thing up the way you want to? Yeah,
most definitely. Man, the one thing I love about DeMeco, man, he lets you be. He lets you figure it out. He lets you, you're struggling a little bit, you go talk, but he going to let you figure it out. You're having a slow start to something, all right? And that's what I love about him, man. He knows he's been in our shoes before. He knows how the game works, and I think that's what I appreciate about him so much because he doesn't hound you, he doesn't be all over you, man, and he lets you go play. And I think it goes back to him being in his word as well, being grounded in his faith. I think that spreads throughout the whole locker room. Just seeing a head coach who's grounded in his faith and he implements it in what he wants this team to be and how he wants this team to come up. And just for me watching him lead and everything like that, as a leader, I look up to him as well because I'm like, he leads like this. I can maybe take a few nuggets from him and the way he speaks, the way he has energy every day, the way he's the same guy every single day. We talk about coming to the building. He's the same exact guy every single day, running sprints with us, talking crap. Everything, coming to the defensive meeting, making little jokes here and there. You just get the same guy every day, and I think that's what makes him great.
All right, that was Will Anderson, the man who has just inked the largest deal for a non-quarterback in NFL history. Good to hear from him. And, again, as we always talk about, Clint, we always can understand exactly why he fits everything that this organization from top to the McNairs, all the way down to the bottom. He is the perfect player, perfect ambassador for the Houston Texans. Speaking of somebody who works with him very, very very, very closely and very often is his defensive coordinator, Matt Burke. He will join the drive. We will talk to him coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Base Power. Now, if you have not made the switch or you've listened and you said, okay, all right, show, just come on, man. No, I'm dead serious. This is –
If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here on The Drive. Sports Radio 610. That was it was great to hear from Will Anderson. Well-deserved contract, and as we just said on the other side, every time you hear him talk, you understand why he is such a great fit for the Houston Texans and what this program is about. And somebody who works with Will Anderson very closely, Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, joins the drive. And Matt, we're just listening to Will Anderson as he was speaking to the media since he got that new contract, which was the biggest no-brainer of the offseason, is to go ahead and lock him up. And I know you're happy that he's going to be here for years to come. I'm curious from you. You watch him, you coach him every day. What's the next step for Will Anderson? Where is it that he can take his game all the way or up another level compared to where it already is?
Yeah, I would say it's funny listening. I was sitting on the press conference, obviously, and the one thing I think that's been underrated about Will is he literally, I was telling Rod, I was sitting next to me, Coach Rod, right, and I was like, man, he's literally gotten better every year. And he takes something, whatever, if we've seen something or he's seen something, and literally, just drills down and works on that all off season, and to listen to him talk about finishing at the quarterback and trying to convert some of those pressures into sacks and stuff. Obviously, he had a lot of sack production, and I thought this year he got the ball a lot better. Had a bunch of sack strips. I think he might have led the league in sack strips. It's something he really focused on last year. But for him to talk about sort of that last finishing point, in this league with quarterbacks, sometimes the difference between a pressure and a sack is just that one step or just getting to that move quicker or whatever those things are. And so I think just shaving some of that time off and really making, he's at the quarterback almost every play, right? He's pressuring, he's disrupting. It's what we ask him to do. But I think his focus of how can I just take that extra little half a tick off it to convert those into sacks and finish some of those plays.
Hey, Coach, since the announcement was made that he'd got the contract, they'd worked everything out. In the media, we work in it. We obviously are big fans. We listen. There's been a lot of is Will Anderson box office? Is Will Anderson this? Is Will Anderson that? And it's no disrespect, just a lot of conversation. And I've tried to make it a point since that was announced that Will Anderson, albeit great player, the off the field or the intangible side of Will Anderson is what puts him over the top for an organization, any organization, damn sure our organization here with the Texans. Can you speak a little bit to the guy out of pads and how important he is as a leader and a pillar in the organization?
Yeah, it's literally immeasurable. When it finally went through this weekend, I texted DeMeco and I was like, man, awesome. So happy we got that done. And he texted me back and was literally goes, that's an easy decision we'll ever have to make. He does everything right. I always said this. We have a bunch of hard workers on this team, on this defense. And he's probably one of, if not the, I always hate singling guys out, but he's an elite worker. And to see, some of your best players and some of your highest paid players be the hardest workers, it's hard for everyone else not to sort of follow in that line. You know what I mean? And so for him to show the work ethic and the work rate that he puts in every day, to be a good human being, to be encouraging and everything to everybody on the field, and just set a standard that's a really, really, really high bar. That's as valuable as all the stuff he does on the field. And I think it's probably hand in hand in terms of how that all goes together for him. So he's a better person and human being and worker and leader than he is a player. And that's saying something because he's a really, really good player.
Defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, Matt Burke, joins us. And Matt, everybody was impressed by this Texans defense last year as it was the best in the league. Where do you, though, as you someone who coaches this unit and looks at this unit, where do you see that this defense can get better going into next year, even with how dominant they were last year?
Yeah, we're always looking for ways to improve, and obviously as we get into this part of the season, our players just reported back yesterday. So we've talked to them about, hey, everyone's looking at our tape. How can we find holes in the defense? How can we do this? So, we're trying to add to some things and change some things and just challenge our guys to sort of like I talked with Will, about with Will in terms of, just that last little bit, like how can we tighten some things up, man? Can we take a little bit more away? I mean, there's some areas, some of the explosive passes, I mean, how teams are trying to get at us, some of the scoring red zone stuff. There's some areas that we feel that there's definitely some room for growth and improvement. And so we're going to try to hammer at those through this offseason and get back with a little bit higher goal in mind. Obviously, the season didn't end the way we wanted it to, so we're going to try to do everything to ensure that it ends the right way this year.
There's a new player that's coming over with a pretty good resume in that secondary, man. Reed Blankenship. Just that's one guy that I think most fans are aware of and anxious to see, and kind of how he helps this defense, man. Just your thoughts on him and adding him to this already special group. Yeah.
Obviously, has some success and a successful program up in Philly. Really, really sharp, really, really smart. And I think, as you look for some guys to fit in terms of guys that can do a lot, that are good communicators, good workers, again, showed up yesterday, ready to go. So I think just another piece to add to the unit in terms of guys that are going to be on the same page. And I think he's going to be able to kind of correct some things from a communication standpoint and just make sure we're all on the same page and in the right spots. But he's had a knack for kind of attacking the ball in his career, punching balls out and being around it. So hopefully, again, we obviously preach a lot of takeaways and trying to get the ball. So a lot of things to be excited about with Reed coming on board.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about Matt Burke, man, because serious, man. Look,
no one wants to hear about that.
Look, Matt. Let's be honest. Had DeMeco Ryans handed you them play calling responsibilities and you wasn't worth a damn, we'd have tried to run you up out of town, man. I mean, but somehow the defense, the game, hell, somehow the defense got better and continued to play at an unbelievably high rate. What is obviously, so you did a great job, is what I'm saying, man. I obviously, as a fan, I respect the hell out of it and am proud of that. But what you personally, from a play caller perspective, just in your coaching career, what does Matt Burke hope to improve on from last year to this year? Not necessarily as a play caller, just overall your approach to the game and coaching.
Yeah, my approach is always the same. And just, it's funny listening to this. I think DeMeco's philosophy is in alignment that, our job is to put these guys in the best position to make plays and to be the best version of themselves. And so I think all I try to do is, as we were looking at game plans and how we have new players, like you just mentioned, and how we deploy them and how do we make them perform. I always hated, coaches that just this is my system and this is what we're doing and you guys got to do it. And it's man, we try to evaluate. Every year's new, every year's different. We have different personnel. We play a different schedule. So for us, our job is to take all that information and really put the pieces in place to let those guys go do what they do. Put Will Anderson in a place where he can go perform and get the matchups we want and all those things. So that's all I try to do is we have a really good staff, top to bottom, and I try to take all that information that's kind of gathered and just sort of deploy it as best I can, man. Stay out of the way, really. Stay out of the way of the good players.
Well, congrats, man. It should be talked about more, man, but you're a hell of a job. And, the backbone of the organization, that defense is special, man, and you're a big part of it. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's good to be here. I mean, everything that, Will was talking about in his press conference, I mean, the people in this building, everywhere, staff, players and stuff, I think there's been a very concerted effort to bring the right type of people into this organization and into this team, and I think that's where it shows. So we're going to try to keep doing that this weekend too, hopefully.
All right, Coach, man, we appreciate you giving us some time, man, and get ready for this off-season program starting. Get back at it again coming up.
We're ready. We're ready. We're already going, man.
All right. That's DC Matt Burke joining the drive. We appreciate him giving us his time. What you got coming up, Clint?
Oh, look, man, it's draft week, right? This thing cranks up in 2 days, and I'm going to tell you, man, I'm curious to know Ron and Tyler's thoughts about one quarterback in this draft that's getting a lot of praise. Are the voices loud enough and strong enough to actually push him up in the draft? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, look, if
minutes and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, they're the same person, have the latest. And the latest is it's been a wild day on the drive. A lot happening on the drive and a lot of people stopping by on the drive. Brian Jones, our draft analyst for CBS Sports, who's covered college football, joined us. We heard from Will Anderson. If you missed that, Will Anderson was great, so great that Clint dedicated his 4 o'clock segment to Will Anderson.
It was powered by Will Anderson.
And
51.
dedicated to him. Boy, he's really made that number feel better, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't love that number at first. Tyler hated it the most.
Get the hell out of here. Put that evil
Of
on
all of us, like me and Clint didn't like it, but Tyler was really against it. Of all
He was
people,
beside himself.
Tyler was willing to sit down in front of the old NRG, now Reliant Stadium, until he changed it to 52. I believe he wanted it to be 52. But
dedication, Holmes.
but no, I joke. But no, man, it was a great interview with him. And then we got to talk to his defensive coordinator, Matt Burke, right after this. So a lot happening today on the drive. You can use that Odyssey app to go back and listen to all of that. But the latest here, the Astros, they're going to get started here at the in about 10 minutes or so as they are in Cleveland. They won Game 1. They're going to be looking at Game 2. But, Clint, there are a couple of things that are happening with the rosters because guess what? Somebody's injured. Taylor Trammell, he goes to the 10-day IL with a left groin strain. Somebody named Daniel Johnson is going to take his spot as Sugar Land gets weaker. And they designate Christian Roa for assignment as he is going to hit waivers. So Taylor Trammell, Clint, he is the 16th player. It is April 21st. The 16th player to hit the injured list for the Astros, and that includes opening day starter Hunt Brown, center fielder Jake Myers, who Taylor Trammell had to get called up because he got injured, Jeremy Pena, their shortstop, their 6-time All-Star closer, hadn't even made it yet, and Josh Hader, and then Christian Javier in the rotation, and their big offseason pitching addition, Imai, he is also on the IL. So they have lost big-time pieces thus far. And, boy, that was the number one thing coming in the year we were talking about is can injuries be different? We felt like injuries was by far the biggest thing that held them back. And it is appearing that – yes, thank you. You got that's Queen, right?
Damn right.
All right.
The great Freddie Mercury.
Shout out to Fred. And Brian, too, who doesn't get talked about enough. But
great hair.
Great hair. Championship hair. But it's happening again, Clint, and it's happening at a higher clip than it did last year.
Yeah, it's wild what the Astros are having to deal with. This is beyond just bad luck. I mean, all these just random injuries. I just don't know how you deal with it. But you have no choice at this point. The season started. We're rolling. You got to figure this thing out. The good thing is you've got a lineup. You got a lineup that's good enough to give you hope, and you got a lineup that's good enough to give you something to work towards. And you are dealing with some injuries with some guys, some key guys that'll come back. You get those guys back. You keep the lineup hot. Can you make some noise? So there's enough there to stay interested. There's enough there to stay dialed in. But, boy, these injuries are wild. What do they do in center field? Can they please get their hands on Chas McCormick? Can they please get their hands on Chaz McCormick?
I want Chaz to turn him down.
I'm assuming Bryce Matthews is going to be your center fielder with the Harris kid in left and Cam Smith in right. I'm assuming that's how this thing's going to unfold.
Where's Miles Straw? Is he somewhere?
I mean,
running somewhere.
Well, I'm just going to guess that Chaz is at least in the minor leagues somewhere. You at least is a reality that you could potentially get your hands on him. But yeah, look, it's
Chaz is going to invoke his no trade.
You can't. Hey, I don't care who else calls, but if the Astros call, I'm not here. You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
I'll go to Sacramento.
They need me now. Yeah, I'd rather play in them Sacramento A's jerseys.
Chaz is playing for the Iowa Cubs currently.
See there, he's in Iowa. I mean, he's watching what's going on in Houston. Going, call me, boys.
I bet they got great pudding.
I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, Big Pudding would get on that damn first thing smoking to get here to Houston and play.
Tyler White.
Hey,
Big Pudding.
He's rebounded strongly there. Slash lines 273, 385, 576.
I mean, hell, he was better than that as an Astro. I mean, they for a couple of years. They sure enough could use him, right? Danny, do you need me to come in there and give you a little advice?
Opt-out clause. His contract reportedly contains an upward mobility clause set for the end of April 2026. If the Cubs do not promote him to the major league roster by then, he has the option to opt out and become a free agent.
9 days. Let this thing ride out for 9 days and then go get Chaz back. Me about white boy Chaz. Go get Chaz back. Put him in center field.
He did hit 210 last year. So.
Is he healthy?
210, one home run, 64 games last year.
Rough year for him. Rough year for him. Hey, man, a lot of guys have rough years. Let's talk about what he did before that.
He's having a hell of a slash line with the Cubs. I mean, come on. Chaz is probably down there dominating them. Of course he is. Should be. What he should be doing. All right, so that's the lazy.
You think there's a chance?
No. Well, I mean, it should be. Dana feels like a hard ass that would not admit. I was wrong.
It's so bad right now. This ain't I was wrong. This was I'm out of choices.
Okay. I think Joe would come down and act like nothing happened. Espada, come on in, 2-0. Get your old number back and everything. Dana probably like, all right, I'll bring him back, but he can't have his old number. He got to get another locker.
Hey, Chaz in a different position. Hey, he just wants a shot. He's back in that rookie year stuff. I just want a shot, man. Shout out to Biggs.
Chaz, out of nowhere, Chaz is talking to Dusty once a week. Just get things over. What a turn of events right there.
Hey!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Tonight, here in a few minutes, they are in Cleveland, and Ryan Weiss is back on the mound. This is his second start. The first one wasn't bad. I think the first one he gave them a chance to win, and to me, right now, that's all you can ask for. Right now, he is to me more of a swing guy right now, and he is in this rotation just because he has to. But to be frank with you, I mean, hell, it ain't like anybody else is doing the damn thing. So that is who's getting the ball tonight. By the way, the lineup: Correa at short, leading off again. Jordan is a DH, leading the world and everything. Altuve's behind him at second. Christian Walker, who is having a strong start, he is at first. Paredes, who had 2 home runs last night, behind him at third base. Cam Smith back in the lineup after a scheduled day off. And then as Yainer Diaz is catching, as you alluded to. Bryce Matthews is in center field, and Harris is getting another start in a row. He is in left field. So that is the lineup behind Weiss tonight.
Yeah, look, the lineup doesn't concern me at all. The defense, which I'm not typically a guy that gets concerned about defense, in the outfield, it concerns me a bit, but not to the point where I'm ready to focus on it. This is all about the pitcher. This is all about Ryan Weiss and whether he can make that transition from the bullpen to the long bullpen relief to the starter. I know he's kind of a tweener to begin with. When I watch him, kind of like Spencer Arrighetti, there's some stuff there. There's some nasty there. Can he pull it together and at the very least help us in a desperate time of need for starting pitching? He sure looks like he's got what it takes to do that. Now we'll see if he can keep it on the track long enough to keep us competitive and not. I mean, look, can you go 4 innings and give up 4 fewer runs? Can we get out of where we're giving up more runs than we are pitching innings? That's where I'm at.
Yeah. All right. So that's it. They're going to get started here. They may have started just now. We'll keep you updated and abreast on what is happening here in this game as they look to win this series, win Game 2 in Cleveland.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint and Tyler, it is a late tip tonight, 9:30 Central Time is when the Lakers and the Rockets will tip off. So we would probably expect potentially to hear the latest on Kevin Durant maybe a little bit later on, but the latest status is the last status that we have heard, and that is he is questionable tonight, and he is he's a game time decision. He is still, if you remember, suffering from that deep bruise in his right patella tendon. That is what kept him out of Game 1, and that's what has him questionable right now. Any concerns? Not just if he's playing, we'll get to that, but any concerns for you that we have not heard it announced yet that he is playing?
No concern. They're playing mind games with him. Look, I've watched Kevin Durant warm up on the court with L.A. up and down the side, so it's obviously current footage. I mean, he's on the floor shooting. I got to believe he's in the – obviously they've got warm-ups on, not the uniform on. I got to believe that he's playing. I mean, look, this is one of those end-of-season – I mean, not quite a win or go home, but if you lose this game with or without Durant, you're in trouble. I mean, this has got to be one of those where, even one of the greatest players to ever play the game still says, hey, all right, this is where it's the end of the year. I got to buckle up. I got to play hurt. I got to go see if I can't help my team split in L.A. and then go home with a chance to win a playoff series. I just think that this is – if he doesn't play tonight, man, it's a lot worse than we thought, and
that's
they're
fair.
done.
Yeah, and this from Udoka, and I don't know about you, Clint. This did make me feel better about at least where he is to play, and that is Udoka said Durant's issue is not one of pain but mobility. Now I just said to play. Now you don't love that as an issue of him being out on the floor. But mobility is the most important, Udoka said. The pain tolerance is one thing, but actually moving and feeling comfortable doing all of those movements is going to be the biggest thing. So that is from the coach, Udoka, saying the pain is something that is clearly something that KD can handle, but it is his movement. And that more defensively to me is a bigger thing. Is they get him out there, can he move around defensively when he doesn't know where he's going? That's the big key.
I'm not going to try to act as if I know either way, but I know it ain't going to be worth the damn if he ain't out there.
No, I hear you. I hear you on that. We'll look at more of that as we continue here. That's a huge game. That's a huge one for the Rockets coming up a little bit later on tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one of the bigger stories over the last couple of weeks is this Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini situation. As we know, Diana Rossini, she has since resigned from her job with The Athletic, and now Mike Vrabel. He spoke for the first time. I believe he canceled some media availability that he was supposed to have last week, and now has spoken for the first time. And this was Vrabel's statement on the situation that he was involved in with Diana Rossini.
What an indictment against the Houston Rockets. What an indictment.
That's
First
Stephen
of all,
I was about to say, hold on now.
That's his interpreter. That's his interpreter right there.
Not titled Stephen A. Smith.
Sorry.
Here's part 2 for you.
Here is Vrabel on the on statement from Diana Rossini.
With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. Never want to be the cause of a distraction. And those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. Care deeply about this football team, and I'm excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. That's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private and personal matter. Thank you.
All right, that is Mike Vrabel. I'm going to go out on a limb and say for some reason maybe there was a conversation beforehand because we didn't get any follow-up questions. And we didn't get any other responses. It was just a statement that Mike Vrabel was able to make. I've got to believe there are several people in that Boston media who would have had follow-up statements, but we didn't hear very much of that. You think this is really from Mike Vrabel having to deal with the situation? You think this is over for him? This is it. That he has to deal with.
I don't think Vrabel was, other than personally with his wife. I don't know how you how you handle that part of it. I think it's over. I think that was silly today. I mean, to go out there and thank the media for being patient. I mean, what kind of choice do they have? Nobody was patient. We've been dragging y'all for stepping out on your people for a week. We were talking about patient for what? And that was all just for show. It's all nobody ever thought that you weren't going to be a good football coach because you were laid up with Diana Rossini.
Allegedly.
Nobody it's just all for show. It never was I don't think it was ever again, personally, it was a big deal for him. But
as he said, he had to have some tough conversations with people he loved.
Shouldn't have been very tough if it was innocent.
Laughable, I believe is what he said. Laughable.
Yeah.
For anyone to think it's anything more than friends coming together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
No, but I'm with you. I think he'll get it from like fans and stadiums and fans and stuff like that, but I think that's probably, and maybe he does a one-on-one. I don't know.
He'll thrive in that. He'll thrive in that world.
But that's probably the last time he probably has to speak about it.
Yeah, I mean, look what he did from his perspective, and this isn't the male in the mix. It's the coach in the mix. Like there's no concern about his ability to do his job fairly. There's no concern about whether he can focus. It's the off season. Every coach out there is taking vacations with their family, or the single ones are out there finding the Diana Rossini in Arizona or wherever they're at to hang with for the night. There's nothing wrong with what from a professional perspective. There's nothing wrong with what Vrabel did. I mean, it's wrong, but there's nothing.
You're talking about from a fire, like him having any trouble.
I mean, nobody in the football world looks at Vrabel like, oh my God, man, is he going to be able to be a good coach? Is he going to be able to do his job? Nobody thinks that. Nobody ever thought that. I mean, this is about the reporter that makes a living off of covering the game that is now caught one.
All right, coming up as we continue, T. Mill's best bets as he will. I don't think Monday was great.
Not one winner.
Oh boy,
the Jokic,
but only 0 for 2.
The Jokic thing had to piss you smooth off.
Oh my God, that game was so tremendous, but he was such ass.
And he was not ass, but
pretty ass.
He was not really focusing on the scoring portion of the game that pissed you off, and then he did the worst thing. We'll talk about that and Joe Espada. Just a question on Joe Espada. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Drive's busting this day open.
Let's do what the hell. That's basepowercompany.com/610.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Weiss Weiss has given up another one. It's a home run, golfed out. It is 2-0 as the Guardians have added a run in the second, a run in the first, a run in the second, as the Astros are looking to try to win this series in Cleveland. And we'll keep you updated on what's going on there as well. Let's do this right now. Caller number 7. Caller number 7. I just saw CJ doing some workout stuff. Look good. So in honor of him, caller number 7, 713-572-4610. You got a chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to see a little UFL action. Houston Gamblers, April 26th. That's a Sunday. It'll be at Shell Energy Stadium. You got a chance to go check them out. Caller number 7. Phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you. 713-572-4610. As we're hooking you up. We had a winner in the 3 o'clock hour, and we're looking for caller number 7 as we get up out of here today. Here, you could be a winner of a 4-pack of tickets. April 26th, coming up on Sunday. Houston Gamblers action right there, UFL. And I would assume Shell Energy would be a pretty good spot to watch a game from, a place where there's good seats everywhere. I would assume right downtown that'd be a great spot to go check a game out.
That's a good point. The location is key too, to be able to hit them bars before and after as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd make for a good little Sunday afternoon.
Probably run into the players.
What time is that game? Do you know what time it is?
I do not have the time on that.
That'd be a nice little, even if it's afternoon or even mid morning, be a nice little get away.
It is. So Tyler is taking care of you, and oh God, it's the still footages of Josh Hader. I hope he's all right. Tyler will take care of you. Calling number 7. Congratulations, you're a second winner of the day. All right, we'll get to T Mill's best bets here in just a second. Again, update. And I'll check again. I am not seeing the latest with Kevin Durant. There isn't anything right now as of late that's updating his injury. As the Rockets will take on the Lakers tonight, as they're looking to win Game 2 and even up the series. The big question going into it is Kevin Durant, and he is a game time decision listed as questionable by the Rockets, and as we said earlier, not as much a pain thing, but more of a mobility thing. So that is the latest. As soon as we get that updated, we'll have that for you. I am guessing by the time we get to Area 45 tonight with Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton, they got a big night. They got a baseball game to deal with, and then a huge playoff game as that will start. I'm sure it'll be a little pregame action as that'll start before they go off the air. So I'm certain Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani will have an update on Kevin Durant if he is playing or not in this game. So they're coming up at 7 right behind us. we'll have a little Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will take over here as soon as we get done here on Sports Radio 610. They'll have a special guest. We just heard from Will Anderson earlier today. We've heard from Matt Burke talk about this guy, defensive line coach Rod Wright. He will join the fellas on Texans All Access coming up tonight, so stay tuned for that.
Hey, don't look now, but Astros pitchers eclipsed 50 pitches in 2 innings.
51 here. We'll see where he goes. All right, Tyler, I'm certain don't have any Astros bets. What you got in another walk? Kicked off this thing with back-to-back walks. What you got in terms of Team Mill's best bets tonight?
So I'm rolling with 3 more around the NBA playoffs, just like we did on that crappy Monday yesterday. Went 0 for 2 with a push, but I got 3 more just like yesterday as well. 1 bet for each game tonight. First, I'm on Philadelphia plus 15.5. I teased that one just like I teased the Raptors one last night. I think the line's closer to 14 or so, but 76ers plus 15.5 at Boston taking on the Celtics. Next, I got the over between the Blazers and the Spurs in San Antonio tonight. Over 219.5 is what I got it locked in at. I think it's jumped up a little bit since then to 220 or so. I still like that, but over 219.5. And then your third and final best bet is a player prop for your Houston Rockets, hoping and praying that Kevin Durant's going to be playing in this game. I got Alpi Şengün over 5.5 assists in that one. He's done that pretty often in games here lately for the Houston Rockets, so take Alpi over 5.5 assists. Those are your 3 best bets.
All right. That Blazers-Spurs one is interesting because
You don't like it. You hate it.
No, I like it. I think the
Now
Spurs.
I hate
I think the Spurs might score 130 themselves. I mean, they just Clint. You watched them the other night. They just seem to be almost unstoppable.
Man, in
alien.
Look, and in that building too. That's a great basketball team. And in that building, it just seems like, a lot of times you watch these, especially first-round games like this, and you're like, ain't much advantage. I mean, they feed off that crowd, and it's nasty right now. I don't know how long it's going to last if they keep, obviously keep winning. But, boy, right now, this first playoff series in a while, woo-hoo-wee.
Yeah. That's 219. Yeah. Defensively, that's the thing is they can choke teams out as well defensively. But if it's anything like game 1, I think that 219 is probably a good number. And this is the only thing that I would trust. This is the only thing I would trust to bet Şengün on that I have the belief that he can get is the assist. He got 6 in the game on Saturday without Kevin Durant. And as you said, if Kevin Durant's there, I think there's probably a lot of 2-man game. And really, to be honest, either way, I would assume that they are not as much of fools as some people would look at, or not even say some people look at, but as much of fools as they have shown to be at times. Even if there is no Kevin Durant, I would believe that they're going through Şengün, which would put him in more of a situation to pass the ball, get some assists if the offense just run through him more than it was in the last game. But if Durant's there, obviously there's a lot of 2-man game action between those two, and he can get.
Well, I think. Well, that's what I would. I'm looking for tonight in this game is obviously some semblance of, hey, this possession we're going to work the ball through Şengün. We feel like we got a matchup there. Whoever Bronny's guarding, I mean, let's take advantage of the G League player that's on the floor.
It's 3 minutes. It's 9 minutes. He'll be out there.
Whatever it is, let's trigger. You see that number on the floor? Let's James Jr. on the floor. Let's go see if we can't attack it. And somebody, whoever it is, let's take advantage of that kind of matchup. Instead of just the ISO ball, whoever touches it. Flip the coin ISO ball. Like we got to see more than that. Win, lose, or draw. We got to see Kevin Durant or no Kevin Durant. We got to see more than that tonight. Damn.
Yeah. And I'll throw this here on the way out because this is big. We started the show talking about the Rockets and how big this game is tonight. How big is this? Do you think it is an overreaction to say that the Rockets down 1-0 in this series? We have not seen Kevin Durant yet. He is questionable. We still don't know if he is going to play yet. As I said, stay tuned for Area 45. They will let you know unless something's announced here in the next few minutes. Do you think that the Rockets, they would be going home? Are they playing for their season tonight?
Absolutely. No question about it. Zero doubt. Yes, they're playing for their season tonight. You lose with Kevin Durant or without Kevin Durant, you come home 0-2, I think it's over. From a team perspective, from an IQ perspective, from a LeBron James perspective, an identity perspective, a coaching perspective, I think they're better. I know they're missing a couple superstars, but they're better. And if they prove that again tonight, it's going to be more convincing. Tonight is the night you can stem the tide. If with Durant on the floor or without Durant on the floor, everything I just said can get shifted to where the Rockets can win a game, then we'll rethink this thing. But if you go down 0-2 and comes back to Houston, I just don't. I think there's too much bad going on for you to recover.
It would have to. I'd have to see how it is, because I still think with Kevin Durant out there, they have the better team with no Luka and Austin Reeves. Although I would think that even if Kevin Durant's not there without Luka and Reeves, they shouldn't have the Lakers be in control of the game the entire time the way it felt like they were in Game 1.